Chapter 2174. Fang Yuan was an exception. The demonic sounds resounded, but Fang Yuan was already prepared. Back then, he could deal with the demonic sounds. It was even easier for him now. Under the influence of the demonic sounds, the Tao marks of the same path in the seventh layer started to gather, forming a large area of dazzling colors. It was no longer as messy as before. Such a grand scene. Lu Weiyin praised sincerely. At the next moment, he saw Fang Yuan taking out Thieves' Den, Immortal Gu House. Theft Tao Killer Move activated. Large amounts of Tao marks were stolen and turned into the corresponding rank 9 immortal materials in Thieves' Den Immortal Gu. These rank 9 immortal materials were very pure. They only had one type of Tao mark. They had huge value. Lu Weiyin looked at them and could not help but click his tongue. He estimated conservatively. In just a dozen or so breaths of time, Fang Yuan obtained at least 3 rank 9 immortal materials. Rank 9 immortal materials. Wasn't it a little too easy to obtain? Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin moved forward. Everywhere they went, large amounts of Tao marks vanished. The dazzling scene was like a huge rat that was gnawing away at it. Everywhere Fang Yuan went, there was only emptiness and darkness. Lu Weiyin's eyes turned slightly red. Fang Yuan's gains were bountiful. The benefits were so great that even he felt jealous. I'm rich. I'm completely rich. This is the first time I've seen someone obtain so many rank 9 immortal materials so easily. Lu Weiyin muttered in his mind. He could not estimate how many rank 9 immortal materials Fang Yuan had obtained. In short, it was a lot. As they moved forward, the two finally arrived at the entrance to the 8th layer. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly pale. He had been controlling Thieves' Den to activate Theft Tao Killer Move. The burden was not small, especially in terms of immortal essence. The expenditure was huge. Lu Weiyin was a little worried. Lord Fang Yuan, please pay attention to your immortal essence reserves. It's fine. Fang Yuan smiled. I have the rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Lu Weiyin's expression froze before he said, Impressive, as expected of Lord Fang Yuan. At the entrance, Fang Yuan once again carved out 3 paths. One path shone with golden light, luck surging. This was the path of luck left behind by the giant sun, immortal. One path was dark and terrifying, filled with killing intent. This was a soul path remnant, left behind by spectral soul, demon, venerable, when he entered the 8th layer. One road was simple and unadorned, but it was virtuous. It was the path of paradise, earth, immortal, venerable. Lu Weiyin had prepared a method to let him step on the path to paradise. However, Fang Yuan waved his hand and activated the thieves' lair. These 3 paths were completely devoured and disappeared. Large numbers of rank 9 immortal materials were produced. Lu Weiyin moved his lips, but did not say anything in the end. He silently followed Fang Yuan into the 8th floor. Nothingness. The vast and boundless void was like a vast ocean. Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin, who entered this place, were like 2 insects in the ocean. They were extremely minuscule. Fang Yuan had come here once before. This place left a deep impression on him. Within the boundless void, countless worlds were created and destroyed, creating brand new heaven path Tao marks. He had once tried to enter the 9th layer, but did not succeed. This void was clearly the profundity of Phantom Path. Fang Yuan did not have Phantom Path attainment back then. He could not deduce the entrance to the 9th layer. But this time he came prepared. His Phantom Path attainment level had already reached Grandmaster. Immediately, Fang Yuan tried to use Phantom Path methods. At the next moment, Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. The void here seems to be different from the one I saw before. But Fang Yuan could not tell what the difference was. Even though he had made great progress in Phantom Path, he was still far from unraveling limitless demon venerables arrangements in the 8th layer. Please follow me. Lu Wei-yin used a certain killer move to determine the direction and lead the way. Fang Yuan followed Lu Wei-yin and flew quickly. Along the way, he saw worlds that were being created and destroyed. They were extraordinary and mysterious. But unlike before, these worlds were also floating in the void at the same time. Regardless of which world it was, they were all moving in the same direction. Fang Yuan's deductions finally bore fruit. His expression changed as he said, "I understand now. This void is shrinking. At the final moment, all of the worlds and all of the heaven path Tao marks will be compressed and fused together. Is this limitless demon venerables arrangement?" Lu Wei-yin shook his head. "I only know the location of Yellow Earth Great World. We need to go there as soon as possible." The two immortals flew for another half a day before they saw their destination. "This is—" Lu Wei-yin revealed a shocked expression because he saw not only Yellow Earth Great World, but also the great worlds left behind by Reckless Savage and Genesis Lotus. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. The 3 great worlds have merged. Not just that, there are also many small worlds around the 3 great worlds. These worlds were floating in the void. They were motionless. Each world was like a bubble. The 3 great worlds were the largest bubbles. They were green, yellow, and red. The 3 great worlds were connected to each other at the center. At the periphery, there were large numbers of small bubbles attached to the surface of the 3 great worlds' bubbles. "Oh no, Lord, please look." Lu Wei-yin pointed at the large yellow bubble with an anxious expression. Fang Yuan looked over and saw that Yellow Earth Great World was being attacked by the other 2 great worlds. Even though the periphery of the bubble was blurry, Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin could sense that the battle inside was very intense. Especially at the border of the 3 great worlds, there were corpses everywhere. It was the most intense area of the battle. "Lord, with my method, Yellow Earth Great World will not separate us. Let's go and reinforce them." Lu Wei-yin charged in like a meteor. Fang Yuan followed closely behind. He was also covered in a layer of yellow light like Lu Wei-yin. It was this layer of yellow light that allowed the 2 to easily pass through the bubble and enter Yellow Earth Great World. Looking at the entire Great World, the first thing that attracted Fang Yuan's gaze was the huge mound at the center. This mound was like a small mountain. It was very flat and orderly. It seemed to be man-made. But Fang Yuan saw through the nature of this mountain. This is the graveyard of one of the 10 Earths? What a huge graveyard. There was also a huge monument on top of this unprecedented huge graveyard. There were only 6 words on the monument: Tomb of Paradise Earth, Immortal, Venerable. As if sensing Lu Wei-yin and Fang Yuan, Paradise Earth's tomb shot out a grand pillar of light. The pillar of light shot into the sky, like a huge pillar that supported heaven and earth. At once, the battlefield froze as countless gazes were drawn over. The sacred graveyard is shining. Heaven and earth can witness it. Our sage has arrived. After a few breaths of silence, a huge wave of cheers erupted in Yellow Earth Great World. It was like a tsunami. The morale of Yellow Earth Great World's troops rose. They roared as they launched a counterattack. Green Lotus Great World. This was the Tao field created by Genesis Lotus, Immortal, Venerable. Looking at it, there were forests and vegetation everywhere. It was lush and unfathomable. In this lush world, there was a black and white mountain range. There were rows of high back seats at the peak of the mountain range. They were arranged in order. The 2 highest seats were empty. Celestial Korchin Dingling was only sitting on the 4th seat. Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin, they appeared after all. After receiving the information, Qin Dingling snorted coldly. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin had helped Fang Yuan. Not only did he kill Spectral Soul, he even helped Fang Yuan escape successfully. Lu Weiyin was Southern Border's Paradise Earth inheritor. This meant that Paradise Earth and Fang Yuan's intention of cooperating was completely exposed. Paradise Earth's tomb was located at the center of Yellow Earth Great World. It was known to all three Great World's Gu immortals. Thus, it was not strange for Lu Weiyin and Fang Yuan to appear here. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth and said softly, "Right now, we have two main armies. One is the main force attacking the Yellow Earth Great World, and the other is using the Demon Judgment Board to hold the line against the savage wilderness Great World, trying to restrain the power of the Longevity Heaven. As for the other Gu immortals, they are attacking other small worlds in groups of 2s and 3s. Originally, we and Longevity Heaven were trying to annex Yellow Earth Great World, but now that Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin have arrived, Yellow Earth Great World is no longer a juicy piece of meat. If we are not careful, we might suffer a huge loss." Saying so, Qin Dingling stood up and bowed to the Gu immortal on the third seat. "Lady Minghao, please allow me to bring Divine Emperor City to Yellow Earth Great World and lead the main forces to resist Fang Yuan." Qin Dingling was the leader of Celestial Court, but here she was only the fourth. She had to obey the three fairies above her. But right now, the first and second fairies were not here. Only the third fairy Minghao was controlling the situation. This fairy Minghao looked like a 3 or 4-year-old girl. She looked like she was carved from jade. Her large eyes shined with starlight. She blinked her bright and beautiful eyes, thinking for a while before saying in a childish voice, "I have heard of Fang Yuan's name long ago, but why do you need to go personally to probe him? Let them go." Saying so, she waved her small hand. A Gu worm flew out. This information path Gu worm flew to the middle of the mountain, landing in front of two Gu immortals. These two Gu immortals were not humans. They were not variant humans either. One was a withered tree. Its trunk was thin, its branches were thick and uneven, but it did not have any green leaves. Its roots were thin and long. There were 100 of them. The withered tree was called Mu Cha Lang. The other was a long bamboo pole. It was jade green like jade. It was called Qing Haozi. Qing Haozi floated in the air. It was swaying. It was sleeping. Mu Cha Lang was lying in a cave. It looked like he was lying on a chair. The tree roots were entangled, resting on a rock. It was like a human's leg resting on a chair. It was very comfortable. Mu Cha Lang received the information path Gu worm first. He immediately got up. He stretched out a branch and patted Qing Haozi. "Stop sleeping, stop sleeping. The sage has sent an order." Qing Haozi was swaying from the pat. It did not fall to the ground. It was woken up by the pat. It straightened its body and floated in the air to think that it is time for us to move out. Immediately, the two immortals left the mountain, each leading a group of people to the front lines. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature, Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2175. Savage Wilderness Great World. A grand and ancient dark golden palace was floating in the sky. It was Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. In the palace hall, Bing Saichuan was sitting on a cushion. An information path, Immortal Gu, was quietly lying on the table. Several Gu immortals were standing on his left and right. Bing Saichuan stared at the information path, Immortal Gu on the table, frowning slightly. Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin came together. They were a huge variable in the battle of the three great worlds. Longevity, heaven-occupied savage wilderness great world. What should they do? Should they retreat first? Or should they send more forces to probe Fang Yuan's strength? Bing Saichuan could not make up his mind. He thought for a while before looking at the first seat on his left. There was a fatty sitting there. The fatty was sprawled on the table. He was already asleep. His saliva was dripping from the corner of his mouth, onto his sleeves, and onto the table. Bam, bam, bam. Bing Sai Chuan used his knuckles to knock on the table. The fatty was woken up by this sound. He opened his eyes and asked in a daze, "What is it?" Bing Sai Chuan held in his anger. "Guy Mei, you are a heaven extremity. You cultivate wisdom path. The latest information is here. I want you to deduce what we should do next." Saying so, the information path, immortal goo, flew up and landed on the fatty's head. The fatty did not take it. He sent his consciousness into the immortal goo in his hair, and his pupils shrunk. That demon Fang Yuan is here?" The fatty shrugged. "See, my deduction was correct, right?" Bing Sai Chuan knocked on the table again. "I want you to deduce how we should deal with this variable. Originally, Yellow Earth Great World was the weakest. We controlled Savage Wilderness Great World, while Celestial Court controlled Green Lotus Great World. They wanted to take over Yellow Earth Great World and strengthen themselves before competing against each other. But now, Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin have appeared in Yellow Earth Great World. If we attack now, they will retaliate and expend too much of our strength." Bing Sai Chuan was not afraid of Fang Yuan's counterattack. He was worried about the overall situation. After all, the current situation was even more complicated than before, and the three great worlds were intertwined. If the two sides fought too fiercely, a third party would benefit from it. Then let me calculate it. The fat heaven, extremity goo immortal, Guy Mei shook his wide sleeves. He stretched out 5 fat fingers and pretended to make a deduction. "Oh, I've figured it out. Let's just continue as before," Guy Mei said. Bing Sai Chuan was dumbfounded. "Use your immortal goo killer move and try to deduce it for real." Gale blinked. "Huh. How did you know I was faking it?" "You found out. You're so smart. You are the one cultivating wisdom path, right?" Veins popped out on Bing Sai Chuan's forehead. "You think your southern border's Wu Yong? You don't even have a way to conceal your aura. Quick, calculate for me." Guy Mei shook his wide sleeves again, revealing his 5 thick and tender fingers. Just as he was about to pinch his fingers, he suddenly sighed and said, "Alas! Forget it. Activating a killer move is too tiring. Why don't we just ask for Master's opinion?" Bing Sai Chuan's eyes were twitching from anger. He shouted in a low voice, "Absolutely not. Master is working together with Earth Extremity, Black Extremity, and Space Extremity to deduce limitless demon venerables arrangements. How can we disturb Master? Right now, that Celestial Court has already gained the upper hand. They have obtained Book Mountain. We are relying on Master to have hope of catching up to Celestial Court. Heaven Extremity, can't you look at the big picture?" Guy Mei grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Don't call me Heaven Extremity. I don't want to be Heaven Extremity at all. It was you who forced me to do so." Yellow Extremity Jiao Hua, who was sitting beside Guy Mei, could not stand it anymore. He urged, "Brother Guy, why don't you make a deduction? This is not just a problem of Yellow Earth Great World strength. It is also Fang Yuan's actions. This demon Fang Yuan has no awareness of being a human at all. What I am worried about now is that he will capture Yellow Earth Great World's indigenous goo immortals, or even Celestial Court's indigenous goo immortals as captives, before keeping them in his sovereign immortal aperture. Look at what he did in the 5 regions. He recruited variant humans as his subordinates. He did not reject anyone. In my opinion, it is very likely that he will do that. In that case, we might ruin Master's plan." Jiao Hu urged. He sounded like he was trying to persuade Guy Mei, but Guy Mei still shook his head. He smiled. "Actually, we don't need to worry too much. We are worried, but isn't Celestial Court worried as well? Why don't we look at Celestial Court's actions? Celestial Court has star constellation Immortal Venerable guarding it. She is the #1 wisdom path expert in history. Her deductions are definitely more accurate than mine." Jiao Hua's expression froze. "Even so, Celestial Court has deduced that they will gain the upper hand. If we use their actions as a reference, we will fall behind again." "I am not one of them. Gaimei rolled his eyes. He sprawled on the table and went back to sleep. Jiao Hua, Bing Sai Chuan, and the rest stared at him, but he pretended not to notice. Charge! Charge with me! Chase these guys back! Kill! Thousands of Gu masters fought on the ground. The battle lines were uneven, blood flowed everywhere. In the sky, that was the battlefield of the Gu immortals. More than 10 Gu immortals fought in a chaotic battle. On the ground, Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Master Army launched a counterattack. But in the sky, Yellow Earth Great World's Gu immortals were still suppressed. Yellow Earth Great World's sage had already descended. The Gu Masters could activate their courage, but in a battle between Gu immortals, just a moment of determination could not make up for the difference in strength. After all, Yellow Earth Great World had fewer Gu immortals than Green Lotus Great World. There was no helping it. The 3 great worlds were created one after another. Savage Wilderness Great World had the longest history, but this great world had a lot of internal strife. Green Lotus Great World was second. Yellow Earth Great World was last, because Paradise Earth, Immortal Venerable, was the last Venerable. Yellow Earth Great World had few Gu immortals to begin with. They were also being targeted by the other 2 great worlds. Their Gu immortal battle strength dwindled. They were in a terrible situation. Our sage is here. There is still hope. I want to protect Yellow Earth Great World. I want to protect my home. Yellow Earth Great World's Gu immortals shouted and encouraged each other. Green Lotus side sneered. Even if your sage is here, you cannot stop me from killing you. You have a sage, but we have one already. The result of this battle will not change. We do not want to do that, but our sage has decreed that only by killing all of you and annexing all the worlds can we avoid the calamity of the apocalypse. Green Lotus Gu immortals continued to attack. Yellow Earth's Gu immortals specialized in defense. Even though the situation was dangerous, they were barely holding on, struggling on the brink of collapse. Right at this time, from the huge tunnel connecting Green Lotus Great World and Yellow Earth Great World, 2 armies appeared. The leading Gu immortals were Qing Hao Zi and Mu Cha Lang. Immortal killer move, Wither Tree gives spring. Mu Cha Lang shouted, and green spots suddenly grew on the trunk of the withered tree. Tender green sprouts flew out and landed on the Green Lotus Gu immortals. The Green Lotus Gu immortals did not have heavy injuries to begin with. Now that their injuries were reduced to minor injuries, their minor injuries were completely healed. The Green Lotus Gu immortals' condition immediately rose. Immortal killer move, green targeting life. Qing Hao Zi flew with extreme speed, drawing a green light in the sky as it pierced through a Yellow Earth Gu immortal's body. Yellow Earth Great World's Gu immortal was a black iron bear. It suddenly clutched its empty chest. Next, it whimpered as it fell from the sky. The Yellow Earth Gu immortals were in great pain. After Qing Hao Zi dealt the fatal blow, he looked down at these Gu immortals and smiled coldly. The sacred mountain has decreed that you will all die. Mu Cha Lang laughed loudly. So what if a sage is here? The final victor will be our Green Lotus Great World. Another battlefield. Savage Wilderness Great World's main force was fighting against another group from Yellow Earth Great World. Kill, kill, kill. A mountain-like 6-legged black tiger charged around in the sky, finally grabbing the Yellow Earth Great World's Gu immortal. I finally caught you. The 6-legged black tiger laughed sinisterly as it exerted strength with its claws. Swoosh! With a soft sound. The Yellow Earth Gu immortal was also a giant, but he was torn into 2 by the 6-legged black tiger, dying on the spot. Ha ha ha! The 6-legged black tiger laughed loudly. The giant's blood was all over the black tiger's face. It licked it with its tongue. It was bloodthirsty to the extreme. Little Rock Lord was also killed by the black 6 tiger. Let's retreat. We are not their match. That's right. Our sage is here. Let's retreat and ask the sage to avenge us. The Goo Master army on the ground was still fighting intensely, but in the sky, the Yellow Earth Great World's Goo Immortals had already lost their will to fight. They wanted to retreat. Suddenly, there was an eagle's cry as white light flashed in the sky. The Immortals quickly looked over. A snow-winged eagle was holding a Yellow Earth Goo Immortal in its mouth, swallowing him whole. It's Schwelly-Doo. He ate another person. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were shocked and furious. Snow-winged eagle Schwelly-Doo shrieked, "Want to run? With me here, none of you can escape." The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals' morale was on the verge of collapse. Below Paradise Earth's sacred tomb, Ken Kula pays respects to the two sages. Big Rock Lord pays respects to the sages. Please save our Yellow Earth Great World. A group of Goo Immortals knelt on the ground. They had beasts and trees. Some had strange appearances. Some looked like they were casually made from mud. Some looked like children's scribbles. None of them looked like humans. These Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were all injured. Some had severe injuries. Some were even on the verge of death. But because Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin's arrival caused a huge commotion, these injured Goo Immortals were attracted here. Fang Yuan took a glance and saw a familiar person. This was a large white fish. It looked like a goldfish, but its size was like a whale. When Fang Yuan first entered the 8th layer, he encountered this fish and forcefully enslaved it. He even named it Xiao Hua. Right now, Xiao Hua saw Fang Yuan and had an excited expression. She wanted to say something but felt that it was not the right time. She forcefully held back her words. Fang Yuan nodded, saying plainly, "I want to meet the mastermind of Green Lotus Dao Field." "Lord Fang Yuan, don't attack casually." Lu Wei-yin suddenly transmitted. Fang Yuan looked at Lu Wei-yin strangely, as if saying, "Didn't you invite me here to rely on my battle strength?" Please remember this book's domain name. Writing Pen Chinese website, mobile version website. Chapter 2176. Lu Wei-yin transmitted in secret, explaining in detail, "Lord Fang Yuan, you might not know this, but your battle strength is too strong. If you act rashly, you might trigger limitless demon venerables retaliation. Our arrival is so obvious. Why would the Celestial Court send reinforcements to provoke us? It is to probe our strength. It would be for the best if you can make a move yourself." "What else is going on?" Fang Yuan asked. Lu Wei-yin smiled bitterly. "I do not know the exact situation. I only know that limitless demon Venerable spent all his strength to set up Crazed Demon Cave in order to deduce the heavenly Tao and find the true path to eternal life. Today, it is finally time for this setup to bear fruit. Right now, the 8th layer's void is shrinking. All the worlds are being drawn to the center, merging and swallowing each other until only one great world is left. And this great world might be the result of limitless demon venerables deduction. It contains the answer to eternal life. If we act rashly, the battle will affect too much and disturb Crazed Demon Cave's final deduction. Limitless demon venerables method will immediately activate to punish us. That will be a huge loss. The Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven will be happy to see this. If we fight with limitless demon venerable, the threat we pose to them will be greatly reduced. At the same time, limitless demon venerable's method will be exposed, allowing them to see through more of it." Fang Yuan pondered. "In that case, we can only act after the final great world is formed. But why would the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven come here in advance to control a great world each?" Lu Wei-yin explained patiently. "To be precise, with your battle strength, you cannot act for the time being. I can still act. If we can control Yellow Earth, Great World, and win, we will have the upper hand in the final battle. After the final Great World is formed, our control over it will determine our gains. Thus, we need to annex as many worlds as possible to expand our territory. After the transmission, Fang Yuan understood the situation. He could not act personally yet. If he used his full strength, the commotion would be too great, and it would disturb the crazed Demon Cave's final deduction, triggering the limitless Demon Venerable's counterattack. Of course, Fang Yuan could also suppress his strength, but there was no need for that. By suppressing his strength, Fang Yuan was about the same as the other Gu Immortals. At most, he would be slightly stronger, but he would not have an immediate impact on the situation. On the other hand, if Fang Yuan fought too often, the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven would be able to see through him, and his destiny would be depleted ahead of time. Lu Wei-yin invited Fang Yuan over mainly to deal with the final battle. Once the final Great World was completed, Fang Yuan, Xingqiu, and Longevity Heaven would fight for the final result of the crazed Demon Cave. At that time, it would be their turn to make a move. Before that, Lu Wei-yin could make a move. After all, he only had pseudo-immortal venerable battle power in terms of defense, and strive to make Yellow Earth Great World the final victor. This would have a huge influence on the final battle. If Lu Wei-yin could do this, Fang Yuan would have the initiative. Even if Yellow Earth Great World cannot win, we cannot let the other two great worlds have too much of an advantage. As long as we defend the sacred tomb, Lord Paradise Earth will be able to revive successfully during the final battle. By then, our strongest battle strength will surpass the other two great worlds. Lu Wei-yin told Fang Yuan about his meticulously planned strategy. To sum it up, it was to defend and counterattack. In the early and middle stages, they would defend their own territory and secretly sow discord, hoping that Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World would fight and exhaust each other, causing the difference between the three forces to be equal. Later on, after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, Fang Yuan would assist them and use their peak battle strength to turn the situation around. This strategy was very logical. It also suited Lu Wei-yin's patient nature. But this was not Fang Yuan's style. Fang Yuan looked at the Yellow Earth Gu Immortals who were kneeling on the ground. He looked at Lu Wei-yin as he smiled. Passively taking a beating is not my style. Since our battle strength cannot be used casually, the Celestial Court is clearly bullying my subordinates by sending more troops. Very good. Fang Yuan smiled as he looked towards Green Lotus Dao Field. Then come out. Saying so, he opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large group of Gu Immortals rushed out. Greetings, Master. Dozens of Gu Immortals bowed together. Their voices were thunderous. The Gu Immortals all had excited expressions on their faces. The mission board says it clearly, go. Fang Yuan waved his hand lightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These Gu Immortals immediately split into two groups, rushing towards the two battlefields. The kneeling Yellow Earth Gu Immortals were dumbfounded. Why are there so many Gu Immortals all of a sudden? These people are calling that good-looking Sage Master. We are saved. Yellow Earth Great World is saved. After the Yellow Earth Gu Immortals reacted, they relaxed. Some even cried tears of joy. Not to mention them, even Lu Wei-yin was shocked. He had seen the variant human Gu Immortals that Fang Yuan had sent to various places in southern border to take over. He also knew that Fang Yuan was the leader of the variant human alliance. His force was not weak. But after seeing the main force personally, Lu Wei-yin was filled with shock. So many Gu Immortals. There are already more than 50, and judging from their auras, there are 18 rank 8 Gu Immortals. The rest are all rank 7 Gu Immortals. How can there be so many rank 8 Gu Immortals? The rank 7 Gu Immortals also seem to have surging auras. They are at rank 8 after all. No, it is impossible for Fang Yuan to not have any rank 6 Gu Immortals. This means that these Gu Immortals are not all of his subordinates. Right, At least, Fang Yuan's clone, Wu Shuai, has not appeared yet. Lu Wei-yin analyzed as the feeling of disbelief in his heart intensified. He was also somewhat worried. In such a short period of time, did Fang Yuan nurture all of his subordinates? According to his nature, he should not be so unwise. Also, even though these Gu immortals have great numbers and high cultivation level, their battle strength is still unknown. The only ones that Lu Wei-yin was at ease with were Xiao He-jian, Ice Crystal Immortal, and Wang Er. Front line. Die. Qing Haozi killed another Yellow Earth Gu immortal, but his injuries were not light. He could only slow down his charge and come to Mu Cha-lang's side. Under Mu Cha-lang's healing killer move, Qing Haozi's condition continued to recover. It is all thanks to you, old friend. Qing Haozi was overjoyed. Mu Cha-lang said enviously, I am only skilled in this aspect. I am very envious of you killing so many enemies. But don't charge too much and forget to defend yourself. These Yellow Earth Gu immortals are retaliating before death. If you get hit, you will not feel good either. Don't worry. Qing Haozi raised his bamboo tail. I will try to kill 4 people. Sai, take it easy. Leave a few for me to kill. Qing Haozi suddenly shouted as he entered the battlefield again. Right at this time, a group of Gu immortals flew over from the horizon. The leader was the snowman rank 8 Gu immortal, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. He shouted, We are the subordinates of Yellow Earth Sage Gu Fang Yuan. We are here to reinforce and kill the Green Lotus Gu immortals. The Gu immortals were stunned. The Yellow Earth Gu immortals were in a precarious situation. They were overjoyed to see a chance of survival. Meanwhile, the Green Lotus Gu immortals' hearts started to pound. There was no helping it. Including Mu Cha-lang and Qing Haozi, there were only 8 of them. But there were more than 20 Gu immortals here. And there were 9 rank 8 Gu immortals among them. On Green Lotus side, only Mu Cha-lang, Qing Haozi, and Old Forest Fungus had rank 8 cultivation level. Weren't there too many Gu immortals here? Mu Cha-lang gritted his teeth as he shouted, Don't be scared by the numbers. Who knows what will happen in a real battle? Green Lotus Gu immortals became energized. That's right, cultivation level was only one aspect of battle strength. Only by fighting could one see the details. If they did not even dare to fight and retreated, how could they face the sages on the sacred mountain? Green Lotus Gu immortals abandoned the Yellow Earth Gu immortals and faced Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group. Immortal Killer Move, Avalanche. Immortal Killer Move, Falling Boulder. Immortal Killer Move, Great Earth Collapse. Immortal Killer Move, Refinement Life. Immortal Killer Move, Layered 5 Poison. Boom, 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 boom. The Yellow Earth Gu immortals who were abandoned opened their mouths as they watched in shock. At the moment of the battle, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's side erupted with their full strength. All sorts of killer moves created a huge commotion that shook heaven and earth. Green Lotus side also used killer moves, but not only were they inferior in quantity, their power was also inferior. In just one round of battle, Green Lotus Gu immortals were completely defeated. Retreat, retreat quickly. Old Forest Fungus shouted. How can this be? They have so many rank 8 immortal Gu. Qing Haozi shouted. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal long ago, but he had never possessed a rank 8 immortal Gu. In fact, he had only seen 3 rank 8 immortal Gu in his life. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was not satisfied. He chided, Don't attack so recklessly. It is a waste, do you understand? Most of the internal energy is used up. Less than 30% is used on the enemies. Find your targets one by one. Don't let anyone escape. Even though the first round of battle was huge, there was too much internal energy. The outside world was not the sovereign immortal aperture after all. Thus, Green Lotus Gu immortals managed to survive. But the results of the first round were huge too. Because Green Lotus Goo Immortals were already scared out of their wits, it was their turn to retreat. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's side had more people. They immediately spread out and surrounded them. The battle began again. Green Lotus Goo Immortals were soon beaten to a sorry state. They were in a pathetic state. These Goo Immortals have too many immortal goo. Qing Haozi shouted. We can only focus on one aspect, but they all have excellent healing methods. Mu Cha Lang said bitterly. They have too many killer moves. They are too refined. The other Goo Immortals shouted. Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment was #1 in the world. Even Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven could not compare to him. After receiving a vast amount of immortal materials from the Grotto Heavens, compared to the other forces, Fang Yuan had the most immortal goo. This book's domain name. Literature, Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2177. Immortal goo were unique. Immortal goo were the most basic. And after the sovereign immortal apertures, Goo Immortals obtained many immortal goo they could easily exchange for corresponding killer moves. Even though they lost some Dao marks, these advantages were too obvious. They made up for their deficiency in Dao marks. A moment later, the Green Lotus Goo Immortals escaped with all their might. Only 3 rank 8s escaped. The rest were killed by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, and the rest, without a battlefield killer move. Goo Immortals are not easy to kill. Bing Yuan sighed. They are not easy to kill. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals looked at the 5 Goo Immortal corpses on the ground as their hearts jumped. Too cowardly, too cowardly. Shizong sighed. They escaped just like that. They are truly a disgrace to their rank 8s. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals looked at each other, transmitting secretly. If I had rank 8 cultivation level, I would have to escape too, right? How can we face Master with just this bit of battle achievement? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth, making up his mind. Chase, we will kill our way over. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were shocked. They urged, everyone don't be rash. There are still a bunch of Green Lotus rank 8 Goo Immortals. They just did not participate in the battle. That's right. It wasn't easy for us to obtain such a great victory. We should properly defend our victory. Green Lotus Great World has several immortal goo houses with terrifying power. Goo Immortals will die on the spot if they collide with them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was unmoved. He looked at these Yellow Earth Goo Immortals. We are subordinates of Sage Gu Yue Fang Yuan. We only listen to the sage. You can stay behind and clean up the battlefield. These dead Goo Immortals, be it their immortal apertures or immortal goo, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, and the rest did not take them. This was Fang Yuan's order. The Goo Immortals and immortal goo that grew up here were the results of limitless Demon Venerable's deductions. Killing these Goo Immortals would allow the great worlds to merge into one. At the same time, in another battlefield, Xiao Hejian and the rest also arrived in front of He Lu Biao and Shueli Du. So many reinforcements. Great, we're saved. Only 2 Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were left. Be careful. These 2 are rank 8 experts of Savage Wilderness Great World. They are very powerful. They are good at long-winded. Xiao Hejian was the leader. He shouted and interrupted the kind reminder of the Yellow Earth Goo Immortals. This mini-man Goo Immortal's eyes seemed to be shining with red light. He pointed at the mountain-like 6-legged black tiger and shouted, "This guy is mine. I will fight anyone who tries to snatch it." Roar. He Lu Biao's ferocious nature was aroused. You are dead. You are dead. No Goo Immortal has ever looked down on me like this. He Liu Biao charged at Xiao Hejian like a crazed demon. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were shaking in fear. Numbers do not mean everything. Shueli Du sneered, charging into the group of Goo Immortals. Boom, 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 boom. Fireworks suddenly bloomed in the sky. It was too beautiful to behold. Bang. With a loud bang, He Liubiao smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. His eyes widened as he struggled to get up. Xiao Hejian was like a meteor rushing down. 5 to 6 other rank 8 Gu immortals also attacked. Boom, 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 boom. The ground shook intensely, dust clouds surged, almost covering the sky. A strong wind blew, the dust clouds dispersed. The pit became deeper. He Liubiao was lying at the bottom of the pit. It was still on its last breath. Its 6 tiger claws twitched. I said, "Don't interfere." Xiao Hejian shouted. Why? The contribution points belong to whoever kills it. The other Gu immortals shouted. Xiao Hejian rolled his eyes. We all attacked. Who killed it? Who knows? That's easy. We will split the contribution points. Whoever gets the most corpses will get the biggest share. No one knew who had made the suggestion. Thus, at the next moment, 5 to 6 rank 8 Gu immortals flew into the pit and dismembered He Liubiao's corpse. The leg is mine. Puffed, just a tail. Return my butt. Head, this tiger head is good. Haha, it's mine. The rank 8 Gu immortals shouted. Some were happy, some were annoyed. Those who did not fight for much turned their gazes to the snow-wing eagle Xuelidu. But Xuelidu was killed long ago. He died earlier than He Liubiao. His corpse was also torn apart by the Gu immortals. The Yellow Earth Gu immortals were dumbfounded. Ruthless. Too ruthless. Weren't these Gu immortals the subordinates of the sage? How could they be so ruthless? Not only did they kill the Gu immortals, they even dismembered their corpses. They were so happy after dismembering the corpses. Too ruthless. Too ruthless. Yellow Earth Great World was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He advocated for peaceful coexistence, love, and unity. Even though Yellow Earth Great World had its own internal conflicts, it had always been like this. The actions of Fang Yuan's subordinates were completely incompatible with Yellow Earth Great World. It was completely different from the expectations of the Yellow Earth Gu immortals. There are still some Gu immortals left. The rank 8 Gu immortals' eyes shined, but those rank 7 Gu immortals shouted. We agreed before coming. These rank 7 opponents are ours. You rank 8's got the meat. Shouldn't you give us some soup? The rank 8 Gu immortals pouted. Then hurry up. Don't waste time. Do you want me to help you and get a share of the contribution points? Don't even think about it. The rank 7 Gu immortals exerted their strength. After a while, these savage wilderness great world Gu immortals were all killed. Ha ha ha. These Gu immortals are so stupid. None of them are running. That's right. I was worried that without a battlefield killer move, we would not be able to stop them. The Gu immortals started to discuss enthusiastically. The 2 Yellow Earth Gu immortals looked at each other, seeing the strange expressions on each other's faces. Savage wilderness Great World's Gu immortals were very aggressive and ruthless. What made Yellow Earth Great World and Green Lotus Great World's Gu immortals most wary was that savage wilderness Great World's Gu immortals would fight to the death without retreating. Once they started fighting, they would disregard their lives and go crazy with courage. But in the words of these sage subordinates, why did they become stupid? How many did you take? Just this much. Oh, that's a lot. You made a huge profit. Hee, it is all because of Master. He gave us such a rich reward mission. The Gu immortals calculated their contribution points and threw away the corpses in their hands. Fang Yuan had given detailed orders, be it immortal apertures, immortal bodies, or immortal Gu, they were all to be thrown away. These subordinates did not dare to disobey. Seeing these corpses scattered on the ground, the 2 Yellow Earth Gu immortals' eyelids twitched. Since they were going to be thrown away in the end, why were they fighting so fiercely? Was it just for fun? How ruthless were these Gu immortals? The 2 Yellow Earth Gu immortals had just mustered up the courage to express their gratitude, but it was blown away by this action. They breathed in deeply and braced themselves to greet them, but Xiao Hejian and the rest's expressions changed. Our Lord has ordered us to rendezvous with that group of people and kill our way to the Green Lotus world. Go, quickly go. Don't let Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group gain the upper hand. Swoosh, swoosh. The Goo Immortals left in waves, leaving behind 2 Yellow Earth Goo Immortals who were floating in the air in a daze. They looked at the Goo Master battlefield that was still fighting. Yellow Earth's Goo Masters were already chasing after them, feeling dazed and at a loss. Inexplicably, they started to feel pity towards the Green Lotus Great World's Goo Immortals. Fang Yuan looked far away. He could see the situation of the 2 battlefields clearly. After those dead Goo Immortal corpses fell to the ground, they were quickly fused into the world. The immortal apertures were rapidly disintegrating. The goo worms inside were also the same. There were no winds of assimilation or traces of them being left behind. Fang Yuan's heart was not at ease. This is the profundity of refinement path. But Limitless Demon Venerable was not refining immortal goo. He was refining an entire world. I want to walk the path of refinement path and ascend to venerable status. This is also a blank slate for me. In his later years, Limitless Demon Venerable searched for a way to escape fate and obtain eternal life, but he could not find it in the celestial court. Thus, he set up Kray's Demon Cave and decided to deduce the method of eternal life by himself. After all, fake goo was still around at that time, and it was completely intact. The great world that was eventually unified might have been his achievement. It contained the method of eternal life. And now, these goo cultivators were fighting. They were the fuel and sacrifices for this deduction. After understanding this, Fang Yuan would not take in these native goo immortals, nor would he take the immortal goo here. In this world war, many goo cultivators were destined to die, be they mortals or immortals. As for how many living beings would survive in the end, hundreds, thousands, or just one person, nobody could say for sure. But what did it matter? Be it Fang Yuan, Lu Wei-yin, or even the Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven, they did not care about this answer. They had their own motives. The native goo immortals who lived here fought and killed under the orders of their respective sages. They fought with their lives on the line. They were just pawns that had to be sacrificed from start to finish. Fang Yuan cast his gaze towards Green Lotus Dao Field. He saw that his 2 groups had gathered together and were charging into Green Lotus Great World. If an outsider goo immortal dies here, what will happen? Fang Yuan's gaze was calm as he waited to see what would happen. These goo immortals were just his pawns. When it was time to sacrifice them, Fang Yuan would not be stingy. But it is better if there are fewer innocent casualties. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan said to Lu Wei-yin, "Friend Lu, please go and protect my subordinates. But if things go south, you need to protect yourself first. You can ignore everyone else." Lu Wei-yin nodded and immediately flew away. Fang Yuan's subordinates were so fierce, he was overjoyed and surprised. At the same time, he agreed with Fang Yuan's decision. They were already the weakest with such a force, they had to catch up and make up for the gap. Savage Wilderness, Great World. Luck Suppression, Heavenly Palace. Bing Sai Chuan looked at the information path, Immortal Goo, on the table with a grim expression. To think that Fang Yuan's force is so powerful. He Lu Biao and Xue Li are both rank 8 experts of Savage Wilderness Great World, but they died so easily. But now, Fang Yuan's 2 groups have gathered and are attacking Green Lotus Dao Field. Saying this, Bing Sai Chuan let out a breath of air. He felt some joy in his heart. Thankfully, he did not send more troops earlier. Now, Celestial Court sent more troops. They offended Fang Yuan, and his army went to find trouble with them. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature, Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2178. That's why I said that my divination was correct. Heaven's extremity, Guy, May said shamelessly while drinking wine and eating peanut-like food. Bing Sai Chuan could not be bothered to reprimand him. He looked at the other Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's force is so powerful, it is truly unexpected. If he attacks me, my side will definitely be on the defensive. Even though Savage Wilderness Great World had the most Gu immortals, most of them were half-hearted and unruly. If we could unite them, our side would have long since ranked first, surpassing the Celestial Court. The Heavens Terminus rolled his eyes. Don't you know the reason? That Yellow Earth Great World was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables arrangement. Green Lotus Dowfield was also owned by Celestial Court's Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. However, the Savage Wilderness Great World was created by the reckless Savage Demon Venerable, and it was only Master who obtained it. How can anyone be convinced by it? Bing Sai Chuan could not help but knock on the table. Let's not talk about the reason. We should focus on how to solve the problem in front of us. Everyone, do you have any good ideas to recruit those wild Gu immortals? Green Lotus Major World. Every once in a while, an information path Gu worm would fly over. Qin Dingling's frown deepened. Fang Yuan's subordinates are so ferocious. In just half a day, not only did they defeat our main army, they even broke through 3 of our defensive lines. Close to 20 of our Gu immortals died. The rank 8 Gu immortals who were defeated are heavily injured. They have all come to the middle of the mountain to request an audience with the sage. Oh, Fairy Ming Hao, who sat in the 3rd highest position, couldn't help but reveal a look of interest. As expected of Fang Yuan, I didn't expect him to have a knack for training his subordinates. After a pause, Fairy Mingho asked in a childish tone, "Does that mean that Longevity Heaven has also increased its forces?" Yes, Qin Dingling nodded. When they sensed that Fang Yuan had merged his forces to launch a counterattack, Longevity Heaven immediately sent reinforcements to stall Lord Yushio's group. Perhaps this is what Fang Yuan wants to see. Fairy Ming Hao laughed. Since they want to attack, then let them come. Withdraw all the defensive lines and let them attack. Yes, Qin Dingling immediately relayed the order and deployed without the slightest doubt. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian had no obstructions along the way. They charged to the center of Green Lotus Great World at the foot of Sacred Mountain. He looked up at the mountain and saw that it was exceptionally strange. The entire mountain was only black and white. The mountain rocks seemed to be outlined with black lines and piled up with large pieces of white paper. The creatures on the mountain also lost their sense of reality. All of them had become white paper dolls with black lines forming their outlines. A tiny white paper doll flew down from the top of the mountain. After leaving the area of the Holy Mountain, she immediately reverted to a body of flesh and blood, turning into a little girl carved from jade. Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at each other, feeling that something was amiss. The second half of the journey was smooth and unimpeded, which made them feel that something was wrong. Now that they were attacking the enemy's base, they only sent 1 rank 8 Gu immortal. The other party was the Celestial Court. Even if the base was empty, those rank 8 Gu immortals who escaped earlier should still be around, right? Why did they only send a little girl? Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian had a fierce aura, they were feeling uneasy internally. This army mainly came from the 2 heavens grotto heavens. After all, they had been holed up in their grotto heavens for most of their lives, trembling in fear and treading on thin ice. They were afraid that the humans of the 5 regions would find them. If not for Fang Yuan's overwhelming demonic aura, they would not have dared to attack. Furthermore, during this period of time, their strength had risen greatly. They were full of confidence and confidence. Otherwise, with their previous state, they would not dare to attack like this. What do we do now? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, and Xiao He transmitted to each other. They chose a general to probe the enemy. This Gu Immortal was Ku Xian Hong. He cultivated Poison Path. He was the strongest among the Mushroom Man Gu Immortals. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He did not choose their own people, they chose him instead. After all, the Mushroom Man race was the last to join Fang Yuan. They had not submitted to anyone yet. Thus, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He used their seniority to work together against the Mushroom Men. In fact, during this period of time, Ku Xian Hong had made many people envious. Because he had the most diplomatic missions, he was almost the only one who could gain a lot of contribution points just by talking. This made many Gu Immortals envious. Ku Xian Hong breathed in deeply. He stood up and faced Fairy Ming Hao. His eyes shined with bright light. He was filled with fighting spirit. On one hand, he had been on diplomatic missions many times. There was some hostility towards him. He wanted to prove himself through battle. On the other hand, he wanted to use this chance to gain merit. He wanted to lead the Mushroom Man tribe and become one of Fang Yuan's subordinates. He would be able to protect his own tribe in the future. Our Mushroom Man tribe was the last to join Master. We were naturally ostracized by our predecessors. But we also want to have a good relationship with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xiao He and the rest, but Master does not have such intentions. Why did Master assign diplomatic missions to me again? And again, maybe his intentions were simple at the start, but the more time passed, the deeper his intentions became. Master subordinates are divided into two groups. One is the variant humans, the other is the humans. There are few humans, let's not talk about that for now. The variant humans far outnumber the humans, with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He as the leaders. The two groups are expanding day by day. In the long run, there will be conflicts of interest. They will not be able to get rid of them. It will be disadvantageous to Master's jurisdiction. Thus, from the start, Master did not want my Mushroom Man tribe to get involved. Why did Master assign diplomatic missions to me again and again? Isn't it because he wants to help my Mushroom Man tribe and divide the variant human forces? Ku Xian Hong sighed internally. The longer he joined Fang Yuan, the more he felt Fang Yuan's unfathomable shrewdness, as well as his shrewd and unfathomable political skills. Against the situation of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He working together to ostracize him, Ku Xian Hong had already expected it. His mental state stabilized. He collected his thoughts and focused on the little girl in front of him, cupping his fists. I am Ku Xian Hong. I have the guts to compete with you. The little girl smiled. I am called Fairy Ming Hao. Ku Xian Hong. I know you. Did you use your poison path method like this? As she spoke, Ming Hao waved her hand, and poison immediately flew out. Each lump of yellowish-brown poison, liquid flew into the air and turned into a wild goose. Soon, a group of poisonous geese was formed, flying in the air and changing their formation continuously. Ku Xian Hong's expression was shaken. This is clearly a killer move that I created. Why can the other party use it? Is she a poison path Gu Immortal? But why can she use my unique method? Ku Xian Hong forced himself to calm down. Fairy Ming Hao has a good method, but this move has a variation. Watch. Saying so, Ku Xian Hong also used the same poison path killer move. After the group of geese formed, they cried out continuously. Wherever the sound waves went, poison spread out. Ming Hao's eyes shined. She commanded the poisonous geese group to go forward and fight while observing carefully. After a few breaths of time, she smiled. So that's what happened. Take a look. Is it like this? Saying so, she also used Ku Xian Hong's variation move. The poisonous geese group under her control also started to cry out. What? This time, Ku Xian Hong was not the only one shocked. Fang Yuan's subordinates all had a change of expression. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly conversed with Xiao He. This immortal is strange. She can actually imitate other people's killer moves. but she only has rank 8 cultivation level. We have so many people. How can we stop her alone? The two had the same opinion. They immediately ordered the other Gu immortals to go around Fairy Ming Hao and attack the sacred mountain behind her. Fairy Ming Hao sighed. You people, can't you just have some fun? Why are you in such a rush? Saying so, her aura surged, resonating with the sacred mountain behind her. Next, the sacred mountain that was covered in black lines and white paper shined with profound light. From the profound light, countless killer moves shot out. Fang Yuan's subordinates quickly defended. Bam, bam, bam. After a series of killer moves, Fang Yuan's subordinates' offense was completely disintegrated. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xiao Hijin, and the rest were shocked. What killer move is this? It can imitate all of our killer moves. This mountain is not ordinary. It is not just a famous mountain. It is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Is this the book mountain recorded in the Legends of Renzu? Fairy Ming Hao chuckled. This killer move was created by me. It uses humility Gu as the core. It is called humble reciprocation. This move can use Book Mountain's information to deduce and restore all of your killer moves. Every killer move that you use is a gift to me. Thank you. It really is Book Mountain. Humble reciprocation? This is clearly a human path killer move. Fang Yuan's subordinates were shaken. They attacked again. But Fairy Ming Hao used humble reciprocation again, defeating the attacks of the immortals. Fang Yuan had many subordinates, but they were obstructed by one person. Master often says, it is impolite not to reciprocate. I have received so many gifts, I should return the favor. Take this. Fairy Ming Hao increased her offense. The attacks were like a tidal wave. They were hard to defend against. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xiao Hijin, and the rest had to use their full strength. They defended while retreating. At the crucial moment, a yellow light appeared, blocking most of the attacks and stabilizing the situation for Fang Yuan's subordinates. It was Lu Weiyin who took the initiative to help. Fairy Ming Hao looked over and smiled. You are the inheritor of Southern Border's Paradise Earth? You are finally willing to come out. Lu Weiyin frowned deeply. He greeted Fairy Ming Hao. Greetings, Fairy Ming Hao. I wonder what relationship you have with star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fairy Ming Hao blinked mischievously. Take a guess. Saying so, she stretched out her tiny finger and pointed at Lu Weiyin from afar. Swoosh! A 5-pointed starlight shot out. It was so fast that it reached Lu Weiyin the moment it was activated. Lu Weiyin's expression did not change. He did not dodge. When the starlight reached him, a yellow light blocked it and turned it into nothingness. Lu Weiyin sensed something. He raised his eyebrows and said with a surprised tone, Carefree wisdom, heart physique. Chapter 2179. You have good insight. Fairy Ming Hao smiled. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Starlight specks flew out from her body towards Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin flew up and fought against them. Initially, he could still interact with Fairy Ming Hao, but not long after, he was suppressed by Fairy Ming Hao. Fairy Ming Hao continued to use flying stars to attack. It was just that at first, her flying stars only shot out one by one, but soon 2 to 3, 5 to 6, eventually more than 10. Her flying stars did not change in power, but when they landed on Lu Weiyin, the pressure on him increased greatly. These flying stars are very profound. They seem to be continuous attacks. The damage I am enduring will only increase. Lu Weiyin had a grim expression. He was getting tired of resisting. Both sides fought for a while longer. Lu Weiyin could only retreat while fighting. Fairy Ming Hao had the complete upper hand. Every time she waved her hand, a large amount of starlight specks would be shot out. The number of flying stars shot out with each wave of flying stars, breaking through 100. Starlight specks shined brightly. Sounds of air being torn could be heard continuously. It was a beautiful sight. This Ming Hao cultivates wisdom path and star path. She definitely has pseudo-venerable battle strength. I should retreat, for now. Lu Wei-yin had the intention to retreat. Fang Yuan also gave the order to retreat at an appropriate time. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest let out sighs of relief as they quickly retreated. Fairy Ming Hao smiled. You came all the way here to die. Why don't you just leave your lives behind? Fairy Ming Hao charged towards the immortals. Don't even think about it. Lu Wei-yin blocked her. Fairy Ming Hao giggled. Her eyes shined with a strange light that shone on Lu Wei-yin's forehead. Lu Wei-yin immediately felt an indescribable change in his mind. He could only store a small portion of his thoughts. At the same time, his thoughts moved at a much faster speed, but each thought was cut off prematurely. It was as if all the remaining thoughts were impatient. They could not collide patiently and deduce the true result. Lu Wei-yin fell into a predicament immediately. He needed thoughts to activate killer moves. The more killer moves he had, the more complex they were, the more thoughts he needed to use. But now that he had lost most of his thoughts, he could not think calmly anymore. More importantly, even if these thoughts collided, they would end hastily, unable to achieve the desired results. This was a fatal point. If Lu Wei-yin's thoughts ended prematurely while he was activating the killer move, when the killer move was prepared to the end, it would be for naught. Then the killer move's activation would fail, and Lu Wei-yin would be heavily injured because of him. Such a powerful wisdom path method. Lu Wei-yin was helpless. He could only protect himself. He did not have the spare energy to take care of others. Fairy Ming Hao confirmed her absolute advantage. She immediately ordered the rank 8 Gu immortals on the sacred mountain to move out and chase after Fang Yuan's subordinates. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xiao Hijin, and the rest were defeated. Along the way, he killed 9 Gu immortals. Among them were 3 rank 8 Gu immortals. These Gu immortals' immortal apertures landed on the ground and were immediately absorbed by Green Lotus Great World. The immortal Gu were also completely digested. When Gu immortals died, they would leave behind their obsessions, but Fang Yuan did not find any land spirit or heavenly spirit. After Fang Yuan's subordinates retreated to Yellow Earth Great World, Fairy Ming Hao stopped chasing after them. Lu Wei-yin led the immortals to meet Fang Yuan, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xiao Hijin, and the rest immediately knelt down to accept their punishment. Fang Yuan, however, had a pleasant expression as he consoled them. This loss is not your fault. I saw it clearly. Fairy Ming Hao had incredible strength. She had pseudo-venerable battle strength. To think that this place could actually nurture such an existence. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, and the rest were consoled. They calmed down. On the way back, they were extremely worried. They were afraid that in a fit of rage, Fang Yuan would kill them all. Fang Yuan assigned these Gu immortals to guard the various defense lines of Yellow Earth Great World. The focus of their defense was on the 2 main passages of Yellow Earth Great World, Green Lotus Great World, and Savage Wilderness Great World. I am ashamed to think that Celestial Court produced such a female immortal. She has an incredible combat system. I am not her match. Lu Wei-yin had a guilty expression. Fang Yuan also consoled him. Fang Yuan knew that Lu Wei-yin had probably used his full strength already. After all, in the pursuit battle, he and Lu Wei-yin had fought against Spectral Soul and Celestial Court. They had almost died. In such a situation, it was impossible for Lu Wei-yin to hide his strength. In the battle against Fairy Ming Hao, Lu Wei-yin had already used all of the methods that Fang Yuan knew, but he was still not Fairy Ming Hao's match. Since this is war, there will be sacrifices. Maybe in the future, we will lose our lives. This is the nature of Gu immortal cultivation. There is no need to worry about this. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this battle. All in all, Fang Yuan's losses were smaller than the combined losses of Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. This was already a victory. Furthermore, Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, and Xiao Hejian even forced someone like Fairy Ming how to show up. Fang Yuan learned a lot about the other party's foundation. Fang Yuan nurtured Gu immortals intensively. Weren't they meant to be sacrificed? Since these cannon fodders were able to display their value, it was not a loss. The most regrettable thing is that Lord Fang Yuan lost many immortal Gu. Lu Weiyin continued, but now, Northern Plains Paradise Earth True Inheritance is right in front of us. Lord might be able to gain some benefits from it. Lu Weiyin was talking about Paradise Earth's Holy Tomb. Actually, there was no need for him to say it. When Fang Yuan sent him to escort the emperor, he had already secretly investigated it. Paradise Earth's Holy Tomb is very profound. I have no clue about it yet. Fang Yuan admitted, asking, "Do you have any clues?" Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly. "I am ashamed. I know almost nothing about it." Fang Yuan nodded, saying, "That Wisdom Path killer move you were hit by earlier was the key to our defeat. What are your thoughts on this?" This Wisdom Path killer move was too powerful, but since it was exposed, Fang Yuan naturally had to think of a way to counter it. Lu Weiyin thought about it, saying with uncertainty, "The core immortal Gu of this move seems to be Pride Gu?" Fang Yuan nodded again. "I deduced the same answer." Lu Weiyin sucked in a breath of cold air. Fairy Ming Hao is not a simple person. She has the unfettered wisdom heart physique. She also controls Modesty Gu and Pride Gu. This makes me think of the legends of Renzu. According to what I know, there is no such person in the history of Celestial Court. She seems to have a close relationship with star constellation Immortal Venerable. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 35. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal finally arrived in front of Qiankuan Crystal Wall after a long journey. Qiankuan Crystal Wall was straight from top to bottom. It stood in the void like a huge mirror. It reflected everything that was happening in the world. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal entered Qiankuan Crystal Wall. Countless flowers, birds, fishes, and insects formed a dazzling image that filled Great Strength True Marshal's vision. The sound of waves, thunder, and birds resonated in his ears. A refreshing, sweet, stimulating, and spicy taste lingered on his tongue. At times, he felt like he was walking on a steep mountain path. At other times, he felt like he was swimming in waves, and at other times, he felt like he was falling from the sky. "Father, Father, where are you?" Great Strength True Marshal shouted. Renzu could not hear Great Strength True Marshal's voice. He could not see Great Strength True Marshal's location. Everything was white and empty. "Son, where are you?" Renzu ran, trying to find Great Strength True Marshal. Renzu continued to run. After a long time, he saw a small black dot at the end of his vision. Initially, he thought it was Great Strength True Marshal. He was very happy, but when he got closer to the black dot, it had already expanded into a mountain. This mountain was very special. The rocks and plants were made of white paper, while the mountain stream and waterfall were made of black ink. This was Book Mountain. At the foot of Book Mountain, there was a village where many Inkmen lived. Renzu walked into the village and caused a commotion. "This is truly a rare sight." The Inkman spoke. "Normal life forms would get lost after taking a few steps into Qiankuan Crystal Wall. They cannot resist the colorful world, the endless mortal world. They cannot reach this place. You are the first person to arrive here." Renzu was curious. "Why is that?" The Inkman elder replied, "O human, you are only left with a skeleton. You cannot see, hear, taste, smell, or touch. Instead, your life is preserved. You can move unhindered through the Qiankuan Crystal Wall." Qian crystal wall had existed since the beginning of the world. It reflected everything, containing all the secrets of the world's past and present. Once a person entered, they would be constantly assaulted by endless information. After a long time, they would explode to death from the information. Rinzhu heard this and was very worried for great strength true martial. He quickly asked the Inkman elder for advice on how to survive. The Inkman elder brought Rinzhu up the mountain. In the Book Mountain, there was the largest waterfall of ink, and underneath the waterfall was the deepest pool. The Inkmen called this pool Literary Spring. The ink waterfall heavily smashed into the literary spring, creating countless splashes. These black splashes scattered in the air. The water droplets turned into words. They were ink texts. Humans need to continue living in Qian crystal wall. These ink texts are your best helpers. The reason why we Inkmen are able to survive here is also because of the ink texts. The Inkman elder told Rinzhu this big secret. Rinzhu received the Inkman's guidance. He collected many ink texts and descended the mountain. Every time he walked a certain distance, he would throw down some ink texts as a marker. In this vast expanse of whiteness, the pitch-black ink characters were very conspicuous. Even though the ink texts would gradually dissipate, relying on these ink texts, Rinzhu no longer walked the wrong path. He finally found great strength true martial. Great strength true martial obtained Rinzhu's ink texts. With every step he took, he would throw down a handful of ink texts. The ink texts recorded all the information that reached great strength true martial and turned them into essays. These articles were laid under great strength true martial's feet, like bricks of literature. Great strength true martial was freed. His eyes were no longer blurry. His ears were no longer buzzing. He could not smell the chaotic smells anymore. He stepped on these bricks and followed Rinzhu back to the Inkman village. Rinzhu asked the Inkman elder, "Oh, elder, how do I find wisdom goo in Qian crystal wall?" P.S. Congratulations to Dream LV and Bing. Book friend 20181210224945 Guyued Desolatine. The three of you are the alliance leader of this book. So I owe 10 chapters. Why did I owe so much for no reason? My heart was trembling. There was another important matter. The Goo World logo could be obtained in the Book Friend group. Everyone might have already seen that some of the Book Friends' QQ and Qijin accounts have changed to the Goo World logo. There are many Goo World logos to choose from. Everyone can choose one that you like. Chapter 2180. The Inkman elder told Rinzhu, even though wisdom goo often stays in Qian crystal wall, it is hidden deep inside. If you want to find it, you need to go deep into the crystal wall. To go deep into the crystal wall, just using ink text records to form bricks is not enough. These bricks only record all sorts of information. This is superficial and cannot withstand the erosion of other information. The limited ink text in the bricks will continue to change its contents and dissipate rapidly. It cannot last for long. The Inkman elder continued, "Oh, human, you need to refine these records into knowledge. Only knowledge can better explain more information. Using ink text to describe knowledge will not be bricks, but the true path." Rinzhu was troubled. How can I refine knowledge? The Inkman elder smiled. There are many bookworms on Book Mountain. They record a lot of knowledge that our Inkman ancestors refined. Oh, human, you can take a look. If you want to refine knowledge yourself, it is not hard. First, you need to use memory goo to record all the information in your mind. Then, before the Inkman finished speaking, cognition goo appeared. It said to Rinzhu, "Then I can help you refine knowledge." The Inkman elder smiled. That's right, thinking can produce knowledge. Rinzhu, thank you so much. The Inkman elder shook his head. No need to be polite. Cognition goo, Don't say that, human. We've always been good friends, and it's also good for me to do this. If thoughts do not accept new information, they will slowly age. Only by accepting new information and thinking, using the things that they have thought of to feed the thoughts, could the thoughts grow healthy and shine brightly as if they were brand new. Run Zhu picked up many bookworms on Book Mountain. He obtained a lot of knowledge. Next, with Cognition Gu's help, he gathered a lot of new knowledge from the vast amount of information. He used ink text to draw the knowledge and sprinkled it on the ground, forming a dark ink text path. Rinzhu and great strength true martial followed this path and walked for a long time, further than any of their previous attempts. Sigh, I don't have enough knowledge. Rinzhu walked to the end of the path, feeling very regretful. He had collected a lot of ink text, but the knowledge in his mind was too little. Rinzhu and great strength true martial's first attempt failed, so they could only return to Book Mountain. Great strength true martial continued to collect ink text, while Rinzhu collected all of the bookworms. Using Cognition Gu's help, he extracted even more knowledge. The more knowledge he gained, the more Rinzhu felt that his mind was being filled up. I have too much knowledge. Rinzhu was very proud and said confidently, "Let's continue. This time, we will definitely reach the deepest part of the Qian Kuan crystal wall." However, their second attempt failed as well. Why is this happening? My mind is already filled with knowledge. Rinzhu was very disappointed. I can only remember so much knowledge. No, human, take a closer look. Self-Gu suddenly reminded. Rinzhu checked his mind and found a Gu hidden in it. Rinzhu suddenly realized, so it was you who occupied my mind, preventing me from filling it with more knowledge. What kind of Gu are you? This Gu replied, I am the Pride Gu. Rinzhu was anxious. Then why aren't you leaving? You are occupying such a huge space. How much knowledge can I fill in? But no matter how anxious or how Rinzhu persuaded, Pride Gu did not leave. Rinzhu had no choice. Great strength, true martial said, "Oh, father, don't be anxious. Don't forget that I have a humility Gu. I will give it to you." Great strength, true martial took out humility Gu and gave it to Rinzhu. Pride Gu was chased away by humility Gu. It flew out of Rinzhu's mind and into great strength true martial's body. Strong Gu was very happy. Experts have their own pride. Rinzhu got rid of Pride Gu in his mind. He returned to Book Mountain and continued to extract knowledge. After Rinzhu obtained humility Gu, the more knowledge he obtained, the more he felt that he knew less. He wanted to fill in more knowledge. Rinzhu's mind was gradually filled up. Self-Gu urged him, "Oh, human, stop. Your mind is already filled with knowledge." But Rinzhu said, "But I feel that it is not enough. I am certain that there is still a lot of knowledge that I do not know. I need to extract more." Rinzhu continued to extract knowledge. His mind was swollen and painful. He could not fill in more, but humility Gu made him feel that he had too little knowledge. Suddenly, there was a loud sound. Finally, Rinzhu's mind could not take it anymore. It exploded from the large amount of knowledge. The knowledge scattered on the ground. A girl stood up from within. "Father, father!" The girl hugged Rinzhu's leg happily. "I am Carefree Wisdom Heart. I am your daughter." Northern Plains. Pure child grassland. Chun Chung wore a green robe. He had his hands behind his back as he stood proudly. He looked at the unfamiliar female immortal in front of him, shouting, "Who in the world are you? Why did you ask me to come here?" The female immortal in front of him wore a mask that covered her nose, mouth, and face. Only the upper half of her face was exposed. She had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a heroic aura. She was also wearing a set of black and gold armor, which made people feel a heavy pressure just by looking at her. It could be said that she had a domineering aura and an oppressive aura. She was definitely not an ordinary person. You can call me Fairy Black Moon. This female immortal said. Fairy Black Moon? Chun Chung raised his brows. Where are you from? Now that the 5 regions were united, Gu, immortals, auras no longer differed by region. That was why Chun Chung asked this. Fairy Black Moon smiled. Where I come from and who I am is not important. Chun Chung, you are known as the pure sincerity. Immortal, you cultivate rule path. In your early years, you had an agreement with a friend. The loser would assist the winner and acknowledge him as their master. Do I still remember? Chun Cheng's pupils shrunk as he frowned. I was arrogant when I was young. I did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. That was why I made this bet. At that time, I was only a young Gu master. Who are you? You actually know such a secret. Fairy Black Moon sneered. I am only asking you, Chun Chung, is this bet still valid? As she spoke, she tossed out a token. Chun Chung took a look, and his expression changed again. This token is real. Where did you get it from? What relationship do you have with my friend? Fairy Black Moon continued. I said, these are not important. Chun Chung breathed in deeply. His expression was extremely solemn. I understand you want to fight me, defeat me, and take me as your slave. Since you came to me, you must be very confident in your own strength. But let me remind you, even though I, Chun Chung, am a lone cultivator, I have roamed northern plains for so many years, I naturally have trump cards that no one knows about. If you win this battle, I will acknowledge you as my master. But if you lose, I will be your master. Fairy Black Moon laughed heartily. Everyone says that you are a pure, sincerity immortal who acts according to your nature. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Let's fight. Chun Chung was furious. No matter who you are, I, Chun Chung, will have a taste of your strength today. At the next moment, thunder rumbled as a battle between 2 immortals began. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, He Chuanxiu was in charge of 4 elements: square, regret, blood, refinement pool. Swish, swish, swish. The water in the pool rose and fell, giving off an intoxicating sound like waves. A rank 8 immortal Gu quickly formed and landed in He Chuanxiu's hands. Good. All the rank 8 immortal Gu that were lost have been refined. He Chuanxiu nodded slightly, very satisfied with this progress. 4 elements square, regret, blood, refinement pool, had one of regret pool's abilities. Any immortal Gu that was successfully refined would have a success mark left behind. When the immortal Gu is destroyed, for elements square, regret, blood, refinement pool would use the power of the tributary of the river of time, and the success mark left behind to refine the immortal Gu again. The success rate would be even higher than refining a rank 8 immortal Gu normally. When Fairy Ming Hao forced back Fang Yuan's subordinates, Lu Wei-yin felt regret over the loss of immortal Gu. But he did not know that Fang Yuan's refinement path methods were unimaginably high. In just a few days, he refined all 3 rank 8 immortal Gu that were lost. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied with his refinement path attainment. Several days had passed since Ming Hao defeated Lu Wei-yin and the rest. Over these days, the 3 great worlds had been peaceful. The flames of war had subsided. There was a short period of peace. Since it was not the time to fight yet, Fang Yuan used this chance to comprehend the profundities of this place. Fang Yuan had already inspected Paradise Earth's tomb. It was filled with Tao marks. The structure was profound and huge. It could not be deciphered in a short period of time. Fang Yuan placed most of his attention on the big and small worlds themselves. He wanted to comprehend the refinement path profundities contained in them. Sage, savage wilderness, great world's envoy wishes to meet you. Right at this time, a yellow earth Gu immortal came forward and reported respectfully. It is Bing Sai Chuan. Lu Wei-yin also came over, bringing more accurate information. Fang Yuan smiled. Looking at the time, they should be here soon. The defeat of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian was actually part of Fang Yuan's plan. Even though Celestial Court had lost to him before, Fang Yuan had never underestimated Celestial Court's foundation. Celestial Court placed great importance on crazed Demon Cave. Even Divine Emperor City had come. Could Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian defeat Celestial Court? In the current situation, even though Longevity Heaven, Celestial Court, and Fang Yuan controlled the three great worlds, Celestial Court was the absolute leader. In the contest between the three, it was natural for the weak to resist the strong. Moreover, Bing Saichuan had come to cooperate with Fang Yuan during the Fate War. Thus, after Lu Weiyin and the rest returned, Fang Yuan had been patiently waiting for Bing Saichuan's envoy. But this time, Bing Saichuan, one of the 4 Desolation Immortals, actually came personally. This showed Longevity Heaven's sincerity. Fang Yuan, how have you been? Bing Saichuan smiled. Fang Yuan, however, had a cold expression. I am cooperating with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to help him revive. Bing Saichuan, your Longevity Heaven is not wise to cooperate with us. Once the time is ripe and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, our strength will rise sharply. We might even suppress Celestial Court. This, Bing Saichuan's smile froze. P.S. Qijian has a 2018 Golden Keyboard event. Everyone can vote for author or iconic character in the book. Thanks to everyone's support, many people voted for me. I personally do not care much about the author's achievements, but Guyue Fang Yuan, I really want to see him rise to the top. I have already voted for Guyue Fang Yuan. I suggest everyone to vote for Guyue Fang Yuan if they are interested. Let Old Demon Fight. Chapter 2181. Bing Saichuan took the initiative to visit. His intention was clear. He wanted to ally with Fang Yuan to resist the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan did not want to waste time. He purposely said the opposite, pointing out the obstruction of their alliance. Paradise Earth's tomb was huge like a mountain, Longevity Heaven, and the Celestial Court knew about it long ago. This was also the reason why they attacked Yellow Earth, Great World, earlier. Bing Saichuan was indeed a famous rank 8 expert. He laughed heartily. The stiffness on his face vanished instantly. Fang Yuan, do you know where Book Mountain came from? Fang Yuan had a thought. Is Book Mountain not the original arrangement of the Celestial Court? Bing Saichuan nodded. That's right. Book Mountain was originally in the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, but the Celestial Court's wisdom path strength was too deep. They actually comprehended a portion of the profundities and extracted Book Mountain from the 9th layer. Oh, Fang Yuan did not deny it. Lu Weiyin's expression changed slightly at the side. Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Immortals did not know about this. After all, it happened in the depths of Green Lotus Great World. The Celestial Court actually has such a method. They have already comprehended the 9th layer and extracted Book Mountain. Did Limitless Demon Venerable's countermeasures not activate yet? Lu Weiyin asked. Bing Saichuan sighed deeply. If they activated it, we would not have come here so urgently to seek an alliance. Fang Yuan asked solemnly, have you seen Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Bing Saichuan shook his head. I have not. Fang Yuan asked again, then what is the relationship between Fairy Ming Hao and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Bing Saichuan said everything he knew. With Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements, we did not use our full strength until the time was right. We did not force Star Constellation Immortal Venerable out. But the Celestial Court sent 3 female immortals. They all have pseudo-venerable battle strength. Fairy Ming Hao is one of them. These 3 female immortals are Ming Hao Yuxiu and Fengya. They cultivate Wisdom Path and Star Path, respectively. You already have an understanding of Fairy Ming Hao's strength. Fairy Yuxiu is only stronger than her. In the battle a few days ago, Fangzheng sent more troops to tangle with her and stall her. As for Fairy Fengya, she seems to be stronger, but she has never made a move. She has always been in seclusion to deduce the mysteries of the 9th level of Crazed Demon Cave. The Book Mountain is the fruit of her labor. Lu Weiyin could not help but sigh. The Celestial Court is indeed the #1 force in the world. Its foundation is unfathomable. After the fall of Duke Long, the Celestial Court lacked pseudo-venerables. Unexpectedly, there were 3 hidden in the Crazed Demon Cave. From this, we can see how much importance the Celestial Court places on the Crazed Demon Cave. Bing Saichuan added, other than these 3 pseudo-venerables, don't forget about Qin Dingling's group of rank 8 elites. Besides Divine Emperor City, Celestial Court had already exposed the immortal Gu House's Demon Judgment Board and Heaven Overseeing Tower. With Celestial Court's foundation, it is not strange for them to take out even more immortal Gu Houses. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth. Celestial Court even moved a portion of the immortal graveyards to Crazed Demon Cave. These immortal graveyards were arranged by the Celestial Court after they collected the graveyards. At the crucial moment, the historical experts in the immortal graveyards will also awaken. This group of experts is quite terrifying. Precisely so. Bing Saichuan concluded, Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin, we should work together. If we do not work together, how can we force out Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable? How can we defeat 3 pseudo-venerables? How can we protect Paradise Earth, Immortal Venerable, from reviving? Bing Saichuan's meaning was clear. Celestial Court had too much of an advantage. If they did not work together now, before Paradise Earth, Immortal Venerable revives, Celestial Court would have already won. Thus, both sides had to work together. Lu Weiyin looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded slightly, agreeing to work together. Longevity Heaven did not seem to fear Paradise Earth, Immortal Venerable's revival. It seemed to have a lot of confidence in itself. It definitely had many trump cards. But for now, Celestial Court was still the strongest. They needed to restrain its advance. Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World stopped fighting. Both sides sent out their main forces to attack Green Lotus Great World. Even though they allied with Longevity Heaven, the extent of the alliance was limited. Fang Yuan suggested that both sides exchange true inheritances, using venerable true inheritances of the same value to exchange for Giant Sun's Luck Path true inheritance that Longevity Heaven had collected. Bing Saichuan rejected. His tone was polite, but his attitude was firm. Fang Yuan suggested that both sides exchange immortal materials. He wanted to exchange for rank 9 Luck Path immortal materials, but Bing Saichuan rejected him. Fang Yuan's force had already expanded to such an extent. When his subordinates moved out earlier, even Bing Saichuan was dumbfounded. Bing Saichuan and the rest were very unhappy with Spectral Soul, Red Lotus, and the other venerables. In order to let Fang Yuan destroy Fake Gu, they had truly nurtured Fang Yuan too much. In just a few days, Fang Yuan's force had already expanded to such a terrifying extent. What about his own strength? To what extent would it reach? In this situation, how could Longevity Heaven make a transaction with Fang Yuan? This was no different from continuing to support the enemy. Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven's cooperation caused a huge change in the situation. However, Celestial Court had already expected this. They allowed the 2 sides to attack with all their might, but they were still able to defend themselves well. Occasionally, when the defensive line was about to collapse, Fairy Ming Hao and Fairy Yushio would move out personally. They would either stabilize the situation in Celestial Court and repel the invading Gu Immortals, or seize the opportunity to counterattack Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World, causing huge casualties. Fang Yuan also witnessed Fairy Yushio's battle strength. Fairy Yushio also had an outstanding combat system. Her offensive methods were very special. They were based on the difference in attainment level between her and her enemies. The greater the difference, the stronger her attacks. Ever since the first time they reached the foot of Book Mountain, Fang Yuan's subordinates had not achieved such results again. The three sides fought like this. The situation was in a stalemate as days passed. Large numbers of Gu cultivators died. Their sacrifices made the three great worlds grow larger and more stable with more Dao marks. The more Gu cultivators that died in foreign lands, the more the regional walls of the three great worlds would dissipate, the larger the connection would be. On this day, at the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Yushio gathered the Celestial Court's immortals, saying, "Right now, Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan are working together. They are giving us huge pressure. Our forces are hidden in the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan's Wu Shui clone has not moved out yet. Longevity Heaven definitely has hidden forces as well. Since the situation is in a stalemate and everyone is wary of each other, the small and small worlds outside of the three great worlds will be the key to victory. Even though these small and small worlds are weak, they have Gu immortals. If we can get them to join our side, we will have an advantage in the competition between the three sides." During this period of time, Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven worked together to suppress Celestial Court's side. Celestial Court's losses were even more severe. Zhou Xiong Xian's side. These small worlds are easy to defend but hard to attack. Even though we could attack them forcefully, few Gu immortals chose to join us. Prince's impatience added. These native Gu immortals lack intelligence and are very stubborn. Most of them have enmity towards the three great worlds. They think that if their small worlds fuse with the great worlds, their homeland will be destroyed. Thus they are stubborn and stubborn. So, Fairy Yushio smiled. 3 days later, I will hold a Dao impartation ceremony at the peak of Book Mountain. I will teach everyone regardless of background. Any Gu cultivator, be they mortal or immortal, can participate. How do we do that? Wan Zihong asked. Fairy Yushio explained in detail. The Celestial Court's immortals' expressions changed. Lady Yushio has such a divine ability. This is truly admirable. This way, we don't have to worry about Gu cultivators not joining our Celestial Court. These Gu cultivators are neither fish nor fowl. They actually have the fortune to listen to Lady Yushio's Dao impartation ceremony. This is too good for them. Ha! They are just cannon fodder. They will be sacrificed sooner or later. There is no harm in doing this. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals discussed. The atmosphere gradually became relaxed. Divine Emperor's City. Qi Howling Painting World. A group of beggars surrounded Fang Di Chong as they faced a huge elephant. The elephant was pure white in color. It stood on the ground without moving. It was like a majestic mountain. The beggars had been facing each other for a long time. They felt a chill in their hearts. Their morale continued to fall. They gradually did not dare to fight this elephant. Fang Di Chong frowned deeply. This Qi monster is formed from righteous Qi. The longer we fight it, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Qi monsters were of all shapes and sizes. They were formed from all kinds of Qi. They had different natures and abilities. For example, Qi monsters formed from domineering Qi were usually domineering, and Qi monsters formed from death Qi like to roam around places where death was the most common. Qi monsters formed from life Qi had very strong recovery abilities. Qi monsters formed from luck Qi were hard to encounter. Once they were killed, the benefits to the Gu cultivator would not be small. Even though Fang Di Chong was Fang Yuan's clone and shared his attainment level, he had already lost his body. He did not even have a soul. He only had a will left, residing in the human path Gu worm, beggar Gu. Thus, he could not resist this white elephant formed from righteous Qi. Thankfully, the white elephant formed from righteous Qi was not irritable It did not attack, and only faced the beggars. "I'm here." Shun Shang finally charged over. He quickly finished off his previous opponents and rushed over to reinforce Fang Dichang. He had fought a group of blood chi monsters alone earlier, so he was covered in blood. Fang Dichang immediately let out a sigh of relief. He gathered the beggars and let Shun Shang into the encirclement. Shun Shang fought the white elephant while using human path methods. This rank 8 Gu immortal was indeed worthy of being a human path quasi-supreme grandmaster favored by Paradise Earth, immortal venerable. He quickly gained the upper hand. But just as he was about to get rid of this righteous white elephant, the ground suddenly shook. Rumble, a group of over 10,000 bull-shaped chi monsters raised dust clouds as they galloped over. Shun Shang and Fang Dichang's expressions changed. The righteous white elephant cried out in fear as it fled frantically. Shun Shang ignored it. He directly grabbed Fang Dichang and ran in another direction. 10,000 bulls galloped like a tsunami, sweeping through heaven and earth. They were unstoppable. Shun Shang and Fang Dichang barely escaped as they watched the bulls leave. These are chi monsters formed from fighting bull chi. The scale is too huge. Who can stop them? Shun Shang sighed. Fang Dichang said solemnly, "The route the bulls are taking is the nearest camp. I wonder how many casualties there will be, but that camp is definitely finished." Shun Shang nodded. "That's right. Once the camp is lost, we can only retreat to the camp behind. It will be even more inconvenient to explore. Please remember this book's domain name. Right Pen Chinese website, mobile version website. Chapter 2182. The two had deduced some things earlier, so they worked together to explore deeper into the Chi Howling painting world, to contact the enemy of Celestial Court at the deepest part of the painting world. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. But Shun Shang and Fang Dichang could not reach the deepest part no matter how hard they tried. The Chi Howling painting world was huge. Fang Dichang's strength had already reached a bottleneck. Although Shun Shang had rank 8 cultivation level, he was severely restricted here. The difference between immortal and mortal was not obvious. The only consolation was that Shun Shang's madness was greatly alleviated here. Ever since he entered the painting world, he had not gone crazy even once. According to Shun Shang's deductions, the rich human path environment here should have helped him. Sigh, the 10 children of human path have left. Without them, with just the two of us, when would we be able to get through this painting world and see the suppressed target at the deepest part? Fang Dichang sighed deeply. Shun Shang was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. He cried out in shock. "This is—" Next, Fang Dichang also sensed the aura of a rank 8 immortal Gu rapidly spreading towards them. The two could not care about the Chi Howling painting world anymore. They immediately returned to the center of the original painting world. The two saw a rank 8 immortal Gu floating in the sky at the same time, shining brightly. Divine Emperor City was deeply hidden. It actually had such a legendary immortal Gu. If I am not wrong, this should be the learning Gu recorded in the Legends of Renzu. The two conversed. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Learning Gu is a human path immortal Gu. This is probably the highest rank human path immortal Gu in the current era. Fang Dichang exclaimed. "I understand." Shun Shang's eyes suddenly shined with bright light. Why were there beast tamers and chi refiners in the past? It was probably the result of this learning Gu's secret operation. Of course, it is not just this Gu. There should be another killer move. Genesis, Lotus, Immortal Venerable, had such foresight and deep arrangements. Fang Dichang frowned. But why is this learning Gu activated by itself now? Did something happen in the outside world? Shun Shang was vexed. He did not know anything about the outside world. But he quickly reacted. This is a great opportunity. Learning goo must be one of the cores of Divine Emperor City. No matter what happened in the outside world, Divine Emperor City took out a core to use. In this way, the originally complete structure of the Divine Emperor City has a gap. Perhaps we can find this gap and make use of it. Good idea. Fong Dichang's pupils dilated as he looked at Xinshang with a burning gaze. Let us work together to probe the secrets of Divine Emperor City. Meanwhile, Crazed Demon Cave, the 8th floor, Green Lotus Dojo, on Book Mountain. Fairy Yushio sat at the peak of Book Mountain. Inside her immortal aperture, the light of learning goo in Divine Emperor City spread out. Together with Fairy Yushio's other immortal goo, they formed a human path killer move. There was no limit to learning. There were goo cultivators at the waist and foot of Book Mountain. The killer move's light blue light spread down and enveloped these goo cultivators. The goo cultivators shook intensely. The expressions of the immortals changed. Their minds were shaken. Indescribable mysteries of the great Tao flowed into the depths of the immortals' hearts like a gurgling spring. The immortals' paths and realms actually began to slowly rise. There's actually such a marvelous killing move in this world. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't have imagined it. This is the teachings of a sage. The sage is truly benevolent. Many goo immortals shed tears of gratitude. Some goo immortals knelt down on the ground, worshipping Fairy Yushio, who was at the peak. These goo immortals were all unusual, but they obtained the orthodox goo cultivation method. They knew clearly how hard it was to raise one's path attainment level. This was an extremely rare, fortuitous encounter. In this world, other than dream realms, there are truly other methods to raise attainment levels. Human path, Genesis, Lotus, Immortal Venerable had already deduced this. Celestial Court's development of human path is definitely not wrong. Qin Dingling was extremely excited. The members of Celestial Court, who were led by her, were also sitting down and meditating with their eyes closed. Fairy Yushio's eyes were slightly closed as she looked down. Her forehead was covered in sweat. All the thoughts in her mind were used to maintain this move. There was no limit to learning. It was a strategic, level human path method. The benefits to a superforce were unimaginable. Its greatest advantage was that it did not expend the true meaning of the goo immortal who used the killer move, but created true meaning in other people's hearts. Rule Path and Wisdom Path goo immortals were more proficient in extracting their own true meaning than other paths. After other goo cultivators extract the true meaning, their attainment level would rise rapidly. But the goo cultivator who extracted the true meaning would have their attainment level fall. The loss would be irreversible. This was the reason why true meaning was so rare in the world. Endless learning was a killer move that used Fairy Yushio's attainment level, the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Book Mountain, as well as learning goo. This move could create a new true meaning in the target's heart. The moment these true meanings were created, they would be instantly absorbed by the goo cultivator, causing their attainment level to rise. This was the greatest advantage of endless learning. It would not expend the goo cultivator's attainment level. But at the same time, this advantage was also its weakness, because there was a limit to how much true meaning a killer move could create. These limits were the goo cultivators who were hit. The goo cultivators' aptitude, talent, comprehension, as well as their personal experiences were the conditions that restricted their creation of true meaning. The same attainment level and profundity could be comprehended differently by different people. If they reached the limit and could not comprehend the profundity no matter what, the goo cultivator would start to hallucinate. As expected, not long after, some goo cultivators on Book Mountain started to hallucinate. Some had golden lotuses bursting out of the ground. Some had green rain falling from the sky. Some were filled with blood water and a bone forest. Some had colorful lights forming into phoenixes that cried out, I can't hold on anymore. A moment later, someone coughed out blood and fainted. More and more people fainted. But some goo cultivators persisted. Because of this, the goo cultivators' aptitude and comprehension, as well as their personal experience, started to differentiate. But in Qin Dingling's group, some people started to shake and sweat appeared on their foreheads, but most of the local goo immortals of Green Lotus Dao Field had already fainted. Even though these mutants became goo immortals, humans still have the most intelligence. Fairy Yushio nodded to herself. After some observation, she had a clear understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of Green Lotus Dao Field's goo immortals. When Qin Dingling and the rest started to falter, the other goo cultivators on the mountain had already fainted. Bai Tsang Shui fainted. Zhou Xiong Xian also fainted. Jun Shin Guang followed closely behind. Eventually, only 3 members of Celestial Court were left. They were Qin Dingling, Che Wei, and Guyue Fangzheng. Brother? Guyue Fangzheng's eyes were bloodshot. He cried out as he fainted. Not long later, Qin Dingling smiled bitterly as she lost consciousness. Che Wei lasted until the end. Fairy Yushio nodded to herself, as expected of the creator of Weapon Path. How could I have misjudged him? Fairy Yushio suddenly had a surprised expression. Her gaze moved away from Che Wei and landed on a meteorite at the foot of the mountain. This meteorite was huge like an elephant. It was also a goo immortal. It had already fallen into a semi-conscious state earlier, but even Fairy Yushio did not expect that there was some kind of power accumulated inside the meteorite. Until now, when this mysterious power reached its limit, the quantity caused a qualitative change. Rumble! With a loud sound, the meteorite exploded, golden light shot everywhere. From the dazzling golden light, a stone monkey flew out. The stone monkey landed on the ground, scratching its ears and cheeks as it jumped around, shouting, "Amazing, truly amazing!" Plop! Che Wei could not hold on any longer. He fainted. Fairy Yushio's expression became even more surprised. This stone monkey was nurtured by heaven and earth. It is extraordinary. Its aptitude and comprehension actually surpass Che Wei. With such potential, it will definitely become someone great in the future. Amazing, amazing. What a pity, what a pity. Fairy Yushio sighed repeatedly. She said amazing because she was praising Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless Demon Venerable created Crazed Demon Cave and deduced new Heaven Path Dao marks for over 1 million years. The results were huge. The stone monkey in front of him was proof. This stone monkey's potential and aptitude actually surpassed the members of Celestial Court. It defeated Che Wei. If this stone monkey could be nurtured and grew up, it might be able to create its own path in the future. But this stone monkey was destined to have a tragic ending. It would not live for long. It was destined to become Limitless Demon Venerable's sacrifice. Celestial Court could not contain it, because it was a variant, it was not a pure human. This was also the reason why Fairy Yushio said, "What a pity." The stone monkey lasted for a few minutes before it fell to the ground, fainting. Fairy Yushio stopped her killer move and started to rest. Even though she did not expend her attainment level, the price of using this move was very high. Be it thoughts, immortal essence, or lifespan, they were all expended. Not long later, the goo immortals woke up. They cheered uncontrollably. Their attainment levels rose. The problems of killer moves or immortal goo remnant recipes that troubled them in the past were all solved. Many goo immortals created new methods to modify old killer moves. Thank you, Sage, for your Dao teachings. Sage's Dao teachings are immeasurable. The goo immortals knelt down. Fairy Yushio smiled. Her voice spread throughout Book Mountain and out, shaking the whole of Green Lotus World. 3 days later, I will teach at the peak of Book Mountain again. The immortals were stunned, but at the next moment they cheered loudly. 3 days later, not only on Book Mountain, even the foot of the mountain was filled with Goo Masters. The Goo Masters could only surround Book Mountain, they could not ascend it. At the foot of the mountain, many new Goo immortal faces appeared. These Goo immortals came from all sorts of small worlds. They heard that a sage was teaching on Book Mountain. It would be a waste not to come. They wanted to take advantage of the situation. Fairy Yushio activated endless learning again. Illusions started to appear. Each person was different. I see it. So many flowers. So many pig heads are flying. Fairy, don't run. You can't escape. He he he. That lad is dead. I said that even Goo immortals cannot save him. My lover is an unparalleled hero. One day he will step on a rainbow cloud to marry me, even though I am a man. Please remember this book's domain name. Writing Pen Chinese Mobile Version. Chapter 2183. The illusions were endless. Soon, the Goo Masters outside the mountain collapsed, fainting in large numbers. Next, on the mountain, the Goo immortals who had experienced the first Tao imparting also fainted. They had already reached their limits when they first imparted the Tao. In just 3 short days, the extent to which they could improve their foundation was very, very small. Even the members of the Celestial Court were no exception. Finally, the remaining ones were the mutant Goo immortals from the small worlds. They had deep foundations, and it was also their first time experiencing a preaching of the Tao. Fairy Yushio was astonished once more. Among these mutant Goo immortals, she found another genius. This was a dark green hurricane. He persisted until the end. His talent and comprehension abilities were on par with the stone monkey from before. When this tornado Goo immortal fainted, Fairy Yushio stopped her killer move. When these Goo immortals woke up, she announced again. 3 days later, the third Tao imparting would be held. For the third time, even more Goo immortals came. Not just the variant humans of the small worlds, even Goo immortals from Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World came. Eventually, a lizard Goo immortal emerged. This immortal came from Savage Wilderness Great World. His aptitude was on the same level as the Stone Monkey and Hurricane Goo immortal. He was extraordinary. Fairy Yushio had preached a total of 3 times. Her influence had not only covered the 3 great worlds, but it had also spread to the other small worlds. Not only were there small worlds attached to the outer walls of the 3 worlds, but there were also many small worlds that were being drawn to the center. Fairy Yushio achieved her goal, and the effects were extremely clear. Green Lotus Great World's impression in the minds of the Goo immortals greatly improved. A large number of Goo immortals joined them. Yushio chose 3 leaders from them. They were the Stone Monkey Butian Kong, who jumped out of the meteorite, the Hurricane Goo immortal Nia Kuangfeng, and the Lizard Goo immortal Duan, who came from Reckless Savage Great World. But most of the Goo immortals still chose to watch. Most of these Goo immortals came from small worlds, and these small worlds were still migrating. They had not landed on the 3 great worlds yet. Since the void has mutated and the merging of the worlds is unavoidable, I'll have to choose a good home. That's right. We are the rulers of our respective small worlds. We can influence the landing location of the small worlds to a certain extent. The sages of Yuanlian Great World are preaching. I wonder if the sages of the other 2 great worlds are doing the same. These Goo immortals could not help but feel anticipation. A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. Even though they were native Goo immortals and did not look like humans, they were intelligent and astute. From Fairy Yushio's act of imparting the Tao, they acutely sensed that she was trying to recruit them. The battle between the 3 great worlds was like a raging fire, and the consumption of energy between them was extremely fierce. This was the stage for them to display their prowess. They even directly spread the news. If the sages of the other two great worlds don't give us any benefits, we can only rely on Green Lotus Great World. The three great worlds have been united for a long time. The sages of the Green Lotus Great World are really broad-minded to be able to teach everyone without discrimination. I believe that the sages of the other two worlds are not inferior. We'll go to whichever great world offers better treatment. These Gu immortals wanted to gain as many benefits as possible. As for where it would land and which great world it belonged to, let's take advantage of him first. With the situation changing like this, Lu Wei-yin hurriedly went to discuss with Fang Yuan. Lu Wei-yin sighed. Right now, Celestial Court has the upper hand again. Our alliance with Longevity Heaven was able to shake Celestial Court's position with much difficulty. But Fairy Yushio's Tao teachings made all of our hard work go to waste. Thankfully, the situation is not irreversible. Now, how do we recruit those Gu immortals who are still watching from the sidelines? Fang Yuan was silent. These wandering variant human Gu immortals were natural cannon fodder. Celestial Court had made a good move by recruiting them. Fairy Yushio's method also broadened Fang Yuan's horizons. Learning Gu, there is no end to learning, other than dream realms. This was the first time Fang Yuan had seen a killer move that could raise one's attainment level directly. He did not have such a killer move in the 500 years of his previous life. From the information he gathered and Lu Wei-yin's information, there were no clues or signs of such a killer move. This meant that this killer move was likely a creation of Celestial Court. Celestial Court had deep foundations. They had so many elites, they were also advancing with the times. Lu Wei-yin looked at Fang Yuan as he continued. This killer move is extraordinary. It can raise the strength of an entire force. It is a strategic method. Attainment level advancement is very hard to come by. Celestial Court's bargaining chip is very tempting. There is another thing that I am very worried about. The Legends of Renzu clearly states that Renzu and the other two used true meaning to go to primordial domain. Celestial Court has the killer move Endless Learning. It means that they have an unparalleled method in the creation of true meaning. This method might allow them to go to primordial domain earlier, like Book Mountain. They might even be able to take primordial domain from the 9th layer. Fang Yuan nodded slightly. Lu Wei-yin was able to see the bigger picture from a small clue. His words were indeed insightful. Primordial domain was the most crucial factor in the contest between the three sides. Even if a venerable succeeded in rebirth and wanted to become a true Tao Lord, they would need to rely on primordial domain. It could be said that among the three sides, whoever could seize primordial domain first would have the greatest advantage and become the final victor. Fang Yuan pondered. Endless Learning is indeed a marvelous killer move. It is extremely powerful, but I also have a strategic method that can match it. I have already used it secretly. Lu Wei-yin had a joyful expression as he guessed correctly. Is it that lingering poisonous ant plague killer move? Fang Yuan nodded and admitted, saying at the same time, I have used this move once in Eastern Sea. Let's see how Celestial Court deals with it. Other than that, we need to keep an eye on Longevity Heaven as well. I am very interested in their next move. Lu Wei-yin thought for a while before adding, since Lord has already used lingering poisonous ant plague, we should take the initiative to attack and exert direct pressure. Heavenly Court's side will be exhausted from dealing with them. They will not have enough time and energy to resist this move. Fang Yuan, however, had already closed his eyes. I will leave this to you. I still need to deduce Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Lu Wei-yin took his leave. He thought that it would be better to contact Longevity Heaven. It would be more suitable for both sides to attack together. After receiving Lu Wei-yin's invitation, Longevity Heaven cooperated without hesitation. In fact, their pressure was even greater. There were many Gu immortals who defected from Savage Wilderness Great World to Green Lotus Great World, much more than in Yellow Earth Great World. The most famous was Duan, who, this rank 8 expert, was very famous in Savage Wilderness Great World. He took the lead to defect to Celestial Court. This had a bad influence on Longevity Heaven. After many days, Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan's side sent their armies to invade Green Lotus Great World again. In the sky, Gu immortals fought intensely. Kill. Golden Fur, Immortal Monarch, held 2 large hammers as he charged around fiercely. His body was covered in golden fur. He had many immortal Gu and killer moves ready. His defense was tight, and he had no worries when charging into the formation. The mutant Gu immortals on Celestial Court's side were disrupted by him many times. Don't be arrogant. A childlike woodpath Gu immortal with grass growing on his head gritted his teeth in anger, blocking Golden Fur Immortal Monarch. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch stopped his charge and fought with this immortal. Both sides fought for more than 10 rounds. They were evenly matched. Humph! I am Grasshead Baby. I was born with immortal Gu. I have great luck. You have immortal Gu. My number of immortal Gu does not lose to yours. This woodpath Gu immortal shouted with great momentum. Suddenly, his expression twisted as his body tilted. Itch, itch, itch. Suddenly, Grasshead Baby felt an unbearable itch all over his body. Waves of ants came out of his body, drilling through his turf skin. How can this be? What the hell are these things? Grasshead Baby was pale with fright. He quickly retreated. Ha ha ha, where are you going? Golden Fur Immortal Monarch saw an opportunity and chased relentlessly. Grasshead Baby was hit by the killer move Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague. He was in a mess, and after resisting for a few rounds, he was smashed by Golden Fur Immortal Monarch's hammer. His soul perished. Similar scenes happened to the other mutant Gu immortals. The Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague immediately changed the situation of the battlefield. Originally, Celestial Court's side had many mutant Gu immortals. They were in a deadlock with Fang Yuan's subordinates who were well-equipped. But now that these mutant Gu immortals' immortal apertures were on fire, their morale was gone. They no longer had the will to fight. Run! Why are there ants on my body? Don't kill me. I surrender. A huge defeat occurred. Fang Yuan's subordinates chased after them. They had great results. This is the result of joining Green Lotus Great World. All the Gu immortals who join them will be punished by Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague. Kill all the captives. Master has ordered us not to take these things. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, and the rest cheered loudly in the battlefield. They fought with Longevity Heaven's group. The mutant Gu immortals of Celestial Court could not put up any resistance. The mutant Gu immortals who were defeated found that they could not deal with Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague. They could only run to the foot of Book Mountain and pray to the sages to save them. At the peak of Book Mountain, Qin Dingling frowned. Fang Yuan used this killer move after all? If we do not deal with this move, our great advantage will crumble. Many of the mutant Gu immortals were watching. If Green Lotus Great World was too weak, no matter how many benefits they received, they would not join. After all, no matter how many benefits there were, they needed to be alive to enjoy them. Right now, Fairy Yushio was guarding Book Mountain, while Fairy Ming Hao went to the front lines to prevent Longevity Heaven's army from causing any trouble. Fairy Yushio was also troubled regarding Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague killer move. You have already brought information about it. This move is incredible. It contains Poison Path, Enslavement Path, Refinement Path, Wood Path, Food Path, and even Heaven Path profundities. There are Heaven Path profundities as well? Qin Dingling was shocked. No wonder Eastern Sea's Righteous Qi Alliance can only alleviate this move. They cannot cure it completely. Chapter 2184, Peak of Book Mountain, against Fang Yuan's lingering poisonous ant plague killer move. Fairy Yuxiu continued. Thankfully, Fang Yuan has already used this move in Eastern Sea. You also placed Zui Xianwang in the Righteous Qi Alliance and obtained first-hand information. Thus, I was prepared for it. But the current lingering poisonous ant plague killer move has already been modified by Fang Yuan. My original method is no longer suitable. I need to modify it further. When Qin Dingling heard this, the serious expression on her face immediately dissipated a little. That's good. Fairy Yuxiu smiled lightly. I only need 3 days to complete the modification. During this period of time, Celestial Court will publicize lingering poisonous ant plague killer move. Qin Dingling received her orders and left. Not long after, the mutant goo immortals learned of this. They were furious. Yellow Earth, Great World Sage, is too despicable. I heard long ago that Yellow Earth, Great World's goo immortals are united and harmonious. To think that Yellow Earth, Great World Sage is so vicious, we are truly disappointed. In comparison, Green Lotus Great World Sage is truly generous. He has the demeanor of a sage. Savage Wilderness Great World Sage is only SOSO. The spectating goo immortals were very disappointed. They were waiting anxiously, but be it Longevity Heaven or Fang Yuan, they did not react in the way they wanted. Without gaining any benefits, Yellow Earth Great World and Savage Wilderness Great World directly mobilized their armies and started a war. While these mutant goo immortals were disappointed, they also started to feel anger. The sages of these two great worlds are acting like this. Are they not afraid that we will join Green Lotus Great World? Humph, the sages of these two worlds are too arrogant. Forget it, let's join Green Lotus Great World. The mutant goo immortals who were spectating almost all decided to join Celestial Court. Celestial Court's wisdom path method is truly amazing. The emotions of these mutant goo immortals are all secretly influenced. According to what I know, many goo immortals decided to join the Celestial Court out of anger. Lu Weiyin sighed to Fang Yuan. The Celestial Court first promoted Fang Yuan's viciousness and ruthlessness. Next, they used a killer move for free to alleviate the lingering poisonous ant plague of the mutant goo immortals. Finally, they secretly used a method to influence the emotions of these mutant goo immortals. Through this series of attacks, not only did they get rid of lingering poisonous ant plague's negative effects, they even retaliated. Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven were in a bad spot. Right now, the Celestial Court has gathered a large number of mutant goo immortals. They have a clear advantage in numbers. Should we withdraw the army at the front? Lu Weiyin asked again. Fang Yuan smiled and waved his hand. The Celestial Court is truly formidable. According to my deductions, this mysterious wisdom path killer move also contains heaven path profundities. It can interfere with the thoughts of all living beings like Providence. Lingering poisonous ant plague has been troubling the Righteous Qi Alliance for a long time, but the Celestial Court easily neutralized this move. In fact, I have already modified this move again. However, Longevity Heaven has already made a move. Let's observe for a while before making a decision. Gu Gulwan was one of the mutant goo immortals who joined the Celestial Court. After forming an agreement with the Celestial Court, she passed through the void and returned to her small world. For several days, she set up an immortal formation. This immortal formation was naturally the support of the Celestial Court. After activating it, it could influence the trajectory of the small world and make it land on the boundary of Green Lotus Great World. The Sage of Green Lotus Great World is truly unfathomable. This immortal formation is incredible and has great power, but it expends little immortal essence. Gu Luan praised in her mind as she activated the immortal formation. The immortal formation burst out with a faint, profound light that spread out from the small world. The small world had been flying towards the center of the void, but under the effect of the immortal formation, it started to change its trajectory. After activating it for a few breaths of time, Gugu-wan suddenly showed a shocked expression. What's going on? I clearly activated the immortal formation, but the small world is not under my control. It is flying towards another direction. Is the immortal formation ineffective? Gugu-wan quickly inspected and found out to her shock. It was not that the immortal formation was ineffective, but there was a profound and grand force that was affecting her small world. Compared to this grand force, even the immortal formation could not match it. The Bone-wan could only watch helplessly as its home flew down and finally landed on the savage wilderness great world's boundary wall. Her situation was not unique. Most small worlds were affected. They either landed on the savage great world or were on their way to the savage great world. Gugu-wan and the other mutant Gu immortals were dumbfounded. They joined Green Lotus Great World, but their small world landed on Savage Wilderness Great World. It would definitely be absorbed by Savage Wilderness Great World in the future and fuse with it. This is the method of Savage Wilderness Great World Sage. Unbelievable! That sage has already taken action. He can actually absorb all of the small worlds. Only those small worlds at the periphery are spared. What do? Many Gu immortals started to regret it. If they knew this, they would not have joined Green Lotus Great World in such a hurry. Peak of Book Mountain. This is Giant Sun's Heaven and Earth Luck Method. Qin Dingling sighed. Fate is fixed. Luck is a variable. Longevity Heaven did not hesitate to send Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace down. It has already started to interfere with the heaven and earth luck of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. That's why these small worlds landed on his side. It is a venerable method, after all. Fairy Yu Xiu sighed. Even though they saw through this method of Longevity Heaven, they could not break it. Not mentioning luck path methods. Longevity Heaven was superior to Celestial Court. This method was activated by Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. To break it, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace had to be destroyed, and Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was hidden deep in Savage Wilderness Great World. In the current situation, even pseudo-venerables could not use their full strength. How could they attack it? Celestial Court could not think of anything. They could only watch. This way, Celestial Court gathered most of the mutant Gu immortals. They had the advantage in numbers. Longevity Heaven took in most of the small worlds. Savage Wilderness Great World continued to expand. Only Fang Yuan's side was the weakest after losing this round. Not only did they not recruit many mutant Gu immortals, they also did not obtain many small worlds. Celestial Court commanded the mutant Gu immortals to counterattack. The battle line that had penetrated deep into Green Lotus Great World was pushed back. Gu masters gathered into an army and slaughtered all over the mountains and plains. Immortals fought in the sky. It was an intense battle. Stone Monkey Butian rampaged in the sky. It suddenly gave a loud roar as it vanished far away. This move again. Bing! Shua's eyelids twitched. He looked around nervously. Where is he? Where did he appear? But Butian Kong did not continue to attack Bing. Zhua, it teleported behind Shizong. Eat my fist. Butian Kong shouted. Shizong quickly defended, but his defensive killer move was instantly broken. Butian Kong's fist pierced through Shizong's chest, coming out of his back. Butian Kong laughed sinisterly. Its body shook as it activated its killer move. Shizong exploded into pieces. Rocks flew everywhere. Bing Zhua and Shizong were rank 8 Gu immortals. Butian Kong also had rank 8 cultivation level, but it still managed to kill Shizong in a 1 versus 2 fight. No matter what formation, this is scatter. On the other side, Nia Kuangfeng's scream came from the Rotten Egg Vicious Cloud formation. The 6 Eggman goo immortals from Rotten Egg Grotto Heaven had created the ancient battle formation Rotten Egg Vicious Cloud. It had already trapped Nia Kuangfeng for a long time. It could not hold on any longer. It was destroyed from the inside. The 6 Eggman goo immortals spat out blood. They were either injured or dead. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Duan, who fought against Lu Tonglan. Lu Tonglan was one of the 8 extremities, desolate extremity, but she was at a disadvantage. Duan, who attacked fiercely. His body was tough like a mountain. When he charged, it was like heaven and earth were collapsing. Lu Tonglan's Blue Phoenix Totem Killer move was almost destroyed by him. These 3 immortals were born from luck. They are the luck children of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. Yellow Earth Great World should have produced such an expert as well. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan saw through the 3 immortals. His gaze turned towards Paradise Earth's tomb. Under his luck inspection killer move, this Paradise Earth tomb's luck was like a mountain of yellow earth. It did not move at all. It was extremely grand. These last days, the front lines had been suffering losses. Many of Fang Yuan's goo immortals had died. But Fang Yuan was still as calm as ice. The casualties were just a number to him. Stalling for time was also beneficial to him. Fang Yuan comprehended many profundities of Paradise Earth Tomb. In the past, he could not create a tomb, but now he could create a huge tomb in the sovereign immortal aperture. It could be used as an earth vein node. Fang Yuan spent most of his time and energy on comprehending the refinement path profundities here. Ordinary goo immortals, refined goo immortals, but limitless demon, venerable refined worlds of heaven and earth. This gap in refinement path was quickly filled by Fang Yuan. He had made great progress in it. At the same time, Fang Yuan gained a deeper understanding of limitless demon venerables arrangements. It's time. Fang Yuan muttered softly, his gaze gazing afar with a dark and eerie gaze. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck the battlefield. The immortals were shocked. In the blink of an eye, lightning rained down. The immortals quickly stopped and retreated. Next, calamities and tribulations of all sizes appeared like rain and smoke, appearing in every corner of the 3 great worlds. At the peak of Book Mountain, Qin Dingling was shocked. What is going on? Fairy Yu Xiu deduced for a while and understood. This is limitless demon venerables method. When the worlds fuse to a certain extent, calamities and tribulations descend. At the same time, Fang Yuan's gaze pierced through the surroundings, observing these calamities and tribulations. Waves of understanding surged in his mind. All calamities and tribulations are actually excellent methods to refine heaven and earth. When goo immortals manage their immortal apertures, under normal circumstances, the main source of Tao marks are calamities and tribulations. When goo immortals pass tribulations, they will obtain a large number of Tao marks. These Tao marks will modify the immortal aperture, causing the environment of the immortal aperture to change continuously. This is refinement of heaven and earth. Broadly speaking, all calamities and tribulations were refinement path methods. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. At this point, he had already understood most of the refinement path profundities of refining heaven and earth. Earlier, the luck hinted at this moment. It is time to use that move. Fang Yuan activated Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. Chapter 2185. The sky was in chaos. Goo immortals were fighting intensely. Intense winds howled. Wind blades shot everywhere. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch paused for a moment. Wind blades surrounded him from all directions. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's square face was covered in frost. He snorted coldly as countless ice crystals shot out, blocking the wind blades. But at the next moment, Nia Kuangfeng appeared in front of him. Nia Kuangfeng was a green tornado to begin with. Now that it was condensed into a ball, it burst out with a terrifying suction force. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already thought of dodging, but He could not make it in time. He was sucked in by Nie Kwang Fong. He could not escape. Oh no! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression changed. It was too late to use extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move now. Normally, the stronger the Immortal Killer move, the longer the activation time. While fighting against Nie Kwang Fong, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch could not find an opportunity to use this move. In a dangerous situation, he could not use this move in time. In a deadlock, using this move would expose a weakness. The enemy would be able to take advantage of it. Even if he used it, Nie Kwang Fong would be guarded against it. He could not end the battle in one move. This is my famous killer move. Sucking Life Strangulation. It took me more than 30 years to build it with great care. I spent 100 years to modify it. No one has ever survived this move. You will not be an exception. Nie Kwang Fong laughed sinisterly. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a grim expression. He could not dodge now. He could only activate his defensive killer move. Ah! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch screamed in pain. His arms were first absorbed into Nie Kwang Feng's body. Even though there was a thick layer of ice on the surface of his arms, they only lasted for a few breaths of time before breaking apart. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's arms were twisted into pieces. Next was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's body. This is the end of me. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was in despair, but suddenly a black lightning bolt struck down. Nie Kwang Fong was struck by it. It suffered a huge blow. The suction force stopped for a moment. Nie Kwang Feng's wind ball strangulation fell in speed. The green wind ball was corroded by a large amount of black ink. It looked like ink. Damn it! Another calamity has appeared. Nie Kwang Fong gnashed his teeth. Since a few days ago, calamities and tribulations had been appearing frequently in every corner of every major world. Especially in the vicinity of Gu Immortals, calamities and tribulations were more common. Right now, there were many Gu Immortals fighting intensely in the battlefield. It was not strange for tribulations to appear here. Nie Kwang Feng's attention focused on Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch again. Die! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch tried his best to break free, but he could not resist Nie Kwang Feng's suction force. He was sucked into Nie Kwang Feng's body inch by inch. My life is over. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was in despair again, but suddenly a dark lightning bolt struck down. With a cracking sound, the black thunderbolt struck Nie Kwang Fong. The Nie Kwang wind became sluggish once more, and the pitch-black color within the green ball of wind grew even more intense. The power of this calamity is so strong. To think that it could cause such deep damage to me. Nie Kwang Fong sighed. He shouted at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, "But you cannot escape. Your life is mine." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was slowly absorbed by the wind again. It seems that I, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, am going to die here. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed. Right at this moment, another dark lightning bolt struck down and struck Nie Kwang Fong. Nie Kwang Fong stopped moving. The wind ball distorted as if it was going to explode. What is going on? What is going on with this calamity? Why did it strike me 3 times in a row? I was so close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, but he was not struck even once. Is his luck so good? I don't believe it. I'll absorb. Crack! The black lightning struck Nie Kwang Fong. Nie Kwang Fong did not believe it. I'll absorb again. Crack! I still want to absorb. Crack, crack, crack. Nie Kwang Fong could not take it anymore. The black thunderbolts struck down continuously, all of them aimed at his head. It was completely unreasonable. Nie Kwang Feng's body almost broke apart. It could not absorb Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch anymore. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took the chance to retreat, getting away from Nie Kwang Fong. I actually survived. What the hell is going on? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was still alive. he was filled with disbelief. Far away, the black lightning was still striking Nia Kuang Fong. No matter where Nia Kuang Fong went, the black lightning seemed to be targeting him. No, not just the black lightning, blood dragons, gray ghosts, and other calamities and tribulations also came for Nia Kuang Fong. Nia Kuang Fong was going crazy at this moment. He felt like he was being targeted by the entire world. Of course, there were calamities and tribulations that took care of other Gu immortals, but Nia Kuang Fong had the most calamities and tribulations. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch healed himself as he observed. He soon found another person in the same situation as Nia Kuang Fong. That was the stone monkey Butian Kong. This unlucky monkey was fighting against Stone Warrior and several other rank 8 Gu immortals. Countless bats and white sparrows were pecking at him. The stone monkey's attacks were disrupted. Even though Stone Warrior and the rest were also affected by the calamities and tribulations, they were much less affected. Seeing an opportunity, these Gu immortals retaliated. The stone monkey was very depressed. In this situation, he could only defend. Peak of Book Mountain. What is going on? Qin Dingling stood up, her expression changing. Book Mountain was an information path, secluded domain of heaven and earth. Celestial Court's methods allowed it to collect information on the 2 battlefields at all times. Thus, even though Qin Dingling was at the rear, she could quickly sense all sorts of abnormalities in the battlefield. Right now, Celestial Court's troops had already advanced into Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World. Savage Wilderness Great World's calamities and tribulations were few in number and power. Green Lotus Great World's calamities and tribulations were normal. But Yellow Earth Great World's calamities and tribulations were not normal. Not only were they much more severe, they were also targeted at Nia Kuang Fong and Butian Kong. What is going on? Qin Dingling was shocked and uncertain. Fairy Yuxiu had already started deducing. Now that she finished, she replied, "This Fong Yuan is truly amazing. This is his handiwork. This mysterious killer move can amplify the calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth, targeting the most talented living beings." Nia Kuang Fong and Butian Kong represent many small worlds in the outside world. While Green Lotus Great World, they are 2 of the people with the greatest luck in the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thus, they are being targeted. Saying so, Fairy Yuxiu's expression suddenly changed. This killer move is moving so quickly, it has already engulfed us. Oh no! Qin Dingling's expression changed again. She raised her head and looked at the sky. She saw that above Book Mountain, tribulation clouds were rumbling, covering the sky and the sun. They were layered and thick, covering the surrounding 10,000 li. The calamities and tribulations are intensifying. What is going on? Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. Even someone like her could sense a trace of terror from the tribulation clouds above her. Fairy Yuxiu's expression was grim. This calamity and tribulation is targeting Fairy Fongya. She has talent Gu and has been in closed cultivation, deducing limitless demon venerables arrangements. When Wisdom Path Gu immortals make their deductions, they would also expose themselves. Thus, heaven and earth sensed Fairy Fongya's existence and immediately prepared a calamity and tribulation to eliminate her. Fong Yuan used this mysterious killer move. He is actually using limitless demon venerables arrangements to attack my Celestial Court. Damn it. Qin Dingling was furious. Lady Yuxiu, please allow me to lead Divine Emperor City to the front lines and find trouble with Fong Yuan. He will not have time to use this move. No. If you do that, Fong Yuan will be happy to see that happen. Fairy Yuxiu shook her head with a firm attitude. The most important thing now is to protect Fairy Fongya. We need to quickly form a formation and resist the calamity and obtain the best environment for Fairy Fongya. Almost at the same time, Inside Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, immortal zombie giant son also sensed Fang Yuan's method. He praised, "This move contains heaven path profundity. It is beyond my expectations. Fang Yuan seems to be cultivating heaven path. But I wonder what this move is called." Humph. Desolate extremity Jiao was said in dissatisfaction. "Fang Yuan has already allied with us, but he is still allowing this move to spread to savage wilderness great world. Even our subordinates are starting to be affected." Immortal zombie giant son smiled. When he made the alliance agreement with us, he had clearly considered this. Thus, it was only a minor move. It is not a violation of the alliance agreement. Thus, this move is mainly targeted at that Gu immortal Duan Hu. But it is also true that our Gu immortals are weakened by the calamity and tribulation. Jiao Hui added. Immortal zombie giant son nodded with a deep gaze. He is also forcing me to take action. Ha ha, this is really interesting. Then I will take action personally and take on this move. Master, the Gu immortals in the hall shouted in unison with concerned expressions. Immortal zombie giant son waved his hand. Don't worry, the fate war has already ended for a long time. My strength has been recovering continuously. Moreover, I am not only taking action now to deal with Fang Yuan's killer move, I am also taking part in the operation of the world and gaining a deeper understanding of limitless demon venerables arrangements. At the next moment, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace shot out a pillar of light that soared to the sky. It was grand and golden. Good, Longevity Heaven is also taking action. Fang Yuan soon sensed the commotion in savage wilderness great world. He looked over, his gaze traversing a long distance as he gained a deeper understanding of savage wilderness great world. Longevity Heaven was indeed hiding a trump card. At this time, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace has activated, creating a wave of luck path. The wave is in line with the operation of the world, complying with limitless demon venerables arrangements and promoting the fusion of the small worlds. No, there is also the method of all living beings' luck. Those mutant Gu immortals under Longevity Heaven are being taken care of. The power of the calamities and tribulations that fall on them is greatly reduced. Fang Yuan observed for a while and gained a lot of insights. At his level, he could already comprehend other things by analogy, although he was only observing immortal zombie giant son's move. Fang Yuan deduced many profundities of heaven and earth luck and all living beings' luck. This move that Fang Yuan activated was called Heaven Envy's Heroic Geniuses. Using Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu as the core, it was specially used to deal with those with outstanding talent. Originally, Fang Yuan wanted to use this move on venerables, but now that he used it, the timing was extremely ingenious. It was completely in line with limitless demon venerables arrangements. Using limitless demon venerable strength, this move could envelop all the great worlds and greatly increase its power. Chapter 2186. It had just rained a while ago. Northern Plains' sky was blue and extremely clear. A Gu immortal was flying at a low altitude, only a few meters above the ground. His gaze was constantly scanning the ground, as if he was searching for something. This Gu immortal's chest was exposed. His body was well-proportioned, and his muscles were firm. He had an ordinary face, his nose was straight, and his lips were tightly pursed, giving off an impression of unwavering determination. The ground he was inspecting had lush grass. It was a field of green. But if one observed carefully, they would find that the ground that was covered in grass was cracked everywhere. There was something fishy about it. The Northern Plains Gu immortal had sensed some clues and started to investigate. Right now, he had already explored 100 li of land. Suddenly, a green shadow flashed past the cracks on the ground. Found you. The Northern Plains Gu immortal's gaze brightened. He pounced down with a gray shadow, like an eagle pouncing on its prey. His momentum was swift and fierce, filled with determination. Rumble! The northern plains Gu Immortal directly crashed into the ground. The ground instantly cracked, rocks and grass flew everywhere. The Gu Immortal's attack hit the target. At the next moment, his pupils shrunk. The ground cracked open, revealing a huge body hidden in the shallow layer of the ground. It looked like a huge yellow dragon, but looking closely, it was not the body of a dragon, but a huge ginseng trunk. The ginseng trunk was yellow and full of wrinkles, giving off a feeling of strength. After suffering a heavy blow, the ginseng trunk erupted with terrifying strength, like a huge dragon turning over. Rumble, the surrounding ground cracked again. Grass and mud flew everywhere. The northern plains Gu Immortal was also sent flying by this force. He flew into the air and saw the full appearance of the ginseng, only to see that in the surrounding 100 li, there were yellow ginseng roots growing out everywhere. It was like a forest had grown out. Hundreds of ginseng roots were like yellow dragons, dancing and attacking the northern plains Gu Immortal. The Gu Immortal breathed in deeply. A gray shadow appeared around his body. Under the shroud of the gray light, his figure became blurry, indistinct, and indistinct. When the ginseng roots hit his body, it was like they were passing through a layer of illusion. There was no effect. The northern plains Gu Immortal was like the moon's shadow in the water. No matter how the water rippled, the moon's shadow was not damaged at all. The Gu Immortals thus set their footing and started to prepare their offensive methods. Once the killer move was activated, grayish-green wooden spikes, each as thick as an ancient tree, stabbed into the ginseng roots and nailed them to the ground. As the Gu Immortal continued to attack, the number of ginseng roots attacking him decreased. Good stuff. The northern plains Gu Immortal's name was Wu Guang. He was a rank 7 Wood Path Gu Immortal called Wood Statue Lord. The longer he looked at the ginseng, the more fervent his gaze became. This withered yellow ginseng was a mysterious species. Even Wu Guang, who specialized in Wood Path, did not know much about it. However, this situation was quite common recently. The 5 regions merged into one. The earth veins surged, chi tides swept, and a vast amount of cultivation resources appeared. There were a lot of strange things in it. This ancient desolate plant was the same. Coincidentally, it was discovered by wooden statue Lord Wu Guang. This ginseng was extremely valuable. If Wu Guang could successfully raise it, it would definitely be a profitable long-term business. However, it was not easy to subdue these wild, ancient, desolate plants. They were not like those desolate plants that were grown from seedlings. Subduing ancient, desolate plants involved enslavement path methods. Wu Guang was not proficient in this. He did not want to ask for too much now. He only wanted to kill this ginseng and obtain many immortal materials. Undue delay could lead to trouble. This was the territory of the Huang Jin bloodline. If these Gu Immortals found him as a lone immortal, Wu Guang would not be able to gain any benefits. Immortal killer move, decaying with dead ashes. After the number of ginseng roots attacking Wu Guang decreased to a certain extent, Wu Guang pushed with his palms. With a loud sound, a gray pillar of light tore through the sky and hit the ginseng's trunk. The ginseng's trunk was pierced by the gray pillar of light. A huge hole was formed. The ginseng roots that were still attacking Wu Guang seemed to have lost all their strength and instantly fell to the ground. They were like soft caterpillars, no longer as strong and firm as before. "It's over." Wu Guang smiled lightly, but his expression changed immediately. Rumble. At the next moment, the ground shook. Heaven and earth turned upside down. Over 1,000 ginseng roots appeared at the same time. Each root was at least 30 meters long. The roots covered the sky, casting a shadow over Wu Guang's body. Wu Guang was shocked to find that the ginseng's trunk that he had identified earlier was not the main body. It was just a larger branch. This ancient, desolate plant might have over 10,000 years of history. It is already close to rank 8. It is at the peak of ancient desolate plants. Wu Guang's heart shook. Countless ginseng roots smashed down. Wu Guang quickly dodged. But at this time, a wild immortal goo residing in a certain part of the ginseng activated, causing Wu Guang's speed to fall sharply. Wu Guang was hit by the ginseng roots again and again. At the crucial moment, the gray shadow appeared again. Over 1,000 ginseng roots were like violent whips, whipping and stirring the air, causing air currents to surge endlessly. Wu Guang's body was shaking, his immortal essence was being expended rapidly. Oh no! Wu Guang could smell the aura of death. At this rate, his immortal essence reserves would not last for long. He relied on his defensive method to preserve his life. But this defensive killer move had a huge flaw. Once it was activated, the Goo Immortal could not move at all, they could only stay on the spot. Wu Guang was in danger. The situation was changing too quickly. It was a moment of life and death. Wu Guang felt bitter internally. He had been too careless this time. He did not investigate more carefully. The truth was the ginseng moved underground. It was not easy for Wu Guang to chase it. It was not easy to catch it. If he had the time to investigate it thoroughly, the ginseng would have escaped long ago and gone underground. It is too late to say anything now, to think that Wu Guang, would die in the hands of an ancient desolate plant. Immortal essence started to dry up. Wu Guang gradually fell into despair. Roar! Right at this time, a fierce tiger pounced. The tiger's body was pitch black. It gave off a metallic luster. It was huge like a mountain. Its claws and teeth were extremely powerful, easily tearing the ginseng roots apart. What ancient desolate beast is this? No, that's not right. This is a killer move. Wu Guang stared with wide eyes, surprised and curious. The black tiger fought against the ginseng roots. The two were in a deadlock. They were evenly matched. Rumble! At the next moment, the ground shook fiercely. The ginseng roots suddenly straightened, and then fell to the ground with a thud, never to move again. This is an immemorial desolate plant, mysterious ginseng. It was actually killed in one move. Wu Guang was shocked. His face was filled with worry and solemnity. Many times, humans were much more terrifying than wild beasts and plants. Wu Guang did not need to think to know. The Goo Immortal who killed this ancient desolate plant was very strong, extremely strong. Wu Guang escaped and saw a green-robed Goo Immortal. Wu Guang recognized this person. He cupped his fists. So you were the one who saved me, Qin Cheng. Goo Immortal Qin Cheng waved his hand. I only assisted you. The one who truly saved your life was my master. Master, whose servant did you become? Wu Guang was shocked. Right at this time, the ground split open. A figure flew into the sky. Wu Guang stared with wide eyes. He saw that this female immortal was wearing a half mask. The mask covered her nose and chin. Her brows were sharp. Her eyes were shining brightly. She wore a black gold armor. A domineering aura lingered around her, intimidating people's minds. It was He Lulan, who had just entered the ground and killed the mysterious ginseng. Roar! The black tiger roared as it returned, turning into a tattoo that landed on He Lulan's body. It was the totem killer move, Dark Capital Strength Tiger. Wu Guang had never seen or heard of this killer move before. Seeing this scene, he was even more shocked. He Lulan looked down at him. I saved you. How are you going to repay me? Wu Guang's body shook. He quickly bowed and thanked. I will never forget the favor of saving my life. I wonder if I can do anything for you, Lord. As long as you say the word, I will do my best to fulfill it. He Lulan laughed, looking at Qin Cheng. It seems you know him. What can he do? Qin Cheng said, Master, we are going to Half Moon Hill to challenge Yin Wu Quebec. This person has a close relationship with Yin Wu K. He can lead the way for us. Wu Guang quickly said, I do know, Brother Yin, but the challenge. Chun Chung laughed, explaining, Master's cultivation was successful this time. She came out of seclusion to challenge all the experts in the world. I lost to Master. According to the bet, I became her slave. Wu Guang took a deep breath. So that's it. He was hesitant. He and Yin Wu Kei were good friends. If he led this expert to fight with his friend, regardless of the outcome, Wu Guang would feel troubled. But He Lulan did not care about Wu Guang's feelings. She said, Then lead the way. Wu Guang's heart shook. He Lulan's tone was filled with unquestionable dominance. Wu Guang was certain that if he went against this person, he would end up like that ginseng. Benefactor, please follow me, fellow Taoist Chun Chung. Wu Guang led the way under his strong will to live. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, milky white seawater rose and fell. The surface of the sea was covered in fog. One could not even see their own fingers. In this milky white fog, there were tens of thousands of figures walking and flying. Zong's mind was in chaos. He was in a daze, sometimes in the seawater, sometimes in the white fog. He could vaguely hear a voice calling out to him. Zong, since you are awake, why aren't you coming out? Thus, following this voice, Zong walked out of the seawater, stepping onto the shore. He was naked from head to toe. After he left the crowd, he suddenly came to his senses. Looking at the thick white fog and sea around him, he inspected his body. He shouted in disbelief, Didn't I die? You have successfully revived in Master's secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea, Zong. But your cultivation level is gone. You are immortal now. You need to cultivate again. The Gu immortal who guided him smiled. Zong was speechless. After a while, he knelt down on the beach. I can revive because of Master's benevolence and kindness. Zong raised his head and shouted. Tears flowed down his cheeks. Chapter 2187. Before Fang Yuan entered Crazed Demon Cave, the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea, had already been completed. In order to create the complete human sea, Fang Yuan ordered the slaughter of countless humans. The sin of killing was unimaginable. His hands were stained with blood. But he also got what he wanted. He was getting the desired result at this moment. One could imagine, if the news of the dead Gu immortals reviving in human sea spread, the morale of Fang Yuan's subordinates would rise greatly. In fact, in Fang Yuan's 500 years of memories, the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea, was used by Eastern Sea's Xia clan. In Fang Yuan's 500 years of memories, Xia clan's Gu immortals would not die completely when they died. They could revive in human sea. Even though the immortal Gu and immortal aperture's accumulations would vanish, Xia clan's Gu immortals could retain their cultivation level and immortal aperture itself. Eastern Sea's Xia clan thus displayed their prowess and even attacked Southern Border for a period of time. Southern Border's Gu immortals fought against Xia clan. As time passed, they learned and comprehended from Xia clan, causing Chai clan to imitate human sea and create human mountain secluded domain. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Fate Gu was only damaged. It was not completely destroyed. The current situation was that Fate Gu was completely destroyed. The difficulty of using human sea to revive Gu immortals was greatly reduced. But Fang Yuan did not let the dead Gu immortals revive with Gu immortal cultivation level. Firstly, reviving Gu immortals with their cultivation level was a huge expenditure on human sea. It would not take long before countless human and variant human lives were slaughtered. It was not that Fang Yuan could not bear to do so, but he was afraid of trouble. Secondly, if these Gu immortals could return to the mortal realm and cultivate again, it would be of great value to Fang Yuan. Firstly, these revived Gu masters were Gu immortals to begin with. They had abundant cultivation experience. They were almost certain to succeed in the crucial part of immortal ascension. These were all good opportunities to resolve Fang Yuan's doubts. Secondly, When these Gu immortals cultivate again, every time they undergo tribulation, Fang Yuan could help them obtain heaven path Tao marks. Finally, after these Gu immortals cultivate again, they might be able to innovate and modify killer moves. In the process of recultivating, they would be more dependent on Fang Yuan, which meant that they would be under Fang Yuan's deeper control. But at this time, when Fang Yuan activated the killer move Human Revival C, his heart pounded as inspiration flashed in his mind. At this moment, he made a crucial breakthrough in refinement path. So the human body Gu refinement method is like this. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly as a faint joy emerged in his heart. The so-called human C revival method was essentially using Gu cultivation methods to refine a human body and human soul. This was indeed a human path method, but it was also using Gu to refine people. Fang Yuan was lacking in human body Gu refinement. When he researched the Ni clan earlier, he noticed that the human body Gu refinement technique was related to blood path and so on, so his conclusion was not wrong. Using humans to refine Gu and using Gu to refine humans, the two are essentially the same. The two were two sides of the same coin. Like looking into a mirror, they reflected each other. The true core was the fusion of human and Gu. Like sovereign immortal fetus Gu, it was a Gu worm that could turn into a human body after activation. But it did not provide a soul. Instead, it allowed the Gu cultivator's soul to turn into the sovereign immortal body that was most suitable for a particular soul. Fang Yuan was using human C to revive Gu immortals. He was creating both a human body and a human soul. Looking at the legendary immemorial desolate beast Qing Cho, it was originally a killer move that turned into a living being. By extension, any living being could be created using the Gu cultivation method. This was completely true in theory. In fact, this was already stated in The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 14, had a clear record of this. All living beings were originally Gu worms in secluded domains of heaven and earth, the blue sea of life. When these Gu worms were washed ashore by the waves of the blue sea, they would turn into all kinds of living beings. All methods returned to the same origin. Different paths led to the same destination. Using Gu to refine humans, using humans to refine Gu, human and Gu were one. Even though Fang Yuan knew this principle, only now did Fang Yuan understand the true meaning of this principle. This enlightenment was like breaking through the final layer of paper. Fang Yuan's vision became clear. He only needed to make some deductions now to design a killer move that could break Ni clan's Gu immortals methods and extract all kinds of immortal Gu from them. It was not easy to achieve this step. Fang Yuan had a foundation in this aspect to begin with. In his previous life, he had been using the human isolation style, Gu refinement method. After rebirth, he had gone through all kinds of fortuitous encounters. He had some foundation in this aspect. Even though Ni clan did not become his breakthrough point, investigating Ni clan provided Fang Yuan with a solid foundation. Eventually, the quantitative change turned into a qualitative change. Fang Yuan unexpectedly succeeded in breaking through in human C. Since ancient times, refinement path had two paths. The first was the hairy man nature Gu refinement path, using nature and Tao marks to refine Gu. In contrast, limitless demon venerable used Gu worms to refine nature. The second was the human isolation style. Ni clan's Gu immortal refinement path, quasi-supreme Ni Ren used humans to refine Gu, implanting all kinds of immortal Gu in the bodies of Ni clan descendants. In contrast, sovereign immortal fetus, human sea rebirth, and blue sea of life use Gu to refine humans. The attainment level of refinement path, Supreme Grandmaster, is probably these four. Right now, I have already comprehended the human Gu refinement method. I only lack the final, using Gu to refine heaven and earth. And for this, using limitless demon venerables arrangements, I have already broken through. There are no more obstacles now. I only need to move forward and comprehend all the profundities. Fang Yuan evaluated. Jewel, Yellow Skies. By Ning Bing's divine. Sense was searching inside. She was selling immortal materials. Ever since she accidentally witnessed Fang Huan's rebirth and killed him, Bai Ningbing obtained a large number of desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses. She even obtained the true inheritance from Fang Huan's soul. Bai Ningbing's immortal materials were almost all sold. Only the final portion was left. How are you selling these immortal materials? At this time, a divine sense came and asked for the price. Bai Ningbing told her the price. Little immortal Xing Luo heard the price and shrunk back. She gritted her teeth and wanted to bargain. Can you make it cheaper? Next, little immortal Xing Luo gave a price and added, if it's this price, I will buy it directly. Bai Ningbing planned to refine Gu herself. She created the killer move breath concealment ice pearl. If she could refine an ice pearl immortal Gu, it would be greatly beneficial to this move. Right now, the immortal materials were almost all gathered. Bai Ningbing was not good at doing business. She was just about to nod and make the deal when another divine sense approached her. There is actually a mala duck's neck here. This food path, ancient desolate beast, is very rare. Where did you get it? The divine sense asked. Bai Ningbing did not want to expose any clues related to her. She asked directly, are you buying or not? What price? After Bai Ningbing gave her price, the divine sense said, I will buy it. I will accept all of it. Do you need immortal yuan stone or other immortal materials? Bai Ningbing reported the ice and snow path, immortal materials she needed. The divine sense smiled. I have all of them. Please wait a moment. Eastern Sea. Zui Xian Wang retracted his divine sense and contacted the Righteous Qi Alliance. The Righteous Qi Alliance had a rich immortal material storage. Zui Xian Wang used his contribution points to take out a batch of ice and snow path immortal materials. After sending these immortal materials to Jewel Yellow Skies, Bai Ningbing and Zui Xian Wang completed the transaction. After getting the immortal materials she wanted, Bai Ningbing immediately left Jewel Yellow Skies. Central Continent's little immortal Xing, Luo's divine sense was still lingering. It is such a pity. She had lost the immortal material she wanted the most. Little immortal Xing Luo was a lone cultivator. She had always fought alone. She only had rank 6 cultivation level. Her wealth could not compare to Zui Xian Wang, not to mention that Zui Xian Wang could take out the ice and snow immortal materials that the seller wanted. Let's wait and see. Little immortal Xing Luo was very disappointed. She was unwilling to give up. She used her divine sense to explore Jewel Yellow Skies. What is this? Not long later, she was shocked to find that a valley had appeared in Jewel Yellow Skies. Who placed an entire valley here? Sensing this situation, little immortal Xing Luo stared with wide eyes. This was the first time she had seen such a huge transaction. The valley's appearance immediately caused a small commotion. Many divine senses came over, and many Gu immortal wills also gathered to observe. Who is so talented as to sell an entire valley? It is not easy to do this. It requires deep earth path attainment. This valley is not bad. It has abundant moon path Dao marks. But such a large-scale resource point has high value. Can it be sold? If we want to sell it in Jewel Yellow Skies, we will need to pay Xian Yuan stone. These discussions had just started when the valley vanished. Someone really bought it. It seems that this transaction was made beforehand. That valley earlier seems to be Southern Border's Moon Bowl. It was indeed Southern Border's Moon Bowl Valley. Fang Yuan had left behind a group of Gu immortals in Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and other places. After negotiating with Wu Clan, Moon Bowl was sold by Wu Clan and transported into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture through jewel yellow skies. Moonbowl is here. Catch it, catch it. Good, good. A little to the left, a little to the right. Rumble. The earth trembled as the moon-worshipping bowl fell to the ground. Rockman Goo Immortals immediately went forward and used a killer move to control Moonbowl's mountain root, causing it to take root in the ground and act as an earth vein node. The other variant human Goo Immortals were free now. They watched as they conversed. Did you hear? Shirzong revived. Not just Shirzong. All the Goo Immortals who died in the outside world revived through human sea. Master is mighty. He is omnipotent. Reviving us Goo Immortals is easy. But our cultivation level is gone. We need to cultivate again. As long as we are alive, there is hope. So what if we become mortals? We can just cultivate again. If only I could take on combat missions. Don't think about it. Those Goo Immortals who can take on combat missions have strong battle strength. Even though you have rank 7 cultivation level, you have just advanced. You do not have all your immortal goo yet. That's right. We need to take things one step at a time. We should focus on completing these missions and raise our strength. A portion of the elites under Fang Yuan were fighting outside, while the rest of the Goo Immortals were managing the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. They were working hard and putting in a lot of effort. Even though strange things were happening inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, everything was still in order. P.S. I recommend I Am Really a Rich Second Generation. This book is quite interesting. Chapter 2188. Northern Plains. An intense battle had just started for a few rounds. Yin Wu-Kei continued to retreat while pointing his finger at He Lulan. Immortal killer move, crescent stab. Clang. At the next moment, there was the sound of a sword being unsheathed. A translucent light blue crescent shot out of the ground like a blade, slashing towards He Lulan. He Lulan was prepared. She jumped up at almost the same time, dodging it. Yin Wu-Kei's pupils shrunk. This attack was very fast. Ordinary Goo Immortals could not dodge it. But He Lulan dodged it successfully. This showed that she had an exceptional investigative killer move. This method of mine has only failed on Tian Xia Xian and Tian Yizi. The former is a wisdom path Goo Immortal. He has the ability to make deductions. The latter cultivates time path and has investigative methods that can predict the future. To think that I would fail on this mysterious female immortal again. Even though she cultivates strength path, she cannot be underestimated. Several thoughts flashed past Yin Wu-Kei's mind. At the same time, he was still retreating. Rumble! He Lulan exerted strength. Her body was like a meteor. She tore through the air and got close to Yin Wu-Kei in a few breaths of time. Yin Wu-Kei gritted his teeth. He raised his hands and used a killer move, Moonrise. A trace of moonlight appeared above his head and floated up, but before he reached the top, He Lulan's fist had already arrived. Bam! With a loud sound, Yin Wu-Kei was sent flying by He Lulan like a rubber ball. His thin body flew far away. He crashed on the ground and was dragged more than 10 steps away by the inertia. A deep trench was left on the ground along the way. When he raised his head again, Yin Wu-Kei saw He Lulan's figure again, as well as her fist. Yin Wu-Kei's heart jumped. That punch earlier. Even though Yin Wu-Kei had defensive methods, he was still heavily injured. He did not want to take a second punch. You fell for it. Yin Wu-Kei suddenly smiled. He stretched out 5 fingers and aimed at He Lulan. Chong, 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 chong. In an instant, 5 light blue, translucent moon blades appeared out of thin air and aimed at the center from all directions. He Lulan stabbed forward. He Lulan's eyes shone with a cold light. She didn't dodge or evade and continued to throw her fists forward. Yin Wu's smile froze. He watched as the fist grew bigger and bigger until it finally landed on his eye. Boom! Yin Wu-Kei was originally lying on the ground with his head slightly raised. After receiving this punch, his head smashed into the deep pit below him with terrifying momentum. The earth trembled, and rocks flew everywhere. Wooden statue Lord Wu Guang and pure sincerity immortal Chen Cheng's eyes twitched. Just seeing Yin Wuk being beaten up made them feel pain. Yin Wuk was directly smashed into the ground by this attack, and he was a few meters away from the ground. Smoke and dust billowed, but He Lulan did not give chase. Instead, she quickly retreated. Clang, clang, clang. Endless moon blades seemed to have gone crazy. They were created continuously and slashed at He Lulan. He Lulan had a calm expression as she continued to dodge. Her movements were simple and extremely nimble. Most of the crescent blades were dodged, and a few were shattered by her two fists. Yin Wuk's crazy attacks finally gave him a chance to catch his breath. He flew out of the deep pit and into the sky. Right now, his face was covered in dust, one of his eyes was cracked, his eyelid was swollen and was purple. His vision was extremely blurry, his gaze flickered with lingering fear. Those two punches just now almost made me lie on the ground. So dangerous. Thankfully, I succeeded in moon ascension. Yin Wuk let out a breath of turbid air. The moon aura that had emerged from the top of his head had already condensed into a crescent moon that hung high in the sky under the bright sun. The moon blade killer move was still being used. He Lulan dodged as she split a portion of her attention to look at the crescent moon in the sky. Previously, the moon blades could only be created from the ground, but now they can be created from thin air. Is this the effect of this crescent moon? He Lulan thought rapidly. Her thoughts collided in her mind like sparks. But this kind of amplification is not worth Yin Wuk paying such a huge price. He would rather take two of my punches head-on in order to activate this crescent moon first. He Lulan's mind was as calm as ice. Previously, she was attacking. Now she was defending. She could advance and retreat as she pleased. Yin Wuk was still activating the crescent moon killer move. Crescent moons continued to be created. His attacks were relentless, but He Lulan defended stably. At the same time, she used her fist force to attack the crescent moon in the sky. The crescent moon in the sky was attacked by the fist force, but it only shook like a mirage. The crescent moon is growing? A bright light flashed in He Lulan's eyes. She acutely discovered something. So that's how it is. He Lulan understood. She stomped on the ground as she charged out, enduring the crescent moon's attack as she attacked Yin Wuk. Yin Wuk's heart jumped. This female immortal's battle consciousness is too strong. She seems to have seen through my combat system. Yin Wuk had an immortal opportunity in his early years. He inherited the inheritance of a certain Guyue path, Gu immortal great expert. Thus, he had a stable and complete combat system. The crescent moon in the sky would amplify all of Yin Wuk's moon path killer moves. At the same time, Yin Wuk's moon path killer moves would be broken. The shattered moon path Tao marks would be absorbed by the crescent moon, gradually filling up the crescent moon. The crescent moon would turn into a half moon before becoming a full moon. Once it becomes a full moon, Yin Wuk's offense and defense would be amplified to their strongest state. He Lulan saw through this. She started to attack fiercely again. Yin Wuk had already noticed that he was not He Lulan's match. He wisely chose to stall for time. He moved while parrying her attacks. He Lulan chased after him with all her strength. The two immortals chased as they fought intensely. Everywhere they went, rocks flew and humans died. Immortal killer move, 8 directional strength battle. He Lulan shouted. Her body flickered as 8 figures appeared, surrounding Yin Wuk. Yin Wuk was caught off guard. He was surrounded in the center. Oh no! Yin Wuk was shocked. Fang Yuan's divine sense continued to spread out in the sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture was too huge. It was not easy to scan it. He needed to extend his divine sense for a long time before he could see the entire immortal aperture. There were still strange things happening everywhere, but with Star Collection City's control, Gu immortals were everywhere. This was no longer a problem. Fang Yuan was focusing on the Earth Vein this time. Originally, the Earth Vein had been constructed, but it was very crude and simple. It was just a line formed by a dozen or so points. This line made a circle in the mini-5 regions, connecting from end to end. But after this period of operation, even though the Earth Vein was still a single loop, there were already many branches growing from this loop. It was no longer as thin as before. After some time, the nodes at the ends of these branches will connect to form a second, larger outer loop. The entire Earth Vein will then have 2 layers of loops. Right now, in the 5 regions, not only were Southern Border's superforces transacting with Fang Yuan, Eastern Sea's Righteous Qi Alliance was also preparing for this under Qi Sea Ancestors' orders. 2 islands had already been sold to the Sovereign Immortal Aperture through Jewel Yellow Skies. They were used as the nodes of Mini Eastern Sea's Earth Vein. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces were still in the dark. They did not know that the target of this transaction was Fang Yuan. They had a lot of profits to make, thus they were very proactive. Fang Yuan had a lot of capital. He had been lacking resources earlier, but that was no longer the case now. Fang Yuan had a vast amount of immortal materials. He used these immortal materials to purchase the islands and mountains. The immortal materials in the first 6 layers of Crazed Demon Cave had chaotic Tao marks. They could not be traded. But the 7th layer's Tao marks were all stolen by Fang Yuan through Thieves' Den. They turned into pure rank 9 immortal materials. Each of these rank 9 immortal materials had extraordinary value. They were hard to calculate. Fang Yuan's wealth rose sharply. He was very confident. In fact, if they were not used to refine Gu, these rank 9 immortal materials could only be sold to rank 8 Gu immortals or these superforces. Rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals could not reach the level of rank 9 immortal materials. These immortal materials were too high level. Even most rank 8 Gu immortals could not use them. Only those superforces would want to hoard some. After inspecting the Earth Vein and seeing that there were no mistakes, the development was going well, Fang Yuan retracted his divine sense. Turning his attention back to himself, Fang Yuan willed. Cooking Luck Pot shook slightly. Fang Yuan started to inspect luck. At this moment, his silver pillar of light had changed quite a bit. The silver pillar of light had become more solid. Its size was half of its previous size, but it was at least 5 times more solid, be it the Earth Vein's structure or Fang Yuan's refinement path attainments. They were the reason why the silver pillar of light had become solid. The 3 clouds that represented star constellation, spectral soul, and giant sun were still covering the top of the pillar. They were suppressing and obstructing it. At the bottom of the silver pillar of light, the surrounding dust had already condensed into the shape of a graveyard, wrapping around the silver pillar like it was supporting its foundation. I have been comprehending Paradise Earth's tomb recently. I have made some progress. I now have the ability to construct a graveyard. Through the graveyard, Gu immortals can be reborn. Even the immortal Gu of the Gu immortal, when they were alive, can be reborn. Looking at this luck, if I can comprehend Northern Plains Paradise Earth true inheritance, it will be of great help to me. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, there was a huge change in luck again. At the top of the silver pillar of light, a bright star appeared between the 3 clouds. This star's silver-white radiance penetrated the clouds and shone on the surface of Fang Yuan's silver pillar. It was also a silver radiance. It seemed to be greatly beneficial to the silver pillar. What is going on? Fang Yuan's body shook. So it was like this. I understand now. He looked far away, piercing through the distance of 10,000 li towards the central area where the 3 great worlds intersected. There, A small world appeared, emitting the strong aura of thieving heaven demon Venerable. This was thieving heaven's space. There was probably a thieving heaven true inheritance inside. P.S. Congratulations to Eating Melon for becoming the leader of this book. My eyes are watery with tears. I still need to update 12 chapters. The pressure is huge. In the past, I could update 7 chapters at once. But update 12 chapters at once. I can only vent my anger and vomit blood. I can't update anymore. The difficulty is too high. Everyone, take it easy, take it easy. I'm a little afraid. I want to have a good Christmas and a good New Year. Chapter 2189. Bam, 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 bam. A series of fierce attacks sent In Woo Kei to the ground. In Woo Kei hugged his head and curled into a ball, activating defensive killer moves with all his might. But under all sorts of punches and kicks, his defensive methods crumbled rapidly. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. In Woo Kei shouted anxiously. Fairy Black Moon, it's best to forgive and forget. Wu Guang hurried over to persuade her. Hei Lulan was only sparring. She did not have much killing intent. Hearing this, she stopped. She turned to Qin Cheng. In Woo Kei has lost. Who is his next opponent? While she was asking, 2 Gu immortals flew over from the sky. 2 immortals, 1 male and 1 female. The male was tall, he had a shoehorn face and bean-sized eyes. He gave off the aura of a rank 7 light path Gu immortal. The female immortal had the appearance of a young girl. Her eyes were round and bright. She had a petite and cute body. She was a rank 7 wood path Gu immortal. They were Lu tribes Gu immortals, Lu Chong and Lu Luo. Chun Cheng, Wu Guang, and the rest looked at each other. They did not speak. But Lu Luo asked first, "What is going on?" No one answered her. Lu Luo looked at In Wu Quebec. In Wu Kei was still lying on the ground. Being healed by Wu Guang, he smiled bitterly. This fairy Black Moon came to challenge me. She has powerful methods. I am not her match. Lu Chong heard this, and his eyes brightened. He smiled. Fairy Black Moon? May I know your name? To think that Northern Plains Gu immortal world would have such a heroine. Lu Luo mocked In Wu Kei. In Wu Kei, now you know the pain of being a lone cultivator, right? Our Lu family recruiting you as a guest grand elder will also be of great benefit to you. At least after you join our tribe. Any Gu immortals who challenge, you will have to consider the consequences of angering our Lu tribe. In Wu Kei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Thank you for persuading me so many times, but I am used to living a carefree life. I have no intention of joining any super force. Lu Luo frowned. You still don't know how to appreciate favors? Ever since the Fate War ended, in order to prepare for the 5 regions chaotic war, Longevity Heaven ordered the Huangjin tribes to unite Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Many Gu immortals were recruited by these Huangjin tribes, while many demonic cultivators were also killed. On the other side, Hei Lulan had no intention to answer Lu Zhang's question. She said to Qin Cheng, "Let's go." Wait. Lu Luo shrieked and tried to stop her. Then she looked at Hei Lulan. Female immortal, you're too daring. Don't you know that In Wuk was recruited by my Lu family? Now that you've injured him, you want to walk away? Sister, Lu Chong tried to persuade her, feeling a little helpless in his heart. Lu Luo had just advanced from rank 6 to rank 7. The rise in her strength also caused her emotions to be somewhat restless. If she was alone, perhaps her attitude would not be like this. But now that her brother Lu Chong was by her side to rely on, Lu Luo's attitude became somewhat casual. But Lu Chong had always loved this sister of his. He did not scold her. Instead, he stared at Hei Lulan. "Fairy, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you interested in joining our Lu family? If I become the Lu family's supreme guest elder, shut your dog mouth." Hei Lulan said plainly. Huh. Lu Chong was stunned. Lu Luo stared with wide eyes. She was shocked and furious. How dare you, you shrew! Before she finished, He Lulan interrupted her. 2 dogs blocking the way. If you bark again, I will kill you. Seeing that the situation was about to go out of control, Chun Chung quickly stopped her and tried to mediate. Lu Luo shrieked, I will not let today's matter rest. I want to see. Boom! He Lulan attacked fiercely. A strength path phantom suddenly appeared in front of Lu Luo and punched the latter's face, sending her flying. Sister. Lu Chong was furious. He was about to attack. With a loud sound, he was also sent flying by He Lulan. Lu Chong was a famous rank 7 expert in Northern Plains. His strength far surpassed Lu Luo. He quickly stabilized himself. You dare to attack my Lu tribe's Gu immortals? You. Boom, boom, boom. He Lulan was surrounded by 8 strength path phantoms. She activated the Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem at the same time, causing the Lu tribe siblings to flee. This. Chun Chung was dumbfounded. There is no way to resolve this. Wu Guang was tongue-tied. He looked at Yin Wu Kei and smiled bitterly. So, Fairy Black Moon's personality is like this. Brother Yin, you are really lucky to be alive from this person. Yin Wu Kei snorted. If this Fairy Black Moon really killed the Lu tribe siblings, do you think Lu tribe and Longevity Heaven will let us go? Wu Guang was stunned. His expression turned extremely ugly. Do we still have to help the Lu tribe siblings? Wu Guang asked in a daze. Yin Wu Kei gritted his teeth. You want to lick Longevity Heaven's boots? Ever since Giant Sun, Immortals set up the Imperial Court Contest, Northern Plains has become his territory. For the last 300,000 years, how much suffering have the lone cultivators of Northern Plains suffered? The truth of the Imperial Court Contest was known to all Gu immortals. Northern Plains lone immortals and demonic cultivators had a bad impression of Giant Sun Immortal, back then 5 Elements Grandmaster, who thought that he was a lone immortal, invaded Longevity Heaven. That was the proof of this attitude. Longevity Heaven wanted to unify Northern Plains Gu immortal world, but it was very difficult. Many Gu immortal experts did not want to submit to the Huangjin tribes. They did not want to listen to these people that they hated in the past. Unless there were 2 situations. One was when the 5 regions chaotic war started. Northern Plains Gu immortal world faced huge external pressure. These Gu immortals had no choice but to unite. The second was when Giant Sun Immortal revived successfully and subdued these demonic cultivators and lone immortals with irresistible strength. In fact, even in the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Longevity Heaven was able to unify Northern Plains Gu immortal world because of Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun was strengthened by fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. On the surface, he looked like a rising star of humble origin. Thus he united many of Northern Plains' lone and demonic immortals. But the truth was he was a pawn of Longevity Heaven, an arrangement made by Giant Sun Immortal. Because of this indirect method, Longevity Heaven was able to unify Northern Plains Gu immortal world after a period of 5 regions chaotic war. Now that the 5 regions chaotic war had yet to start, and Ma Hongyun was killed by Feng Yuan, it was extremely difficult for Longevity Heaven to unify Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Fairy Black Moon, I will definitely return the humiliation of today's defeat. Lu Chong brought Lu Luo and escaped angrily. He was very strong, but he could not use it. He Lulan was always targeting Lu Luo. Lu Chong was very wary. He could only take a beating most of the time. He felt very sullen. They finally escaped. Chun Chung let out a breath of air. He had been very worried earlier. Humph, they can't escape. After I defeat the lone and demonic immortal experts, I will challenge these Huangjin tribes one by one. I will let the whole of Northern Plains know of my name. He Lulan smiled coldly. Chun Chung felt a headache. He did not expect his master to have such great ambitions. Not just those lone and demonic immortals. She also wanted to challenge the overlords of Northern Plains, those super Huang Jin tribes. Fairy, if you have such intentions, then I, Yin Wu Kei, am willing to travel with you to strengthen your reputation. Yin Wu Kei walked towards He Lulan with Wu Guang's help. Oh! He Lulan raised her brows slightly. Yin Wu Kei smiled bitterly. To speak the truth, if I do not travel with you, when Lu tribe's Gu immortals come to settle the score, they will not let me off. I do not want to become a member of the Huang Jin tribes. All right. He Lulan nodded. In the past, Chu Du had fought against these Huang Jin tribes. I cultivate strength path with him. Why can't I defeat him? Let's go together. I will come too, Wu Guang said. This is such an interesting matter. I want to witness it personally. Thus, He Lulan's group grew stronger again. Crazed Demon Cave, 8th layer. 300,000 years ago, in the void, worlds were being created and destroyed like bubbles. Suddenly, iron chains appeared one after another. With a clattering sound, they formed an area where chains intertwined with one another in the blink of an eye. I was actually discovered. Thieving Heaven Demon, Venerable, was surprised. He was forced to show himself. Limitless Demon Venerables will appear. Stop, new Venerable. There is no space door here that you are looking for. Saying so, countless chains shot towards Thieving Heaven Demon, Venerable from all directions. Thieving Heaven Demon, Venerable moved like lightning. He moved through the chains like a nimble flying fish. Limitless Demon Venerables, Will, his eyes shined with excitement. How do you know that I am looking for Space Door? Are you saying this because you do not want me to destroy your arrangements in Crazed Demon Cave? You have hidden the 9th layer too deeply. I cannot figure it out immediately. Why don't you invite me in, as long as there is no Space Door inside? I will leave immediately. Limitless Demon Venerables will said, Thieving Heaven, even though I do not leave Crazed Demon Cave. I know many things in the world. The current you cannot even control yourself. How can I let you enter the 9th layer? Cannot control myself. Why can't I control myself? Thieving Heaven Demon, Venerable raised his eyebrows. I only want to return home. I only want to see my family and friends, but all of you want to stop me? Thieving Heaven Demon, Venerable's expression became increasingly agitated. Limitless Demon Venerable was silent. The chains attacked even more urgently. Thieving Heaven Demon, Venerable snorted coldly. He stopped far away and stopped dodging. A dazzling sapphire blue light blossomed. Thieving Heaven Demon, Venerable activated a killer move. The blue light faded as a huge armor covered his body. He turned into a steel giant. The steel giant was covered in sparks. It charged towards Limitless Demon Venerable's will. The chains that filled the sky came to obstruct it, but were all destroyed by the steel giant. Thieving Heaven Demon, Venerable controlled the steel giant and charged forward. He reached the center of the millions of chains and grabbed Limitless Demon Venerable's will. But at the next moment, Limitless Demon Venerable's will dissipated on its own. Almost at the same time, another Limitless Demon Venerable's will appeared far away. He said calmly, This is Crazed Demon Cave. My will is endless here. Is that so? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable smiled coldly. Then try my next move. Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering battle erupted. The worlds in the void were affected. Countless of them were destroyed. Limitless Demon Venerables will had the terrain advantage. He was evenly matched with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable at first. But as time passed, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was stronger. He gradually gained the upper hand. Limitless Demon Venerable was dead after all. Only his will was left to control Crazed Demon Cave. Chapter 2190. The lightning giant rumbled. Every move it made was emitting boundless radiance. Millions of chains danced in the air, locking down thieving heaven demon Venerable. The aftermath of the battle between the two venerables continued to spread. The entire void was shaking slightly. It seemed like it could not hold on for much longer. Small worlds were affected. They were quickly destroyed. They could not last for more than a few breaths of time. Inside the lightning giant, thieving heaven demon Venerable's expression became increasingly twisted. His eyes became more bloodshot. He revealed an increasingly brutal aura. "Eat my move." Thieving heaven roared. The lightning giant's mountain-like body froze on the spot. Its surface quickly changed shape, and with the crisp sound of metal clicking, cannons extended from its body one after another. Boom! Thousands of cannons fired at the same time. Beams of light tore through the void. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple were extremely colorful. It was a stunning sight. The beams of light moved across hundreds and thousands of li, destroying everything in their path. Countless chains controlled by limitless demon venerables were destroyed. This move contains metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and many other paths. Each color of the light cannon represents a path. Oh no! Limitless demon venerables was shaken. The defensive line that he painstakingly created was pierced, revealing the two great worlds that he had been protecting. One world was filled with wild beasts. The other world was filled with lush forests. They were Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World. Most of the light cannons were blocked, but there were still over 100 that shot towards the two great worlds. What? These two worlds contain life. Thieving heaven demon Venerable's heart shook. He finally saw it clearly. His twisted and ferocious expression suddenly became sluggish, and his bloodshot eyes also revealed a clear color. When he explored the void earlier, he saw that the small worlds were deathly still. They had no life. Thus, he did not care about the life and death of these small worlds. But Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World had life. Thieving heaven demon Venerable did not want to become a bloody butcher. Thieving heaven demon Venerable gritted his teeth. He controlled the lightning giant to change the direction of the cannons. All of the light cannons brushed past the two great worlds. G-U-H. Thieving heaven demon Venerable spat out a mouthful of blood, forcefully changing the direction of the attack, made him suffer the backlash of the killer move. The powerful lightning giant was no longer dazzling. It became much dimmer. The battle between the two venerables came to an abrupt end. Thieving heaven demon Venerable breathed roughly, while limitless demon Venerables was surrounded by countless chains. He showed a contemplative expression. At this critical moment, one's true nature was revealed. I can open the passageway and let you take a look. After a while, the limitless demon Exalts will suddenly said, "What?" Thieving heaven demon Venerable was surprised, but he soon understood the reason. Thieving heaven demon Venerable still had traces of blood at the corner of his lips. His injuries were heavy and could not be healed in a short period of time. He chuckled. Then what are we waiting for? Limitless demon Venerables will open a path and led thieving heaven demon Venerable into the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thieving heaven demon Venerable first saw a black and white mountain. This is the book mountain recorded in The Legends of Renzu. Thieving heaven demon Venerable dispelled the lightning giant killer move with a shocked expression. The limitless will smiled. The book mountain is one of the cores. It is precisely because of it that this mad demon 9 void formation can continue to grow. Every time a talented goo cultivator appears in the world and pushes for the development of a path, the book mountain can receive this new knowledge and allow the mad demon 9 void formation to grow with time. Initially, the 8th layer's void was very small. There was no world at all. But later on, as rule path Phantom Path, Refinement Path, and others continued to develop in the 5 regions, the void here also continued to expand. First, small worlds appeared, then more and more small worlds appeared. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable left behind the Savage Wilderness Great World, and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created Green Lotus Tao Field, greatly boosting the Mad Demon 9 Void formation. In time, living beings will be born and destroyed in other small worlds. They will no longer be limited to these 2 great worlds. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable went deeper and saw floating ice of all sizes. They were of all shapes and sizes. These are truthful floating ice. No wonder I did not find them when I explored the River of Time. So you found them and hid them here. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable realized. Finally, he arrived at the lowest layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable showed a dim expression. He was very disappointed. There is no space door here after all. Limitless Demon Venerables did not lie to him. Limitless said, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, if you don't believe me, you can continue looking. There is indeed no space door here. How can I find space door? That is my only hope of returning home. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable asked. Limitless shook his head. If I knew, why would I need to fight earlier? Oh, Thieving Heaven, please return. There is nothing you are looking for here. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was stunned. He was speechless for a long time. No, maybe this is what I am looking for. Suddenly, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable laughed strangely. His expression was distorted. His eyes were bloodshot. Even his tone changed. It became hoarse and deep, as if another person was speaking. Oh no! Limitless Will's expression also changed. The thing he was worried about the most had happened. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable continued to speak in a hoarse and deep voice. If I am not wrong, this is the weakest place in the goo cultivation world's boundary. Oh, Limitless Demon Venerable, your Mad Demon 9 Void formation is using this place to pierce through the boundary of the world, allowing the things outside the world to enter as raw materials. That is why there are 8 layers of worlds, right? Say, if I break this place and leave the goo cultivation world, will I be able to find my hometown? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said this as his eyes opened wide. The excitement on his body intensified. Limitless said in a deep voice, Impossible! You are already a goo venerable. How can you not know the power of the things outside the world? You have already experienced their power, haven't you? How long do you think you can last outside the world? Venerables are the strongest people in the world. No matter how long you last, there will be a limit. Can you guarantee that you will coincidentally find your hometown within that limit? You should know you are not the only otherworldly demon. The world outside the goo cultivation world is not just your hometown. But Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable suddenly raised his head and raised his arms, shouting, But do you know how much I want to return home? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable lowered his head. His fingers were in a daze as he muttered, Do you know how tormented I am? When I was a mortal, I told myself that I might be able to find the way home after becoming a goo master. When I became a goo master, I told myself that I would definitely find the way home after becoming a goo immortal. And when I became a goo immortal, I told myself that I would be able to return home after becoming a venerable. But I am already a venerable now. I cannot find Space Door. Space Door. Where is Space Door? Even if I find Space Door, can Space Door really bring me home? Goo venerables are already the strongest. There is no path in front of me. Sometimes I will dream of Space Door. I will dream that I have found Space Door, but I will find that Space Door is useless. Every time I wake up from such a nightmare, I will be covered in cold sweat. I admit that I am afraid. I am afraid that I cannot find Space Door. but I am also afraid that I will fall into despair after finding Space Door. Can you understand this feeling? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's breathing became heavier. He looked at the deepest part of Crazed Demon Cave, the place where the world boundary was the weakest. He suddenly laughed. His eyes were shining as he said in a hoarse voice, "So let me take a risk. I will break through this world." "Stop!" Limitless will shouted. He was already on guard. He stopped him with all his strength. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was instantly bound by the chains. But at the next moment, another Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable appeared in front of him. He raised his arms and slammed them down. Boom! With a loud sound. The world boundary was broken. The most terrifying tribulation in the world descended. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable charged out of the hole. Limitless Will had no time to chase him. He tried to seal the hole with all his strength. But the tribulation that spewed out of the hole was terrifying. Limitless chains were forced back. They could not even get close. After a few breaths of time, the hole expanded to twice its original size. The situation is urgent. If we do not seal the hole now, the entire world will be destroyed. Fellow immortals, please lend us a hand. The Limitless will shouted loudly. Reckless savages will flew out of savage wilderness great world, bringing along countless wild beasts. Genesis Lotus will flew out of green lotus great world, bringing along countless plants. The combined power of the three venerables could only maintain the situation. They could not seal the hole. The hole did not expand. But the three venerables were already dead. There was no hope of victory with just the power left behind by their main bodies. The three venerables' power weakened rapidly. Their expressions were ugly. To think that the world will be destroyed because of this. Genesis Lotus will smile bitterly. Limitless will sighed. I was not willing to take the risk and let him in. No, Reckless Savages will said solemnly. In that situation, even if the three of us attacked together, we were not Thieving Heaven's match, because we could not keep him alive. Even if we forced him back 2 or 3 times, he could charge in again and again until we expend all of our strength. This is all my fault. Limitless, let me go. I can help you. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said, hatefully. One Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left through the hole. There was still another Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable trapped by limitless chains. You, Genesis Lotus, was slightly stunned. Who was the one who left earlier? Reckless Savages will asked. That was Sha Shao. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable smiled bitterly, my Tao guardian. At the same time, the situation was urgent. Limitless will interrupted him, asking, what method do you have? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said, do you know why Fate Gu's restriction on otherworldly demons is limited? That is because every otherworldly demon that comes to this world carries the mark of their homeland. Those are the Tao marks of otherworldly demons. Next, I will use the otherworldly space path Tao marks in my body to create space and forcefully seal the hole. Use this chance to make up for it. Without hesitation, Limitless will took back the chains. Please. Chapter 2191. Crazed Demon Cave. 8th layer. Big and small worlds were merging rapidly. All sorts of calamities and tribulations were wreaking havoc in the world. The battles between Gu immortals were also extremely intense. The weak died innocently in the aftermath, while the stronger ones were in a precarious situation. They were like small boats in a raging sea. If they were careless, they would capsize and lose their lives. Weak, too weak. Who can stop me? Die. Ha ha ha. Butian Kong continued to clamor. It was unstoppable in the battlefield. It was originally favored by Crazed Demon Cave's luck. After using the killer move Endless Learning, its attainment level rose sharply. Next, with the help of the Celestial Quartz Immortal Gu and killer moves, Its strength rose sharply, like him, Nia Kuang-fong and Duan, who were the same. At once, the three of them became the strongest Gu immortals in the battlefield. Evil beast, don't try to show off your might. Fang Yuan's 4 rank 8s surrounded the stone monkey Bu Tiankong. Bu Tiankong felt pressure. It stuck out its tongue and licked its lips, its eyes shining with excitement and ruthlessness. Good, you have a lot of people. Who are you? Du Lei warrior said as he activated a transformation path killer move, turning into a Du Lei lion with a lion head and a human body. Remember, my name is Duo Luo. Duo Luo warrior also used Duo Luo lion transformation, turning into a lion head and a human head. Steel Rush warrior turned into a rhinoceros. Frost Butterfly warrior shrunk to the size of an adult's fist. It had butterfly wings in human shape, emitting cold air. Battles between Gu immortals were usually fought alone, but these 4 Gu immortals cultivated transformation path. Their Dao marks did not conflict, and they were familiar with each other. They came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. They had rank 7 cultivation level, but with Fang Yuan's help, they advanced to rank 8. Immediately, the 4 warriors surrounded Bu Tiankong and fought. They fought until the sky turned dark, the sun and moon lost their light. Bu Tiankong was surrounded. Its injuries increased, but it fought fiercely. Its fists, legs, head, body, elbows, knees, and others became Bu Tiankong's weapons. Fist shadows flew everywhere. Every time they clashed, Bu Tiankong would be sent flying. But the 4 rank 8s cultivated transformation path. Their bodies were tough and strong. Even though they were sent flying, they would quickly attack again, maintaining the encirclement and giving Bu Tiankong huge pressure. The 5 fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground back to the sky. Everywhere they went, the other Gu immortals dodged them. Awesome, awesome. Come. Bu Tiankong's killing intent was aroused. It felt its mind becoming clearer. All sorts of killer moves flowed in its mind. The bottleneck that had troubled it in the past also started to loosen. He was one of the 3 children of Providence, and his talent and aptitude were even more extraordinary. The powerful pressure from the outside world was actually an opportunity for him, squeezing out even more of his potential. The more the stone monkey fought, the more ferocious it became. Initially, it wasn't very proficient in the killing moves it had obtained from the heavenly court, but now it was already very proficient in using them. In fact, it even started to fuse them into its original style. Gu, even with. And of Gu, of We Cannot, He, Ling King of Su, Tian, and One-Immed. Although they were still surrounding the stone monkey, they felt as if they were suppressing a volcano. The volcano was constantly accumulating power and brewing, turning the external pressure into internal power. Once it reached its limit, the volcano would erupt. It would definitely shock the gods and shock the immortals. It would set off a fatal counterattack. Quick, kill him. With the help of the Lord, let the calamities and tribulations wear him down. The 4 immortals quickly conversed in secret, their coordination becoming more and more adept. From start to finish, Fang Yuan's Heaven Envy's heroic geniuses killer move was in effect. The tribulation was used to attack Bu Tiankong, Nia Kuang-fong, and the others. Of course, most of the calamities and tribulations were a kind of refinement path method, constantly refining various small worlds as well as the tangled Dao marks in the large worlds. This was especially so when calamities and tribulations occurred frequently inside and outside the small world. Under the bombardment of the various calamities, the small worlds were destroyed and completely integrated into the 3 great worlds. During this process, the savage great world naturally benefited the most. However, there was still a small world that was unique. Compared to all the other small worlds, it was fresh and refined. No matter how the catastrophe raged, it remained unmoved. It was thieving heaven's true inheritance space. Ordinary small worlds were round or oval-shaped bubbles, but thieving heaven's true inheritance space looked like a squarish block with sharp edges from the outside. No matter how the calamities and tribulations tempered it, it remained in its original state. Within luck suppression heavenly palace, immortal zombie giant sun's gaze was already on this thieving heaven's true inheritance space. Otherworldly demon. He snorted lightly. Memories that appeared in his mind made him slightly unhappy. In the past, Giant Sun became an immortal venerable and entered the 8th layer of crazed demon cave. He learned about the inside story of the 4 venerables mending the heavens. Thieving heaven demon, Venerable disregarded the goo cultivation world for his own selfishness and almost destroyed the 5 regions. Even though at the final moment, thieving heaven demon Venerable extracted his own space path downmarks to create a thieving heaven space and block the hole was too big to be mended. The other 3 wills did their best and paid a huge price. Other than Limitless Will, Genesis Lotus Will, and Reckless Savages will had no choice but to go into hibernation afterwards. Giant Sun Immortal thus took the chance to exterminate Reckless Savages Will and obtain the ownership of Savage Wilderness Great World. Thieving Heaven left behind this true inheritance back then. Other than suppressing the whole, there was a deeper motive. It was to leave it for the crucial person 300,000 years later, Guyue Fang Yuan. However, I have already made a move in advance and destroyed a portion of the true inheritance. I obtained the killer move perfect pair and imitation Gu. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space paid a price to block the hole back then. The hole that appeared was not perfect. Immortal zombie Giant Sun calculated the situation. Since Thieving Heaven's true inheritance is here, Fang Yuan has my self-luck true inheritance. He can definitely inspect luck and know that this place is his fortuitous encounter. He will definitely go, and Celestial Court will definitely send troops to obstruct Fang Yuan. The enemy is still Celestial Court. Celestial Court had the upper hand and maintained their advantage. Immortal zombie Giant Sun cultivated luck path. He was not as proficient in deductions as wisdom path. Immortal zombie Giant Sun decided to watch Fang Yuan and Celestial Court fight. He would reap the benefits later. The main point was to deal a blow to Celestial Court, Peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Yuxiu, Qin Dingling, and the rest were also looking at Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space has appeared. Since it could block the hole back then, it will not be destroyed by the tribulations in these worlds. We need to resolve it. It has already become our obstacle. Fairy Yuxiu said. Qin Dingling suddenly received an important piece of information. She quickly said, the spy in Yellow Earth Great World reported that Fang Yuan has already gone to Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. But Longevity Heaven is very quiet. There is no movement. Fairy Yuxiu was not surprised. Of course, he will go. Thieving Heaven demon Venerable set up this true inheritance back then to leave it for him. As for immortal zombie Giant Sun in luck suppression heavenly palace, he will definitely come. Saying this, Fairy Yuxiu smiled. Qin Dingling, subordinate is here. Qin Dingling had a solemn expression. Let's go. Come with me to meet Fang Yuan. And immortal zombie Giant Sunday, Fairy Yuxiu slowly stood up. Qin Dingling revealed an excited expression, but was also a little suspicious. We don't need to be wary of limitless demon Venerable's countermeasures. Don't worry. This Thieving Heaven space is not limitless demon Venerable's original arrangement. He needs us to destroy this small world or wait for Fang Yuan to inherit the true inheritance and destroy the space. This Thieving Heaven space is also an obstacle for limitless deductions. We will destroy it. That is what he wants. Fairy Yuxiu answered. Celestial Court's army moved out. Divine Emperor City carried Fairy Yushio, Qin Dingling, and the rest and set off from Book Mountain. At the same time, Demon Judgment Board moved out. Fairy Ming Hao Guyue Fangzheng and the rest were also mobilized from the front lines. Even though Green Lotus Great World was being attacked by Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan, thanks to Fairy Yushio's previous contributions, Celestial Court gained many mutant Gu immortals like Butian Kong, Nya Kuangfeng, and Duan Hu. These Gu immortals caused Yellow Earth Great World and Savage Wilderness Great World to fall into a disadvantage. Immortal Killer Move, Spiraling Green Blade Leaf. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless flying leaves were like blades, flying towards Nya Kuangfeng from all directions. Nya Kuangfeng laughed loudly. His figure moved around agilely as he dodged the flying leaves. If he could not dodge, he would crash into them. He had turned into a whirlwind. The wind blades around the whirlwind were like sharp teeth. They were extremely sharp. Xiao Hejian gritted his teeth as he looked at Nya Kuangfeng getting closer. The pressure in his heart intensified. He and Nya Kuangfeng had been fighting for several minutes already. Even though heaven envy's heroic geniuses could restrain Nya Kuangfeng, it could not kill him. Nya Kuangfeng obtained Celestial Court's help and quickly recovered. It treated Xiao Hejian as its prey. Die for me. Nya Kuangfeng shouted. You fell for it. At the crucial moment, two figures appeared beside Xiao Hejian. One was also a mini Mangu immortal green forest great sage. The other was Black Locust, the owner of Great Locust Grotto Heaven. He also cultivated Wood Path. Xiao Hejian's killer move immediately changed. The three immortals attacked at the same time, causing the killer move's power to rise sharply. The flying green leaves turned into seeds that were planted on Nya Kuangfeng's body. Countless vines grew out and bound Nya Kuangfeng tightly. Nya Kuangfeng was originally a tornado, but these vines bound him from the inside out. They interfered with his immortal essence infusion. Thus, Nya Kuangfeng's killer move lost the support of immortal essence. It became intermittent. Its power fell to rock bottom. The vines increased in number. They grew denser and denser, almost covering Nya Kuangfeng in layers. Don't force me. Nya Kuangfeng struggled, but its strength was weakening. We finally caught this monster. Black Locust was overjoyed. The three Wood Path Gu immortals looked at each other, showing expressions of joy. Xiao Hejian was overjoyed internally. Earlier, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch lost to Nya Kuangfeng, but now he defeated him. Comparing the two, Xiao Hejian finally suppressed Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. But at this time, Nya Kuangfeng's aura started to become strange. The vines had already turned into a huge ball of vines, but Nya Kuangfeng's voice could still be heard. I am demonizing whenever I am in a desperate situation. I will demonize. I do not want to demonize. Once I become demonized, I will not be able to wake up. Unless I destroy all the living beings in the world I am in, I will not be able to wake up. But you force me to do this. You force me to do this. P.S. I recommend Revolution Goddess. It has a different feeling. It is an exciting fantasy novel. Li Qi was thrown into another world by the Revolution Goddess. This world was filled with gods and demons. There were as many mortals as dogs. It was hard enough for him to have a good life, but the goddess wanted him to create a revolution of mortals here. Chapter 2192. Nya Kuangfeng screamed. Its voice became louder and louder as its aura surged, reaching a terrifying level. Boom! With a loud sound, the vines exploded into countless pieces. Nya Kuangfeng regained its freedom. But now it was not a dark green tornado. It had turned into a reddish-brown demonic wind. The wind howled. It instantly crossed thousands of steps and arrived in front of Green Forest Great Sage. Green Forest Great Sage had already activated a defensive killer move, but after being devoured by the reddish-brown demonic wind, his aura weakened rapidly. After a few breaths of time, he no longer had any signs of life. The demonic wind paused for a moment. Then, like a demon shark that smelled blood, it charged towards Black Locust, who was closest to it. "Be careful." Xiao Hejian quickly helped, but after a few rounds, the demonic wind still managed to kill Black Locust. The demonic wind finally pounced at Xiao Hejian. Xiao Hejian could not match Nie Kuangfeng. He retreated while fighting. After a few rounds, his tiny face was extremely grim. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. The aura of defeat was getting thicker. Rumble! Lightning tribulations continued to descend, but Nie Kuangfeng ignored them. It was so strong that it made people feel despair. At another location, "Stop!" Lu Weiyin shouted, but Bu Tiankong still punched, smashing Steel Rush Warrior's head into pieces. Next, Bu Tiankong growled and shattered Steel Rush Warrior's soul. Steel Rush Warrior's soul dissipated. His headless body fell down from the sky like a broken sack. Be it his body or a mortal aperture, they would be absorbed by the great world as nourishment. Who else? Bu Tiankong raised its head and roared. Its battle intent surged into the sky like a beacon, shaking heaven and earth. At this point, the 4 rank 8 Gu immortals that attacked it were all dead. They were brutally killed by it. Lu Weiyin sighed as he flew towards the stone monkey. The stone monkey stared at him fiercely. "Are you the next one? Very good. Even if you are a sage of Yellow Earth Great World, I will kill you." Lu Weiyin shook his head. "I am not a sage. Bu Tiankong, your killing intent is too strong." Lu Weiyin had no choice but to attack Bu Tiankong. Bu Tiankong had killed too many Gu immortals. If it was not stopped, this Gu immortal level battle would gradually end. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Weiyin and Bu Tiankong fought. This time, Bu Tiankong was finally suppressed. Although he was strong and could kill many rank 8 Gu immortals, he was not a pseudo-venerable. In contrast, even though Lu Weiyin's overall strength did not reach that level, his defense was at pseudo-venerable level. Lu Weiyin withstood Bu Tiankong's fierce attacks with ease. "You're not a real sage, but you're already so powerful." "Very good, very good. Attack me, kill me. It's been a long time since I've experienced killing intent." "Why not? Why only defense?" "Is your attack so weak and powerless? What a disappointment." The stone monkey kept on bellowing, its figure shooting through the air like a bolt of lightning. Its attacks were like furious thunderbolts, and its prowess kept on rising. Lu Weiyin was distracted because he knew that Fang Yuan had already left for the thieving Heaven True inheritance space at the center. "Not good. Lord Fang Yuan, please stop." Even though that small world might contain thieving Heaven's true inheritance, it will definitely be attacked by Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. Celestial Court has already sent out their main force. There are many immortal Gu houses and Gu immortals. Longevity Heaven has also sent Calamity Luck Altar. It is not time for the decisive battle. Yet, what if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacks Paradise Earth Tomb while you are not here? Lu Weiyin transmitted his voice, but Fang Yuan did not even reply. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth, his expression turning ugly. No matter how strong Fang Yuan is, he is only a pseudo-venerable. He is not a venerable. I need to help. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable appears and kills him, who can protect Paradise Earth Tomb and stall for time? Just as he thought of this, Lu Weiyin's vision turned dark. Bam! At the next moment, Stone Monkey Bu Tiankong's fist landed on Lu Weiyin's face. "You dare to be distracted? You are looking down on me. You will pay a terrible price." Bu Tiankong roared. Bu Tiankong flew towards Lu Weiyin. Both sides got closer again. Lu Weiyin was sent flying. he immediately activated a killer move. Suddenly, rain started to fall from the sky. The tribulation rain landed on Bu Tiankong's body, greatly slowing its speed and corroding its defenses. At the same time, Lu Weiyin's killer move showed its effect. Yellow-brown smoke quickly appeared on Bu Tiankong's body. The smoke rumbled and sealed it. "Get lost! Get lost!" Bu Tiankong roared. It activated all sorts of killer moves, sweeping away the tribulation rain and the yellow smoke. However, these raindrops and dust increased in number, and finally he was sealed, a lump of soil wrapped around Bu Tiankong. It fell to the ground like a meteor and turned into a yellow mountain. "Just stay inside." Lu Weiyin immediately rushed to Thieving Heaven's space. "No, I am not resigned to this. These things can't trap me." "Roar." Bu Tiankong roared. Its voice was like thunder that shook the battlefield. With a loud sound, the mountain was blown away, dust and rocks flew everywhere as it flew out like lightning again. "What?" Lu Weiyin was surprised. Bu Tiankong's performance was out of his expectations. How could it escape so quickly? Bu Tiankong resisted all sorts of tribulations while flying to catch up to Lu Weiyin. Boom! The two killer moves clashed. Lu Weiyin was restrained again. This monkey's killer move has become much more powerful, so that's why. Lu Weiyin realized. The tribulations were taking care of Bu Tiankong, but as long as it could not be killed, it would continue to undergo tribulations and increase its Tao marks. Thus, Bu Tiankong became stronger as it fought. "I want this heaven to no longer be able to cover my eyes," Bu Tiankong roared. A rainbow light pierced the sky and swept away the dark clouds within 500 li. "I want this land to no longer be able to bury my heart." Bu Tiankong roared. It stomped on the ground, and the mountain collapsed, revealing Lu Weiyin, whose defenses were shattered and who had a shocked expression. Bu Tiankong had already fallen into a frenzy. It discovered Fang Yuan, who was not far away. It gave up on Lu Weiyin and charged at Fang Yuan. "Be careful," Lu Weiyin quickly warned. "This monkey is not simple." Fang Yuan did not turn around, as if he did not hear it. He only focused on the space in front of him. Bu Tiankong teleported and appeared behind Fang Yuan. "I want all living beings to understand my intentions. I want you, a sage, to vanish into thin air." Bu Tiankong roared, using the strongest killer move in its life. Wind and clouds rumbled, heaven and earth changed color. Fang Yuan turned around slightly and waved his hand behind him. At the next moment, Bu Tiankong traversed the entire battlefield like a meteor, crashing through several mountains along the way. With a series of loud explosions, it created several thousand feet long gullies on the ground. Finally, it laid on the ground. Its eyes were wide open. It did not move. He died. The chaotic battle continued without end, and the battlefield that was in full swing became silent. The unstoppable Nya Guangfeng saw this. His reddish-brown demonic wind suddenly froze. Fang Yuan turned around and looked at him. Nya Guangfeng shuddered. At the next moment, boundless fear gripped his entire body. "I will die. I will die. I am going to die." He exited the demonic state. He regained his clarity. Escape. He quickly escaped, leaving behind his opponent, Xiao Hejian. Xiao Hejian was heavily injured and on the verge of death. He had no strength to retaliate, just one attack, and his head would be gone. He watched with a dumbfounded expression as Nya Guangfeng left the battlefield in a frenzy. Fang Yuan turned around slightly, facing Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space again, with a calm expression. His gaze turned towards Celestial Court's army. Divine Emperor City and Demon Judgment Board flew over like a mountain. He looked to the other side. Longevity, Heaven's calamity, luck, altar shined with golden light as it rushed over. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. he turned into a white ray of light and entered thieving heaven's true inheritance space first. Charge in, we will fight inside. Fairy Yushio quickly ordered. Celestial Court's immortal goo house also entered thieving heaven's true inheritance space. It was not convenient to use their full strength outside. If they used too much strength, limitless demon venerables countermeasures would be triggered. At the same time, it would be easier to destroy thieving heaven's true inheritance space from the inside. Fang Yuan's vision changed. He looked around and saw that he had already entered thieving heaven's true inheritance space. Every true inheritance space left behind by thieving heaven demon venerable could be seen as an artificial secluded domain. This was a strange space. The light inside was gentle, there were no mountains or rivers, there was no wind or land. It was completely empty. But this place was slightly different. Pitch-black lines spread and covered almost every inch of thieving heaven's true inheritance space. These black lines were thick and thin. They all gave off auras that made Fang Yuan's heart palpitate. At the same time, Fang Yuan felt a sense of familiarity with these auras. He quickly thought of the mysterious black fire in the Blue Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. Even though Fang Yuan did not know what happened 300,000 years ago, he quickly understood after seeing this. It seems that this thieving heaven true inheritance space is about to collapse. I need to comprehend the profundities within and find out where the true inheritance is hidden. The last time he entered thieving heaven's true inheritance space, he inherited ghostly concealment. At that time, Fang Yuan used open door goo and closed door goo to enter. Thieving heaven's true inheritance space was very stable. There were many winds of assimilation. Only when otherworldly demons touched it would the winds of assimilation disappear. Fang Yuan accidentally saved Fengjoga because of this. After the tornadoes of assimilation disappeared, Fang Yuan successfully inherited ghostly concealment. It was a smooth process. But this thieving heaven space was clearly different. There were no winds of assimilation. Even if thieving heaven's true inheritance existed, it was hidden deep inside. Fang Yuan had to deduce it. But Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to deduce. He took out a formation from his immortal aperture and placed it in this thieving heaven space. It was the 5 regional limit formation. The 5 regional limit formation activated, spewing out 5 colored smoke. In a few breaths of time, the 5 colored smoke spread and covered the surrounding tens of li. The 5 chi was so dense that one could not even see their fingers. After the Celestial Court's army charged into the thieving heaven space, they entered the 5 colored smoke and were immediately suppressed. This is the 5 regional walls. P.S. I recommend Strongest Boss of the Heavens. It is quite interesting. Everyone can read it if you are interested. Burning luck could allow one to travel through the heavens. Chu-Yi opened his eyes and found himself lying in the cleansing room. An old eunuch was holding a knife and slicing at his crotch. Chapter 2193. Why are there 5 regional walls mixed together? Is this an arrangement in thieving heaven's true inheritance space? No, this is Fang Yuan's 5 restriction profound light chi, but he modified it. It is like the 5 regional walls have been reborn. Fairy Yushio quickly deduced. Fang Yuan's 5 restriction profound light chi and 5 regional limit formation were exposed in the Fate War. With these clues, it was not a problem for a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Ming Hao. Boom! Fang Yuan suddenly appeared. A killer move slammed onto Demon Judgment Board. The Demon Judgment Board was instantly blasted deeper into the fog. We cannot fight here. Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal body. He is not restricted. Guiyue Fangzheng shouted. Originally, the 5 regional walls had completely vanished. To think that they would reappear in Fang Yuan's hands. It seems that he has prepared a lot for this battle. Fairy Ming Hao gritted her teeth, ordering, find the 5 regional limit formation and destroy it. Southern restriction purple-black miasma light chi, central restriction white-gold sacred light chi, northern restriction jade licorice light chi, western restriction scarlet raging fire light chi, and eastern restriction blue water light chi. These 5 were no longer the same as before. They had all been enhanced. They were almost the same as the 5 regional walls of the past. Back then, Tao Zhu researched the 5 regional walls and created 5 restriction profound light chi and the 5 regional limit formation. Fang Yuan made a breakthrough on the basis of his life's research. He reached a height that even Tao Zhu could not reach in his life. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body. He was not restricted by the 5 regional walls. In contrast, other Gu immortals were suppressed by the regional walls. No matter what Gu worms they used, they would suffer backlash. As a result, Fang Yuan's advantage was too huge. This was something the Celestial Court immortals did not want to see. In the past, they would not be suppressed by central restriction white gold sacred light chi. But it was different now. After the 5 regions merged, chi tides swept through the world and cleansed it. After the 5 regions merged, Gu immortals' auras were no longer differentiated. And this aura was the combination of the 5 regions. It did not belong to any of the previous 5 regions. Thus, no matter which region Gu immortals came from, they would face 5 layers of suppression in 5 restriction profound light chi. Boom, boom, boom. Fang Yuan aimed a vicious attack at the city of God Emperor, causing the green radiance on the surface of the majestic city to tremble violently. But the divine Emperor city was too big. It was hard for Fang Yuan to shake it in a short period of time. A female immortal rushed out from God Emperor city. She had the appearance of a young lady, and was pretty and pretty. It was Fairy Yushio. Her fighting spirit was strong, and she took the initiative to face Fang Yuan. Guyue, Fang Yuan, do you dare to fight? Right at this time, another immortal Gu house entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. It was the Calamity Luck Altar of Longevity, Heaven. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan transmitted, "Immortal friend Fang Yuan, why don't we work together and destroy this divine emperor's city?" Fang Yuan smiled and replied, "No, the Demon Judgment Board has already been smashed into the 5 regional walls. The God Emperor city is too majestic and cannot be easily shaken. You stall Divine Emperor city. I will go in and destroy the Demon Judgment Board." Immortal friend Fang Yuan. Bing Sai Chuan wanted to persuade him again. But Fang Yuan turned around and entered the 5-colored fog without hesitation. "Ignore him. Our target is Divine Emperor city." Immortal zombie giant Sun was sitting on the main seat of Calamity Luck Altar as he ordered. "Yes, master." Bing Sai Chuan immediately activated Calamity Luck Altar and charged towards Divine Emperor city like a golden meteor. Fairy Yushio gritted her teeth. She had no choice but to defend. Lu Wei-yin also entered at this time. "Lord Fang Yuan." He only saw the final scene of Fang Yuan's figure disappearing into the 5-colored fog. Sigh. Lu Wei-yin sighed deeply. He did not dare to enter the 5-colored fog. He could only inform Bing Sai Chuan, who was inside Calamity Luck Altar, to attack Divine Emperor city first. The 5 regional limit formation continued to activate. The 5-colored fog continued to spread. Within the fog, Demon Judgment Board roamed around, trying to find the location of the formation. And outside the fog, there was an intense battle between Divine Emperor city and Calamity Luck Altar. "Found it." Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fairy Minghao suddenly opened her eyes. She was a pseudo-venerable wisdom path great expert. Her full strength was no small matter. But this deduction caused her to suffer a lot of damage. After all, she was using a wisdom path killer move inside the 5 regional walls. Good. Destroying this formation is equivalent to destroying one of Fang Yuan's trump cards. Guyue Fangjing's morale was high. He controlled Demon Judgment Board to fly forward with all his strength. The 5-colored fog became denser Demon Judgment Board's radiance became dimmer. Guyue Fangzheng was enduring a huge backlash. His expression soon turned pale. Blood started to seep out of his mouth. Boom, boom, boom. Fang Yuan found them. He continued to use killer moves with terrifying power. Demon Judgment Board resisted with difficulty. It staggered forward. Ignore him. Destroy this formation first. Fairy Ming Hao's childish face was filled with determination and decisiveness. Demon Judgment Board paused for a moment before shooting out a blood-red pillar of light. The blood light was extremely grand. It shot towards the formation with the momentum of wind and lightning. The 5 regional limit formations' surface shined with 5-colored light. It shook slightly, but it did not fall. How can this be? Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fangzheng was very shocked. He knew the power of this move. Even in the 5 regional walls, it should not be like this. But Fairy Ming Hao saw through it. Her pupils shrunk. Fang Yuan invested a lot in this formation. There are at least 5 rank 8 immortal goo houses. Its defense is very strong. We won't be able to destroy it in a short period of time. The 5 regional limit formation originally used boundary and limit goo as the cores, with a vast number of mortal goo as support. But later, Fang Yuan added Earth Vein immortal goo, followed by 2 immortal goo, Formation Spirit, and Formation Flag. During the Fate War, most of these immortal goo were rank 7. But Fang Yuan was different now. During this period of rest, not only did he modify the 5 regional limit formation, other than increasing its defense, he even raised all of the immortal goo in the formation to rank 8. He was so rich that it made people's hair stand on end. Demon Judgment Board's full-strength attack could not even scratch a layer of the 5 regional limit formation skin. Instead, because the killer move was activated too fiercely, the backlash was even greater. This famous rank 8 immortal goo house was covered in cracks. It was showing signs of breaking apart. What do we do now? Guyue Fangzheng was panicking internally. Fang Yuan was bombarding it from outside. He felt great pressure. The goal of destroying the 5-realm limit formation had also been declared a complete failure. I suggest we retreat. Fangzheng gritted his teeth, suggesting to Fairy Ming Hao. Fairy Ming Hao nodded. We are at too much of a disadvantage if we fight here, but it is fine. Destroying this formation is just an attempt. If we fail, it will not affect the overall situation. Let's go. Fairy Ming Hao came out of Demon Judgment Board, opening her immortal aperture's entrance and quickly storing this house. Next, under Fang Yuan's shocked gaze, she vanished on the spot. Soon, Lu Weiyin, who was fighting outside, transmitted to Fang Yuan that Fairy Ming Hao suddenly appeared beside Fairy Yuxiu. He asked about Fang Yuan's situation. Ming Hao and Yuxiu, these 2 pseudo-venerables, can they teleport to each other and reinforce each other instantly? Fang Yuan guessed. Fairy Ming Hao and the rest did not destroy his 5 regional limit formation, while Fang Yuan did not dismantle Demon Judgment Board. In essence, both sides were evenly matched. Fang Yuan might have a slight advantage. But the battle was still in a deadlock. As long as the 5 regional limit formation continues to work, the 5-colored smoke will spread and fill the entire thieving Heaven True inheritance space. But if this takes too long, be it Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven, they will not allow themselves to stay in the smoke. Fang Yuan thought rapidly. The 5 regional limit formation was not a battlefield killer move. It could not restrain these people. They could still move in and out freely. The 5-colored smoke would take too long to fill the entire thieving Heaven True inheritance space. During this period of time, thieving Heaven's True inheritance might be discovered by someone, or the space might collapse due to the intense battle. Fang Yuan flew out like lightning. Leaving the 5-colored smoke, he rushed towards the battlefield of Divine Emperor City and Calamity Luck Altar. On one hand, he was wary of Celestial Court's deduction ability. It was like his refinement path attainment. Celestial Court's wisdom path attainment had a huge advantage over him. Fang Yuan had to restrain these people. They could not deduce the location of the true inheritance. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had to fight while making deductions in his mind. Divine Emperor City floated in the sky, green light spread. It was majestic and unmoving. Calamity Luck Altar was like a golden meteor that was pushed to its limits by Bing Sai Chuan. It flew around Divine Emperor City while launching all sorts of attacks. And between the two immortal Gu houses, Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin, Yuxiu, and Ming Hao for pseudo-venerables fought. Both sides were in a deadlock at first, but not long after, Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin's side fell into a disadvantage. Fairy Ming Hao and Yuxiu both had extremely outstanding and mature combat systems. Fairy Ming Hao's flying star attacks looked like a single attack, but they were actually consecutive moves. Under the situation of consecutive hits, Fang Yuan suffered higher and higher damage each time. Meanwhile, Fairy Yuxiu's methods were very profound. She used her attainment level to suppress others. Ordinary Gu immortals could not defend against it. Under Fairy Yuxiu's care, Lu Weiyin fell into a tough battle. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had a taste of Fairy Ming Hao's pride Gu. The thoughts in Fang Yuan's mind collided. There was a huge problem. Many powerful and complex killer moves could not be used by Fang Yuan. The risk was too high. And most importantly, Ming Hao and Fairy Yuxiu had great teamwork. This level of teamwork was extraordinary. This was the first time in Fang Yuan's life that he had seen something like this. In this aspect, Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin's teamwork was completely suppressed by the two fairies. Yuxiu and Ming Hao's teamwork has already undergone a qualitative change. If I fought them alone, I would have lost already. Lu Weiyin had a heavy heart. The other side had incredible teamwork. This level of teamwork was beyond the realm of mortals. It gave off a feeling that it was natural and natural. Other than fighting against Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin, Yuxiu and Ming Hao even had the strength to help Divine Emperor City deal with Calamity Luck Altar. Fang Yuan, you want the thieving heaven true inheritance? Fairy Yuxiu smiled. Then do you know that giant sun, immortal, had once come here and destroyed thieving heaven's world, forcefully taking out a portion of the true inheritance? Thankfully, you are allies now. You can ask for it. Fairy Yuxiu smiled sweetly, sowing discord. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He said to Lu Weiyin, "Go deal with Divine Emperor City. I will deal with these two." Lord Fang Yuan, without me, you are alone. Lu Weiyin hesitated. Fang Yuan glanced at him coldly. "Go, you are hindering me." Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth. He had to fly away from Fang Yuan. Fairy Yuxiu and Ming Hao immediately saw their weakness. They looked at each other before attacking Fang Yuan at lightning speed. Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out a young Gu immortal. It was rank 8 transformation path, Gu immortal Zhan Budu. Immortal killer move, incomplete freedom transformation. The young man shouted. A blood-red cloak fluttered behind him. I became more handsome and stronger. Zhan Budu clenched his fists, staring at the two female immortals with a bright gaze and surging battle intent. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature, Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2194. In Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space, the battle between the two immortal Gu houses had been going on for some time. The battle was intense. Come and fight. Zhan Budu shouted. He was like a rampaging dragon, charging towards the two pseudo-venerables of Celestial Court, Ming Hao and Yuxiu. Yuxiu and Ming Hao split up, retreating at the same time, hiding far away. Zhan Budu missed again. He snorted coldly, feeling a little angry. He was one of Fang Yuan's clones. He cultivated transformation path. His cultivation level was rank 8, and he had totem killer moves. But his battle strength was still far from peak rank 8. He was not the match of experts like Qin Dingling and Wu Yong. but once he used incomplete freedom transformation, he rose to pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength. Incomplete freedom transformation was not a small matter, it was extremely profound. This move was made up of 3 moves. They were Thunder Rush Yellow Bird transformation, Devouring Blue Leopard transformation, and Internal Breath Green Fish transformation. After Jean Boudou used incomplete freedom transformation, he immediately gained the advantage of the 3 killer moves. He did not have any shortcomings in other aspects. He could move like lightning, he could breathe out lightning bolts, he had strong recovery and regeneration abilities, he could also devour all attacks, even though he had a human body. His movements were filled with monstrous strength that could scare even ghosts and deities. He directly suppressed all immemorial desolate plants and immemorial desolate beasts. He turned into a human-shaped dragon that fought heaven and earth, rampaging unhindered. Even Yu Xiu and Ming Hao did not dare to fight Jean Boudou head-on. They only fought while moving around. However, all sorts of killer moves flew towards Jean Boudou. He would either devour them or endure them. His injuries would heal rapidly. After the first few rounds, Yu Xiu and Ming Hao lost their temper towards Jean Boudou. This opponent's skin was too thick, but he was extremely fast. Fortunately, he was slightly weaker in Wisdom Path, but Yu Xiu and Fairy Ming Hao were the most proficient in this path. Thus, Yu Xiu and Ming Hao used Wisdom Path killer moves to weaken Jean Boudou while helping themselves to deduce and evade Jean Boudou's attacks. It was undoubtedly a wise decision for Fang Yuan to hand over incomplete freedom to Jean Boudou. He himself was a pseudo-immortal venerable, so it was a bit of a waste for him to use his incomplete freedom. Handing it over to Jean Boudou immediately gave him another pseudo-immortal venerable to assist him. After Jean Boudou made his move, the situation changed. Fang Yuan and Jean Boudou joined hands and fought fiercely against Yu Xiu and Ming Hao, regaining control of the situation. The Celestial Court lost their previous advantage, and both sides fell into a stalemate again. Jean Boudou frowned deeply. These two are very slippery. They play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. They are not letting me use my advantage at all. Moreover, their coordination is too good. My main body and I are the closest, but our coordination is actually not as good as theirs. This is likely related to the fact that they are both Wisdom Path great experts. Rumble. While moving and turning, both sides exchanged killer moves again, creating a dazzling display of fireworks. Fang Yuan's main body had a cold expression from start to finish. Yu Xiu and Ming Hao were also secretly scheming. From the start of the battle, Fang Yuan has not used his full strength. He is deducing while fighting. He wants to deduce the location of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Fairy Yu Xiu had a deep understanding of the enemy's situation. Fairy Ming Hao gritted her teeth. He still has the Qi Si clone that also has pseudo-venerable battle strength. If he lets it out, it will be troublesome. If we work together, we can block the 3 of them, but the crafty Fang Yuan will definitely make use of his advantage in numbers. He will let us go and focus on Divine Emperor City. The Celestial Court actually knew about Qi Si ancestors' true identity. It turned out that Qin Dingling had already found out about this secret, but she pretended not to know. During the pursuit of Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court did not notice it. But after the pursuit, Qin Dingling learned of this truth from the Celestial Court Grotto Heaven. After all, the Qi Si clone was formed in the Celestial Court. He even used the Qi harvest fruit that the Celestial Court produced. The Celestial Court had stood for 3 million years without falling. It naturally had its methods. Precisely because of this, the Qi Si clone used the name of the Righteous Qi Alliance to invite the Celestial Court to send Gu Immortals to deal with Fang Yuan, but Qin Dingling brushed it off. Fairy Yu Xiu transmitted. Qin Dingling is a qualified leader of the Celestial Court. Back then, the Celestial Court lacked pseudo-venerable battle strength. If she did not act, Fang Yuan would misjudge the situation, and not expose the Qi-Si clone. In this battle, we will benefit from it. Fairy Minghao nodded to herself. In a hurry, Fang Yuan cannot be killed. We cannot let Fang Yuan obtain the thieving heaven true inheritance here. We need to focus on this thieving heaven space and destroy it from the inside. The battle was intense, but strangely, none of the Gu immortals in the battle treated the other party as their main target. Fang Yuan had been deducing in secret. He did not use his full strength. Zhan Budu was released to restrain the two pseudo-venerables of the Celestial Court. After all, his clone's cooperation was much better than Lu Weiyin's cooperation. Meanwhile, the Celestial Court's main goal was to destroy the thieving Heaven True inheritance. As for Longevity Heaven's side, Calamity Luck Altar had been looking for trouble with Divine Emperor City. It used all sorts of killer moves without restraint, not caring about the thieving Heaven True inheritance space. Evidently, no matter what immortal zombie giant son's main motive was, he definitely wanted to destroy this space in advance, so that Fang Yuan could not obtain anything. Even though Longevity Heaven allied with Fang Yuan, it was only because of the pressure from the Celestial Court. They did not want to see Fang Yuan receive funding again, especially when this funding came from the venerable thieving Heaven outside Divine Emperor City. The jade green light was still dense, firmly protecting it, no matter how the outside world attacked. Divine Emperor City was not just defending, it had both offense and defense. Immortal killer move, Divine Beam Soldiers. The yellow beam soldiers charged at the front, the green beam soldiers rained down arrows, the red beam soldiers self-detonated, and the black beam soldiers were the core of the army. There were also blue beam soldiers and white beam soldiers mixed in. Each of them had their own role. Every time Lu Weiyin charged towards Divine Beam Palace, he would be attacked by these Divine Beam soldiers. Lu Weiyin used an offensive killer move. These Divine Beam soldiers suffered heavy losses. Only 1 out of 10 survived. This result shocked Lu Weiyin. Even though he was more skilled in defense, his offensive methods were definitely at the peak of rank 8. To think that he could not completely eliminate these Divine Beam soldiers. The reason was Divine Emperor City's other move, Graft Wood. This move allowed the Divine Beam soldiers to connect with each other. The damage they suffered would be shared among them. Most of the damage would be shared with Divine Emperor City, while the rest would be distributed to these Divine Beam soldiers. Thus, the Divine Beam soldiers were very tenacious in this battle. Lu Weiyin spent some effort to break out of the encirclement. When he got close to Divine Emperor City, countless lightning bolts attacked him. It was a mortal killer move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. Countless lightning bolts moved like snakes and dragons. There were also jade green lightning balls that bombarded him. After the lightning balls exploded, the scattered wood path down marks remained in the surroundings, gradually transforming this battlefield. Thankfully, this was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. It was not the ordinary 5 regions. This move's prowess could not be fully displayed. And when Lu Weiyin endured the lightning bolts and got closer, the jade lights outside Divine Emperor City would turn into whirlpools that shot out painting path killer moves. These paintings were complex and varied. They involved flowers, birds, fishes, and insects. They were extremely flexible and gave Lu Weiyin a lot of trouble. Painting path is a whole of its own. My attacks cannot block them. My defensive methods cannot conceal them completely either. This is truly troublesome. Painting path was hidden by Genesis Lotus, Immortal Venerable. After all, Lu Weiyin was at a loss in this battle. Lu Weiyin could not break Divine Emperor City's defenses. Calamity Luck Altar was the same. Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 Luck Path Immortal Goo House. It was personally created by Giant Sun, immortal when he was alive. It displayed unparalleled might during the Fate War. But now, it was hard to gain any results against Divine Emperor City, because Divine Emperor City would shoot out a faint white light from time to time. Calamity Luck Altar would have to evade it every time, not daring to be hit by it. This was the human path killer move. Ruin family. This move countered immortal goo houses. Back then, during the Fate War, immortal goo house chicken dog coop was only hit once before the entire immortal goo house was destroyed on the spot. None of the goo immortals inside survived. This was a human path offensive killer move created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Calamity Luck Altar was restricted because of it. At once, Calamity Luck Altar only dared to patrol outside. This 3-layered round altar had many pillars, white jade railings, and golden light, but right now, it gave off the feeling of a powerless and irritated fly. Thinking about it, it was not strange. Calamity Luck Altar displayed its might earlier, but it was mostly fighting against goo immortals. In fact, its most valuable method was the killer move, Tribulation Operation Freedom Wheel. This move could transform all sorts of calamities and tribulations into something that did no damage to the immortal aperture. It could even turn into a rain dew that nourished the immortal aperture. Longevity Heaven relied on Calamity Luck Altar to safely survive calamities and tribulations and grow stronger. This was Calamity Luck Altar's position. Giant Sun Immortal left it in Longevity Heaven before his death for this reason. Divine Emperor City's painting world. Fang Di Chong and Shen Shang worked together to comprehend the profundities within. There must be some problems in the outside world. A huge battle is likely to occur. Divine Emperor City has Emperor City and Divine Bean Palace's various methods. These methods are being used frequently now. It shows that the goo cultivator attacking Divine Emperor City has extraordinary battle strength. Xinshang said, to them, this was a great thing. The more these methods were used, the clearer they could see and comprehend the profundities of wood path, painting path, and human path. Could the one attacking the Divine Emperor City be his main body? Fang Dichang guessed. Or is it trying to save the existences in Qi Howling Painting World and Beast Howling Painting World? At this time, Shun Shang and Fang Dichang's expressions changed drastically. They stood up in shock. Their gazes penetrated the secret room and looked at the sky in the painting. In the sky, wisps of golden light suddenly gathered and condensed into 2 large hands. These 2 giant hands covered the sky and covered the earth. They were unimaginably large. The left hand grabbed the roaring Qi mural, and the right hand dug out the roaring beast mural. Genesis Lotus roared furiously. The power of the painting path erupted, suppressing these 2 giant hands with all his might. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. The battle reached the final juncture. The entire thieving sky was covered in black cracks. It was on the verge of destruction. Jean Boudou gritted his teeth anxiously. My main body has yet to deduce the location of the true inheritance. I'm afraid it's really too late. The time has come. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun glanced at Fang Yuan and stepped out. In the next instant, he appeared on the battlefield. P.S. Congratulations to Sanchin Dazzling World and Yusin Daoist for becoming the 2 new Alliance Masters of this book. Cough, cough. Dumbfounded. Can anyone tell me how many chapters? 10? Pull up load next chapters. Chapter 2195. Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. Even though he had guessed it, he was still shocked internally. Golden light shone in the battlefield. Divine Emperor City shook intensely as if something was about to break out of it. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted. Inside the painting world, countless citizens stared at the sky with dumbfounded expressions. They saw 2 giant hands flying through the air and creating 2 huge black holes in the painting world. The 2 giant hands flew out of Divine Emperor City and disintegrated on the battlefield, revealing Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Mao Li Qiu. I'm saved. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was overjoyed. Master, Mao Li Qiu saw Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and started crying. I knew you would come to save me. Woof. Mao Li Chiu shrunk rapidly, becoming small and exquisite as it entered Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's embrace. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun revealed a doting smile as he patted Mao Li Chiu's head. "You are still the same, barking like a dog when you are happy." Woof, woof, woof. Mao Li Chiu looked up at its master, barking as tears rolled down its face. Giant Sun Immortal? He has already recovered to this extent. Fairy Minghao was shocked. "Ignore him. Stall Fang Yuan with all your strength. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space is about to be destroyed." Fairy Yu Xiu reminded. Fang Yuan snorted coldly as he opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance. Qi Si Ancestor flew out. Immortal Killer Move, Unlimited Qi Si. At once, a grand and boundless aura surged over. Ming Hao and Yu Xiu were obstructed by this move. Fang Yuan took the chance to escape into the five-colored smoke. This is the place. He found the location of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. The five-colored smoke had already corroded it. Fang Yuan instantly broke through and took away the remaining Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Almost at the next moment, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space collapsed. "Quickly leave." Lu Weiyin and the rest quickly retreated. After Fang Yuan kept the 5 regional limit formation. He was the last to come out. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space vanished at almost the same time. In the end, he still succeeded. Fairy Minghao sighed. Fairy Yu Xiu laughed. "Half of this true inheritance has already been destroyed. It is fine. We have already achieved our goal in this battle. Let's go. The next part is the key." Fairy Yu Xiu put away Divine Emperor's city, and the 2 immortals instantly disappeared. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuan revealed a thoughtful expression. "Lord Fang Yuan." Lu Weiyin hurried over and met up with Zhan Budu, Qi Si Ancestor, and Fang Yuan. On the other side was Calamity Luck Altar and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Both sides did not speak. Although they were allies, both sides were well aware of the reliability of such an alliance. For pseudo-venerables, Bing Sai Chuan, who was in Calamity Luck Altar, was speechless. In such a short period of time, Fang Yuan's strength actually rose to such a level. Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals were not fools. Once Qi Si Ancestor appeared, they guessed that this was Fang Yuan's clone. Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan looked at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun with narrowed eyes, remaining silent. Even though the other party was clearly an immortal zombie, he had extraordinary strength and profound methods. He immediately broke Divine Emperor City and saved Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Mao Li Chiu, who were sealed in the painting world. Right now, Mao Li Chiu was curled up in Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's arms, wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Where was the majesty of a legendary immemorial beast? As for Demon Immortal Qi Ju, he was hovering at the side with a hesitant and doubtful expression. He was saved by Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, but right after he was saved, Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and Fang Yuan fought, and then Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was destroyed. What happened to this world in the end? The situation was quite complicated. Demon Immortal Qi Ju could not accept it immediately. Fang Yuan. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun nodded at Fang Yuan and spoke first. "This is Celestial Court's scheme." Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. "Oh, what scheme?" Immortal Zombie Giant Sun pointed at the place where Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was destroyed. According to what I know, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was added after the event. It was used for emergency purposes. It greatly hindered Limitless Demon Venerable's deduction. Thus, Limitless was happy to destroy this place. At the same time, Celestial Court's phone, Ya's deduction of Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements was obstructed by this space. Now that this place is destroyed, her side is basically a piece of flat land. When I deduced Limitless arrangements earlier, I fought with her from afar. This immortal is the strongest wisdom path expert among the three pseudo-venerables. She has already touched the other core of the ninth layer, primordial domain. Celestial court came this time to obstruct you, Fang Yuan, from obtaining thieving heaven's true inheritance. But the truth is that they are using the captives in Divine Emperor City to lure me into taking action. Without my obstruction, Feng Yi did not show up. It is very likely that she has already made a breakthrough. Her original lead is already huge. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had just finished speaking when Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. The other immortal's pupils shrunk. Even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun turned to look at Green Lotus Great World. The immortal's gazes pierced through 10,000 li. They saw that at the center of Green Lotus Great World, at the peak of Book Mountain, a lump of light appeared. This lump of pure, white light was extremely huge, far larger than Book Mountain. It was like a sphere, but it was shining brightly inside. Faint white light flickered continuously. The immortal's hearts shook. Lu Weiyin's expression was unsightly. He blurted out, "Primordial domain." The Legends of Rinzhu, Chapter 5, Section 36. Carefree Wisdom Star was born. She was very smart and quick-witted. Rinzhu liked his eighth child very much. But at the same time, Rinzhu was very troubled. "My mind is broken. What do? I cannot fill it with more knowledge. Sigh. It seems that only the two of you can help me." Thus, Carefree Wisdom Star and Great Strength True Martial Kai used their minds to fill up with knowledge. They filled their minds with knowledge and went on their way with Rinzhu. Rinzhu and his son and daughter made their third attempt. Before they moved, they would scatter ink texts and knowledge. The ink texts described the knowledge and formed a black path. Rinzhu and his children walked on this small path and walked forward. But when they used up all of their knowledge and reached the end of the ink text path, they did not see Wisdom Gu. Rinzhu's third attempt failed again. Great Strength True Martial shrugged, saying in disappointment, "What do? We have already tried our best, but our knowledge is not enough. But we can't bring any more knowledge." Rinzhu sighed, feeling helpless. At this time, Hopegu flew out. "Oh, human, don't be disappointed. I am here." Rinzhu was curious. "What can you do?" Hopegu replied, "Oh, human, I can help you awaken your aperture." Hopegu could awaken one's aperture. Hopegu exerted its strength, opening an aperture for Rinzhu. Modesty Gu laughed. "Then let me help you as well, human." "Oh, human, with humility, you will be more open-minded. You will be able to store more things." Thereupon, the aperture became much larger. Rinzhu obtained this aperture and was very happy. "This is so huge. I can store countless knowledge. This is amazing." Rinzhu and his children returned to Book Mountain again, refining knowledge and collecting ink texts. Rinzhu stuffed a lot of knowledge into his aperture, to the point that he did not even know how much he had. Rinzhu and his children set off for the fourth time. They walked on the ink text path and went deep into Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. They went very deep. They searched many places and changed directions, but they could not find Wisdom Gu. They had no choice but to return to Book Mountain again. Because this exploration took too long, the ink text path that they set off could not withstand the flood of information. Many of them had already disappeared. Rinzhu found an Inkman elder and asked, "Why can't we find Wisdom Gu?" The Inkman elder said, "Sometimes when we Inkmen go out to explore, we will see Wisdom Gu by chance. But the three of you have searched almost the entire Qian Kuan Crystal Wall and did not see Wisdom Gu. It is likely that it is hiding and does not want to see you." Carefree Wisdom Heart quickly asked, "Then where is Wisdom Gu hiding?" The Inkman elder pondered. "Oh, humans, you have searched almost the entire Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. But if Wisdom Gu is still in Qian Kuan Crystal Wall, then it can only be hiding in one place." This place is called Primordial Domain. It is the most mysterious place in Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. Qian Kuan Crystal Wall reflects everything that happens in the world. It contains endless information. And Primordial Domain contains the information of the beginning of heaven and earth. It also contains the information of the end of all living beings. It is the starting point and also the end point. It has nothing, but it contains everything. Great Strength, True Marshal, was overjoyed. We have never been to Primordial Domain. Oh, Inkman Elder, please tell us how to go to Primordial Domain. The Inkman Elder shook his head. It is not that I do not want to help you, but we Inkmen have only heard of this place. We have never been there. Oh, humans, we Inkmen admire you. The knowledge that you possess has long surpassed ours. So, if you want to go to Primordial Domain, you can only rely on yourselves. Renzu and his children could only research on their own. Carefree Wisdom Heart had a discovery. She cried out in joy. I found it! I found it! Oh, my daughter, what did you find that made you so happy? Renzu asked curiously. Carefree Wisdom Heart spread out her two palms. I found the Pergu in my right palm. I found the error goo in my left palm. These two goo grew out of your body. They look ordinary. They are not as good-looking as my authority goo. How can they help us? Great Strength, True Marshal was very proud. He did not mind. Carefree Wisdom Heart replied, these two goo can allow us to differentiate knowledge. Look at this knowledge. Many of them are correct now, but after some time, they will be wrong. There are also many that are correct here, but wrong there. I feel that if we find the knowledge that has always been correct and use it to create our path, we will definitely be able to reach Primordial Domain. Renzu nodded. You are right. Let's give it a try. But no matter how they searched, they could not find such knowledge. Great Strength, True Marshal, Strong, Goose said proudly. Oh, humans, it is futile to search like this, because in this world there is only strength and weakness. There is no right or wrong. Only people like you are doing unnecessary things. There is no right or wrong. Chapter 2196. Venomous Goo Master is taking a day off. Currently typing. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 2197. Qian Kuan Crystal Wall reflects everything that happens in the world. All of the information is real. There is no fake information. Using right and wrong cannot filter them because they exist, or rather, they existed before. Then they are all logical. Carefree Wisdom Heart was criticized, but her eyes were shining brightly. I understand the existence of all things in the world, be it right or wrong. They are all logical. They have their true meaning. This is true meaning. Be it information or knowledge, they are a form of expression of true meaning, a form of confession. If we can grasp true meaning, not only can we explain what is right, we can also explain what is wrong. We can understand everything. Let us find it together. The three of them began to dig out the true meaning from the sea of knowledge. Great Strength, True Marshal was impatient. Renzu also could not persevere. Only Carefree Wisdom Heart was still meticulous. She had a solemn expression. After a long time, Great Strength, True Marshal suddenly pointed at Carefree Wisdom Heart, saying in surprise, Look, another goo grew out of your body. The newly born goo was called Serious Goo. Carefree Wisdom Heart was very happy after hearing this. With this goo, I can recognize true meaning better. After a long time, Renzu also pointed at Carefree Wisdom Heart. Look, another goo grew out of your body. The second goo was called Learning Goo. Carefree Wisdom Heart started to learn knowledge, transforming it into her own understanding. Instead of using memory goo to memorize it, she understood more and more knowledge. A third goo grew out of her body. The third goo was called Talent Goo. I found it! I found it! On a certain day, Carefree Wisdom Heart cheered. With the help of serious goo, learning goo, and talent goo, she finally found true meaning from the knowledge. Quickly tell me, what is true meaning? Great strength, true Marshall was very happy. He quickly asked, but carefree wisdom heart shook her head. There is true meaning in it, but I cannot decipher it. Then use ink to express it. Great strength, true Marshall thought about it and reminded her, but carefree wisdom heart shook her head again. It can only be understood. It cannot be written. Renzu waved his hand. Forget it. Since you have a true intent, let's go. Free and unfettered wisdom heart was filled with true intent, setting off from Book Mountain. The ink runes sprinkled down along the way formed a path of ink runes that was far more spacious and sturdier than before. The human ancestor and his children stepped onto the great Tao and reached the origin realm. In primordial domain, they saw wisdom goo. Wisdom goo was helpless. It had already hidden so deeply, but Renzu still came to find it. It could not avoid it, and was eaten by self goo. Crazed Demon Cave's 8th floor. At the center of the Green Lotus Grand World, the high seats at the peak of Book Mountain were rarely full. Che Wei was 5th, Qin Dingling was 4th, Fairy Minghao was 3rd, Fairy Yuxiu was 2nd, and Fairy Fengya was 1st. This Fairy Fengya had her hair coiled into a bun. She was rather old, but her beauty was not waning. She was graceful and gorgeous. Her whole body was shrouded in a layer of light. It was the sign of having talent goo. This time, it was precisely because of her that the primordial realm finally showed signs of appearing above Book Mountain's head. After Thieving Heaven space was destroyed, Fairy Yuxiu and Fairy Minghao brought all the troops and returned to Fairy Fengya's side. Fairy Minghao sighed. To think that giant Sun Immortal's painting path attainment would be so deep, he could save Mao Li Qiu so easily. The Celestial Court wanted to use Mao Li Qiu and the rest to lure giant Sun Immortal. The Celestial Court was very clear about giant Sun Immortal's protective nature. But out of Celestial Court's expectations, giant Sun Immortal actually succeeded and saved the captives. The other party is a former immortal venerable, after all. It is not strange that it is unexpected, Qin Dingling said. Furthermore, we are the ones who benefited the most from this battle. Fairy Yuxiu, however, was hesitant. We cannot tell which side benefited the most now. We expanded our advantage. Giant Sun Immortal took back Mao Li Qiu, while Feng Yuan obtained the remaining Thieving Heaven true inheritance. For some reason, I feel uneasy in my heart. Fairy Fengya looked at the primordial domain in the sky. The situation is clear now. Feng Yuan and Giant Sun will definitely attack us with their armies. Our side will wait patiently. As long as we defend, we will grasp the key to this battle and return victorious. We will regain the glory of Celestial Court. Are you confident? The other Celestial Court goo immortals heard this and spoke excitedly. It is all thanks to Lady Fengya's planning that we have such a good situation. We must defend this time. We cannot make the same mistake again. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we will not hesitate. In my opinion, even though they have many enemies, Feng Yuan and Giant Sun will not work together. They will be wary of each other instead. Yellow Earth Great World. Lu Wei-yin saw Feng Yuan and frowned. Primordial domain is showing signs of progress. Celestial Court's wisdom path attainment is truly amazing. We cannot compare to them. This situation is truly terrible. Primordial domain had already been leaked, but only half of it had been taken by Celestial Court. It had not truly fallen into Celestial Court's hands yet. Even so, Celestial Court's advantage was huge, because primordial domain was more important and crucial than Book Mountain. As long as a venerable reached primordial domain, they would immediately replenish their attainment level and become a Tao Lord again. Whoever could enter primordial domain first would be able to turn their advantage into victory, and become the final victor of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Not only that, after the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the venerables who became Tao Lords would return to the 5 regions and dominate the world. They would likely become the final victor of the 5 regions' chaotic war, and become the ultimate master of the world. Lord Fang Yuan, Celestial Court is about to obtain primordial domain. We need to attack with all our strength. If we cannot stop Celestial Court, we will taste defeat this time. Lu Wei-yin had a resolute expression. He had originally planned to defend first and then attack, but now he had no choice but to take action. How do we attack with all our strength? Fang Yuan asked. Lu Wei-yin had a difficult expression. Celestial Court had an obvious wisdom path advantage. Ever since the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Celestial Court had always held the initiative and maintained their advantage. Celestial Court's 3 pseudo-venerables all cultivated wisdom path. This advantage was not lost under their strategies, but instead expanded. Now, Celestial Court had actually drawn out the other core of the 9th layer primordial domain. What was more terrifying was that Limitless Demon Venerable did not use any countermeasures. This meant that Celestial Court had already understood many of the mysteries of the 9th layer, and had cleverly avoided limitless methods. From start to now, Fang Yuan had not seen Limitless. It was most likely dead. Lu Wei-yin sighed and said with admiration, "In the past, Limitless Demon Venerable killed his way into Celestial Court, forcing star constellations to play chess with him. Both sides comprehended and deduced together, obtaining all kinds of Heaven Dao results that were secretly sent to Crazed Demon Cave to help this place deduce. However, at the same time, Celestial Court's methods also infiltrated Crazed Demon Cave. When Celestial Court drew out Book Mountain from the 9th layer, I already felt that something was wrong. Now, they want to draw out primordial domain. This level of wisdom path truly leaves me in the dust. Now, Celestial Court has the advantage, forcing us to attack with all our strength while they are waiting. The worst thing is that we cannot truly use our full strength." Fang Yuan nodded slightly. "This is what I am worried about. Celestial Court's wisdom path is outstanding. Don't they know that this will provoke attacks from both sides? But they still did this. This means that they have the confidence to resist the attacks. And this confidence is likely to come from this Crazed Demon Cave. Celestial Court could draw out Book Mountain, and now draw out Primordial Domain to avoid Limitless Demon Venerable's counterattack. Firstly, it was because of their amazing wisdom path methods, and secondly, they had already come into contact with Crazed Demon Cave. For over 1,000,000 years, they had a deep foundation. Fang Yuan clearly could not reach this level. If he truly used his full strength, limitless methods would be triggered. That was to say, Celestial Court was still making use of Limitless Demon Venerable. This is the problem of fighting against such a wisdom path expert. Lu Wei-yin frowned deeply. In fact, he had a deep worry in his heart, but he could not say it out loud. That was Guiyue and Fang Yuan's strength. Fang Yuan was indeed a pseudo-venerable with outstanding strength. He was the strongest person in the world before this trip to Crazed Demon Cave. But now, he was facing Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's appearance shook Lu Wei-yin's heart intensely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who had not appeared all this while, was giving him more and more pressure. Could Fang Yuan fight against these two existences? To speak the truth, Lu Wei-yin had no confidence. Venerables were invincible. This was the truth of humanity's hundreds of years of history, the truth that was witnessed by the vast and endless river of time. It was precisely because Lu Wei-yin had no confidence that he set up the defensive counterattack strategy earlier. Fang Yuan might be able to resist a venerable for a while, but only a venerable could deal with a venerable. This was Lu Weiyin's true thought. Similarly, this was the thought of Fang Yuan's subordinates. Even though these subordinates worshipped him fervently, they would not be arrogant enough to think that Fang Yuan could defeat a venerable. Venerables were invincible. Back then, when primordial origin became venerable, variant humans were the overlords of the world. Did they not have pseudo-venerable battle strength? They did, and there were many of them. But they never had any hope of defeating a venerable. Yes, Fang Yuan's strength was unfathomable. He could even easily defeat other pseudo-venerable Gu immortals. But this was not strange. Even though pseudo-venerables were at the peak of rank 8, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. If Fang Yuan fought against a venerable, no one would think highly of Fang Yuan. They would only hope that Fang Yuan could last for as long as possible. As long as Fang Yuan can last until Lord Paradise Earth revives, that will be our chance of victory. But now, the Celestial Court is forcing us to make a move. If we fight now, we might not be able to wait for Lord Paradise Earth to revive. Lu Weiyin felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. Fang Yuan looked at primordial domain expressionlessly. The situation is like this, we can only attack head-on. Just follow the agreement with the longevity heaven and send out all your subordinates. Pull upload next chapters.